Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The ferocious fire dragon devoured the entire strange creature. Waves of raging fire followed. Luji's hair was blown upside down and messy, but his expression remained firm and indifferent. Sudden, the giant spores that have been devoured erupted in an endless roar. Luji's heart skipped a beat and he quickly backed away. The appearance of the giant spore swallowed by the flames in front of him changed drastically. Pieces of hard scales grew under the originally dense and huge number of white spores. Roar, a roar. The scale armor rushed out of the flames strangely and rushed towards Luji fiercely. Luji had been prepared for a long time and took a light step back to avoid it. As expected of the weird creatures in the second district, they are more difficult to deal with than those in the first district. Luji sighed in his heart, this is only the second area. If it is changed to the fifth area, I don't know how terrifying those weird creatures will be. The strangeness of rebirth seems to have changed. It is no longer the wriggling appearance of a fat worm before, but like a strong and violent bullfighting bull. The hard scales, under the dark moonlight, reflected the light of metal. The streamlined body curves and explosive muscles all show the powerful power contained in this new and strange body. Luji narrowed his eyes and took out the soul-destroying bell from his bosom. It's just right, let me test the power of the alien weapon with you. Luji aimed at the weirdness in front of him and rang the bell in his hand rhythmically. This fourth-order alien weapon rippled out circles of sound waves which passed along the air, not for a while. The weird creature shook its head and staggered its steps. In the glaring diamond-like eyes, the shape of mosquito coils appeared in circles. Tusk, it really is a powerful and precious weapon. The effect is absolutely amazing. Luji kept shaking the bell in his hand. The breathtaking power completely suppressed the weirdness in front of him. The aura that rushed out of the sea of fire just now disappeared, and what was replaced was just a drunk old cow. Seeing this, Luji was relentless, his eyes froze, and a huge flaming sword whizzed out in his hand. The hand rises and the knife falls. The flaming giant sword chopped off the strange head. With a bang, the headless corpse fell to the ground. A dark red bead and a shield burst out. Luji's eyes lit up and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the shield. No way could it be that. He hurriedly collected the spoils except for the fourth-order spirit crystal. That shield is really another alien weapon. Counting the soul-destroying bell, I exploded 2 alien weapons in one mist. This luck no one else. It can be said that it is extremely rare to harvest 2 different weapons at once. Converted out, it is as lucky as winning the second prize in the lottery. Besides, Luji stepped forward again, kicking over the huge strange corpse. A black box lay quietly on the ground. Luji picked it up. This is the real purpose of his trip. The black box is always the best resource that can be released in every weird fog. The awakened team behind them had only 2 wounded lying on the ground, gasping for breath. When Luji solved the weirdness, he also solved the source. It can be regarded as saving them in disguise. Luji was not worried that they would have a different heart, so he directly opened the black box in his hand. Slap. A small flame burned quietly inside the black box. The color of the small flame is lavender and the temperature is extremely high. Under the flames, there is a bottle of potion. After seeing it, Luji learned that its effect is to develop the potential and improve the quality of the awakened person. It is equivalent to enhancing the strength in disguise. Small flames can increase the temperature of the fire attribute Awakener's abilities, and potions can increase my own 6-dimensional attributes. That's right, the contents of the black box this time are actually so rich. Luji thought silently in his heart. Perhaps this can also be regarded as a reward for coming to the second district for the first time. Shaking his head, he threw out the distracting thoughts in his mind. Luji took out his compass and left the center of the fog. The boss in the center of the mist is resolved. But this is not a dungeon after all. Once the boss dies, all mobs will be G. Luji has to clear up other strange things in the mist, save unarmed ordinary people, and get more spirit crystals at the same time. For the rest of the time, he is like a ghost in the night. Keep looking for weirdness, keep harvesting their lives. Soon, all the weird creatures in the mist were completely wiped out. After the fog disappears, Luji returned with a lot of spoils, back to the Psychic Society. Those 433 cheap teammates are still missing. But Chu Ching Hai, who didn't know the threat to them, had died in Luji's hands. To this, Luji will definitely not take the initiative to expose it. Anyway, in the training room alone, no one disturbs him and he is happy and clean, just didn't expect it. Early the next morning, Luji met an unexpected person in the Psychic Association in the 2nd District, Vice President from District 1, Chen Beexu. Vice President, why are you here? Luji said in surprise. Chen Beexu's charming eyes rolled his eyes at him and her plain hands gently rolled back her hair by her ears. What, I can't come, Luji said helplessly. Of course I don't mean that, I mean. Okay, Chen Beexu covered her mouth and chuckled. Just kidding, why are you so nervous? I'm here this time to apply to be transferred to the 2nd District. After finishing speaking, Chen Beexu pointed to his shoulder and there were 3 stars on the badge. I am now a Samsung Awakened. Seeing this, Luji sincerely wished, Congratulations, Chairman Chen. He looked at Chen Beexu's eyes and felt a little strange. I always feel that the woman in front of me seems to have some big secret about her. Thinking about it carefully, it is really strange that a woman who is less than 30 years old is serving as the vice president of the 1st District. Because the young awakened ones have unlimited potential and vigorous blood, of course they all want to go further and go to a more advanced area to improve themselves. It is quite rare for Chen Beexu to choose the position of vice president in the 1st District. So, it was normal for her to apply to be transferred to the 2nd District. Luji looked around Chen Beexu slightly just. The timing of the plane is a bit too coincidental. As soon as she entered the 2nd zone, she also broke through. How is it? I heard that you went to the weird fog here yesterday. How is your performance? Luji came back to his senses when he heard her voice and said, well enough. With a giggle on Chen Beexu's gorgeous face, she stretched out her plain hand and poked Luji's face, teasingly said, That's good, my sister is looking forward to your performance. Finished, she left happily. Luji touched his face, a little speechless. Although Chen Beexu is a few years older than herself, she has a figure and personality like a royal sister. But he said that his mental age is still quite mature. As for treating yourself as a younger brother. Later, Luji found a private room. Take out what I gained in the weird fog yesterday. A total of 13 third-order spirit crystals, 2 fourth-order spirit crystals, and a magical little flame and a bottle of potion. It has been rewarding. Luji looked at them happily, took a deep breath, first picked up a third-order spirit crystal and closed his eyes to practice. Boom, there seemed to be an invisible fire in the dark burning on Luji's body with a tang. The energy in his body soared. The gene fragment hidden deep in the blood, the part belonging to Hellfire, began to become active. As time goes by, 1, 2, 3, more than a dozen third-order spirit crystals were quickly exhausted, turning into dry white powder and dissipating in the air. Then came 2 fourth-order spirit crystals. Finally, the little flame and the bottle of potion. All resources are consumed one by one. The aura that belonged to Luji's body became stronger and stronger. Finally, ding, congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion progress. Current template fusion degree, 10%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking Evil Spirit Motorcycle. A familiar system prompt sounded in Luji's ear. Luji suddenly opened his eyes. 10%. I have a ghost motorcycle. Ding. The Evil Spirit Motorcycle is placed in the void, invisible, and can be summoned by the host's thoughts. The system prompt told him where the ghost motorcycle was usually stored. Luji's eyes sparkled. He concentrated his thoughts directly and said silently in his heart, Summon the evil bike. The back of his head, an oval dark tunnel suddenly opened in the air. It was as if an endless void had been opened. Then a flash of fire burst out. Accompanied by the roar of the heavy and violent engine, a motorcycle burning with raging hellfire rushed out. The frame leans forward like a creeping tiger, the shock absorber and front wheel drive like a dark golden ancient dragon skeleton. The thick and sharp chain hub bracket like Tissot is like a skeleton undead who chooses to eat people, watching everything in the world majestically. Such a mighty and domineering vehicle rushed out of the void and docked quietly in front of Luji. His breathing stopped. He stared intently at the evil spirit motorcycle in front of him, which looked like an antique work of art, feeling excited. Just ask, who in this world can refuse a scorching motorcycle? Simply so handsome. With a smile on the corner of Luji's mouth, he walked around the evil spirit motorcycle, quite satisfied. Then my mind moved. The evil spirit motorcycle roared low and drove into the void again. Everything returned to calm. Only in my mind, the sound of the throttle and the roar of the engine seems to be lingering. Check out the ghost bike. Luji didn't forget his natal life Hellfire. He pointed a little. A golden flame with a golden core leaped up. The flame flickered, flickered, and flickered. The air around it, as if unable to withstand the high temperature, produced some kind of distorted fluctuations. Luji found that with just a flick of his mind, he could instantly magnify the flame on his finger by 1,000 times. After merging the purple demon fire in the black box, his hell flame, both in terms of power and scope, has skyrocketed a lot. Plus that bottle of medicine that can improve the body of the awakened person. Luji felt that his strength had improved dramatically. The strength is advancing by leaps and bounds. Of course, he couldn't bear the mood of experimenting. But now there is no strange fog that he needs to sweep away. So Luji simply came to the team's training room. There are hundreds of kilograms or even thousands of kilograms of dumbbells and presses on display. Sitting on it, Luji found that whether it was bench press or traction, those once heavy and huge barbell plates were as light as wood in his hands. Without any effort, Luji completed a set of internal training procedures for the awakened. Then he boarded the speedometer again. This thing is similar to the running machine in the previous life, but the core structure is much stronger. It was originally used to test the speed attribute in the 6-dimensional data of the awakened. Now it is simply used by Luji as a tool for training speed. After 100 kilometers, Luji was sweating profusely. But his eyes were shining, and the more he practiced, the more excited he became. This feeling of gradually cultivating and becoming stronger is fascinating. So Luji ran to the gravity acceleration chamber again, and all the values were full. 40 times the gravity. Start it. 1 hour. Start it. Luji has just finished training from day to night. Wiping his hair with a towel, Luji washed off the stinky sweat all over his body. When I changed into brand new clothes, I saw my own shield. The precious alien weapon that burst out from the strange mist yesterday. My own strength is mainly based on the most extreme attack, and I don't need defense at all. Moreover, after turning into an evil spirit, any injuries will be healed instantly. Although the alien weapon is good and very precious, but the shield is really tasteless to me. Luji sat on the sofa and meditated. He remembered that the 3rd floor of the Psychic Association was the trading area between the awakened ones. How about take this alien shield and go to the trading area to exchange for some useful goodies? 9 heavens of frost and cold, the best spirit soldier. 9 heavens of frost and cold, only 15 third-order spirit crystals are needed. Selling the marrow. The best marrow can relax the tendons and cut the collaterals and improve blood energy. Is there anyone who sells the leaves of the ancient wood essence tree? I will buy them at a high price. Purchase spirit crystals at a long-term stable high price and accept all grades. The price is easy to negotiate for a large quantity. As soon as Luji stepped onto the 3rd floor, it's like being in a vegetable market. All kinds of yelling voices sounded one after another. Especially for those who are proficient in the source force, directly use the source force in the body to bless the vocal cords. The effect is more effective than the trumpet. Luji looked around and turned around. It was found that the base currency for everyone's transactions was not the dragon country currency used by ordinary people, but spirit crystal. And the conversion ratio has strict regulations. 10 Tier 1 spirit crystals can be exchanged for 1 Tier 2 spirit crystal. 10 Tier 2 spirit crystals can be exchanged for a Tier 3 spirit crystal, and so on. In other words, the 2 4th-order spirit crystals that Luji used before can be exchanged for 1,000 1st-order spirit crystals. After learning the news, Luji was overjoyed. Sure enough, if you want to become stronger, you have to keep going up. If I stay in the first area all the time, no matter how many low-level spirit crystals burst out, I won't gain as much as killing a 4th-level strange in the second area. Empathy, this gap will only get bigger and bigger. After walking along the trading hall on the 3rd floor of the entire association for a week, Luji basically figured out the configuration here. To put it simply, it is the stall setting area, intention area, and buying area. As the name suggests, the stall area, everyone puts the things they want to sell on fixed seats like a stall. You can yell, you can bargain. In short, it is exactly the same as the vegetable market outside. The intention area is not to use spirit crystals as currency, but the items that the 2 parties want to trade, and they have negotiated an exchange. But basically they will make up the difference. This is also the area where the most good things appear. As for the shopping area, some awakened people need all kinds of strange materials or treasures for special purposes. They put a reward on what they needed, and the price was quite high. Luji didn't have a spirit crystal in his hand, so of course he went to the intention zone. He silently took off the alien shield wrapped in thick cowhide on his back, then put it on the ground, just about to write down what I want. An awakened person with yellow hair next to him couldn't help but exclaimed, Damn, it's not my eyesight, is it? Is this a different weapon? Huang Mao looked at Luji as if he was looking at an alien. His eyes were full of shock and confusion. Brother, are you trading this thing? Luji nodded. Huang Mao, who was confirmed, felt that Luji was crazy. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked at Luji eagerly and said, Brother, can you show me your shield? After Luji handed it to him. Huang Mao held the shield inside out and looked carefully. The shock and puzzlement in his eyes became more and more intense. My mother, it's still a fourth-order alien weapon. He couldn't help exclaiming. This voice also instantly attracted the attention of all the awakened people around. The news of someone selling alien weapons spread like wildfire. Soon there was a small commotion. Many people besieged Luji in the center, scrambling to see his face. After they saw the badge with only 3 stars on Luji's shoulder, they were even more uproarious. Really? A 3-star Awakener has a 4th-order alien weapon in his hand. I'm already 4 stars and I don't even have a weapon in my hand. It's really comparing people to people, it's so maddening. This guy doesn't know what to think. The 4th-order alien weapon actually wants to make a move. Is it stupid? It doesn't matter how stupid he is, since he wants to sell, we have a chance. A group of people pointed at Luji, talking a lot. Luji sat still like an old monk, watching his nose, mouth with concern. Naturally, it was impossible for him to explain one by one that this shield was useless to him, so he might as well sell it. Instead of wasting words, let them discuss it. If the bullets fly for a while, maybe I can get something good in exchange. Really. Many people couldn't bear the heat in their hearts and stepped forward to ask the price. Since Luji is in the interest zone, he definitely won't sell spirit crystals. Everyone asked him what kind of baby he wanted. Luji pondered for a while and said loudly, I need resources that can significantly increase the level of source power in my body. Potions, spiritual weapons, and special weapons are all fine. Raise the source of the baby. Everyone suddenly realized, each eyeball rolled around and then quickly ran back to the first floor to pick up the goods. Seeing everyone swarming up and then swarming away, Luji secretly laughed. Soon, a fast-running 4-star Awakener, holding 10 light blue medicine bottles in his hand, rushed to Luji panting. Here, the potion you want to increase your source power. 10 bottles, is it enough? It can be seen that he seems to be very eager for this defensive weapon. Luji took the medicine in his hand and checked it, and found that the effect was that it could greatly increase the level of source power in the body. 10 bottles of Yuanli potion are exchanged for only 1 alien weapon. Luji earns blood. However, the man still had a hopeful and apprehensive look on his face, for fear that Luji would disagree. Luji knew in his heart that this shield was useless to him, but to others, it was an artifact that could save his life at critical moments. At that moment, he smiled slightly and handed the alien weapon shield to the 4-star awakened person, completing the deal. The 4-star Awakener was ecstatic on his face and took the shield with trembling hands, when he reacted and wanted to exchange some pleasantries. It was found that Luji had long since disappeared. The other side. In the conference hall on the 5th floor, the long conference table was full of senior executives from the 2nd District Psychic Association. President Tan Kaolin and the other high-level members of the association looked solemn and frowned, as if there was a large haze hanging over their heads. Everyone, Chu Ching Hai has not returned for 48 hours. No audio. If he is alive, where is he? If he is dead, where is the body? Tan Kaolin's tone gradually intensified, revealing his fury hidden under the deep sea. Not only that, we also found the body of a 5-star awakened person in the weird fog last time. According to our investigation, this 5-star awakened person is exactly the helper Chu Ching Hai invited from the 3rd district. According to the eyewitness team, the death of this 5-star awakened person was very strange. He didn't have any fatal trauma on his body, but the vitality in his body disappeared, as if he died suddenly. The most notable point is, the location of the corpse is a dilapidated ruin after the Great War, and from the ruins, we can conclude that the person who killed this 5-star awakened person may be strange, and the attribute is fire. A group of high-level executives read the information in their hands one after another. There are detailed photos and descriptions of the scene in the information. It's like the ruins after peace. Just looking at the photos makes me feel terrified. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of existence could possess such a domineering fire attribute ability. How can this be done? Chu Ching Hai's big brother is Chu Ching Hai, the boss of District 5. Some senior officials expressed their concerns. In fact, this is exactly what the senior management of the 2nd District Psychic Association fears. Chu Ching Hai, the 9-star Awakener. If he found out that his younger brother had disappeared for no apparent reason and was even very likely to die, wouldn't he be able to flatten this place in a fit of anger? It can be seen from the conversion ratio of spirit crystals. High-level areas and high-level awakened people have the advantage of reducing dimensionality against lower-level forces. Once Chu Ching Hai comes over, who can stop the huge second district, the dozen or so high-ranking officials felt bitter in their hearts. Our first district and second district are just a novice village at best. Why all this trouble? The same is true for Chu Qingchuan, who is neither strong nor low, so he chose to settle in their second district. Who doesn't know that the first and second districts are the awakened novice village, and the third and fourth districts are the backbone? And the fifth district, before the sixth district was opened, it was the top group of people. Chu Ching Hai, a 9-star Awakener, may become a heaven-level Awakener at any time. The end of the conference table. A Sister Yu wearing a professional black polo suit has an indifferent expression. It seems that the concerns of the high-level people have not been taken to heart at all. Only occasionally, when he lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking, would he reveal a deep and mysterious smile. Could it be related to that kid who just got promoted from the first district? I heard that he has conflicts with Chu Qingchuan, and his supernatural attribute happens to be fire. At this time, an old man in a corner raised his hand tremblingly and asked. As soon as the words came out, someone rebutted on the spot. Old Chen, don't be joking. The kid who just got promoted is only a talent with F-level abilities. Even if he is trained for 101,000 years, it is impossible to cause the destructive incineration effect shown in the picture. However, Yu Jai, who was at the end, was thoughtful. Chen Beexu's charming and exquisite eyes showed a thoughtful look. Luji. Will this matter have anything to do with him? Chen Beexu had an unreasonable hunch in her heart, but she didn't say it in public. Instead, continued to remain silent until the end of the meeting. Time flies. Another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, Luji digested all the 10 bottles of Yuanli potion exchanged for the alien shield. Therefore, the level of energy in the body skyrocketed. He can maintain the evil spirit form for a longer time. At the same time, system hint, the fusion degree of Luji's Ghost Rider template has reached a small step of 1%, reached 11%, just as he changed into his training clothes and was about to go to the training room to continue training. An uninvited guest pushed open the door of his room. Luji looked at the visitor in surprise, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Vice President, how did you come?" Chen Beexu didn't wear the familiar black professional attire today. Uncharacteristically, she went with the temptation of pure desire. The upper body is a wool sweater with a wide open neckline. A pair of tight-fitting shark pants on the lower body perfectly outlined her S-class body curve. Cough, cough. Luji saw no evil, rubbed his nose and coughed twice. I secretly complained about the vice president in my heart, who is tempted by such a big chest opening. Chen Beexu leaned against the gate, smiling and looking into Luji's eyes. Chu Qingchuan is dead, she said abruptly. Luji's heart tightened, and then he quickly adjusted his facial expression. Oh, Chen Beexu's beautiful narrow eyes can see all of Luji's micro-expressions and micro-movements. There was a meaningful smile on the corner of her mouth. Continue to ask. I heard that there was a feud between you and him. In order to deal with you, Chu Qingchuan specially invited a 5-star awakened person from the 3rd district. Facing Chen Beexu's inquiry, Luji has already made up his mind. He said calmly, really. There are indeed some conflicts between me and him. Many people in the 1st district and the 2nd district know this. Chen Beexu asked, is there anything else you want to say? Luji raised his eyes and stared at her. What else? The two looked at each other for a long time. The sunlight outside the window in the morning poured into the window and shone on the hair of Luji and Chen Beexu at an oblique angle. Outside the house is the crisp chirping of birds. The breeze blows the fallen leaves, making the sound of Shuttle. A man and a woman in the room just stared at each other for such a long time. Until puff, Chen Beexu covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Luji cheerfully. Why are you so nervous? I'm just curious, just asking about the situation. Luji quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that Chen Beexu was a mysterious woman. Suddenly claiming that he has 3 stars, suddenly promoted to the 2nd district, and actually became one of the top executives of the 2nd district. I don't understand, and Luji doesn't bother to think about it. By the way, when I was in the 1st district last time, I said that I would retest the level of your ability talent. But that time seems to be delayed. I will take you to retest now. Chen Beexu added at this time. With the strength of a 3-star Awakener, Luji killed the powerful 4th order Strange. This has gradually spread, while everyone was talking about it. Anyone with a discerning eye also guessed that there might be a problem with the level of his supernatural talent. How could an F-ranker kill the enemy by leapfrogging? Okay. To this, Luji shrugged. It doesn't matter to him whether to test it or not. The main reason is that he also wants to know what level of power Hellfire belongs to in this world. The other side, however, something unexpected happened to the Psychic Association in the 2nd District. A man with a slender figure, a feminine face, and black-purple eyeliner on the corners of his eyes broke into the gate of the association. The security guard came up to him and asked about the situation, to be stared at by him directly and paralyzed to the ground. So more security personnel looked at each other and surrounded the guy. Unexpectedly, the feminine man just glanced again. The security personnel who surrounded them all fell to the ground. Very weird, such a sight. Many awakened people trembled in their hearts. Who the hell is this, so unreasonable to kill them? A very small number of 3-star and 4-star awakened who boasted of extraordinary strength stepped up to stop them, wanting to ask the ins and outs. But he was kicked and flew dozens of meters away. He directly kicked the person to the end of the hall on the 1st floor, smashed through the wall and ruthlessly embedded in the solid wall. The sound of cracking bones was crisp and piercing, creepy. Everyone's eyes on the feminine man changed. With just one kick, how many 4-star awakened people can be counted in seconds? This is just his pure physical power. The feminine man didn't seem to take anyone present seriously. After breaking in violently and finishing off a group of people who wanted to stop him, he walked up to the office on the 5th floor. Bang! The door to the president's office on the 5th floor was kicked open. The moment the president Tan Kaolin raised his head, the moment he saw the visitor clearly, he was so frightened that he almost died of fright. Chu Ching Hai, why are you here? The visitor was none other than Chu Qingchuan's big brother Chu Ching Hai. Don't talk nonsense, where is my brother? We don't know Lingdi's whereabouts. Tan Kaolin felt bitter facing such a plague god. The powerful aura from the 9-star awakened made it difficult to say anything that oppressed him directly. Call Ju. Chu Ching Hai couldn't see any joy or anger on his face but just dropped such a sentence lightly. Tan Kaolin nodded hurriedly and started calling for someone. Ju was Chu Qingchuan's lackey, and it was specially arranged by Chu Ching Hai to help his younger brother in the 2nd District. With such a god of plague under his command, Tan Kaolin certainly knew who Ju was. Soon, the dog-legged Ju walked over tremblingly. Hi. Brother Hai, you're looking for me. Ju seemed to have seen a cat's old book with her neck tucked into her body and her eyes dodging. I ask you, where is my brother? Chu Ching Hai turned around and asked coldly. I don't know. Ju was terrified, trembling all over, standing on both legs. Do not know. Chu Ching Hai stared at Ju's face indifferently with his cold eyes and said these words word by word. Thump. Ju fell to her knees on the ground in fright and kowtowed frantically. Brother Hai, I really don't know the whereabouts of Brother Chuan. Since he left for the strange mist some time ago, he never came back. Even Ma Jing, he died inside. Ma Jing. Chu Ching Hai's eyes turned hard. He grabbed Ju by the collar and asked, Ma Jing is from the 3rd District, a 5-star awakened person. How could he die in the 2nd District? A 5-star awakened person, even if they encounter the most difficult 4th-level monsters or 5th-level monsters of the same level, they can run away. Impossible to die in the 2nd District. There was a smell of urine. Ju was scared to pee by Chu Ching Hai. The whole person seemed to have collapsed, and his body limply collapsed to the ground. Chu Ching Hai threw it away in disgust. Only then did Ju gradually explain the conflict between Luji and Chu Qingchuan in detail. He also mentioned that Chu Qingchuan called Ma Jing, a 5-star awakener, to kill Luji in the strange fog. Just didn't expect it. Chu Qingchuan disappeared in the end and Ma Jing also died strangely inside. Luji. Chu Ching Hai's eyes were cold. He squinted slightly and said the name softly in his mouth. Then he held out a finger. There seemed to be a gust of wind blowing in the room. Next second, Ju, who was paralyzed on the ground, slanted his eyes and neck and died. Tan Kaolin, who witnessed this scene, was even more frightened and dared not speak out. Chu Ching Hai blatantly killed people in the 2nd District Psychic Association he led, and he is helpless. He didn't even dare to let out the air. This is the absolute gap in strength. The so-called ban can be broken at any time for this kind of person who stands at the top. Continue to add settings. Although the Academy of the Holy Spirit has issued express regulations long ago, it is forbidden to kill each other among awakened people in this country. But for the strong, this is just a blank sheet of paper that can be completely ignored. Could it be that the 5th District and the Holy Spirit Academy are going to trouble a 9-star powerhouse who may step into the heavenly realm at any time for a mere 3-star awakened person? It is a deep understanding of this point. Tan Kaelin trembled, dare not speak out. And at this time, Luji was following Chen Beexu to the Awakening Hall located in the 2nd District Psychic Association. Chen Beexu was communicating to get a new black awakened profound stone. Luji stood at the door yawning boredly. Sudden, his ears moved. It seemed to hear countless footsteps coming from densely packed upstairs. Take the first one, the breath is extremely strong. With a gloomy face, Chu Ching Hai randomly found someone to find out Luji's location. Come straight to the door. And behind him, separated by hundreds of meters, is a large group of fearful and curious people eating melons. Chu Ching Hai, the super boss of the 9-star awakened. With an S-level talent, Hayaki Yaxing, it is said that one person can summon an entire army of undead. What kind of collision will happen if he goes directly to the door to find trouble with Luji? Everyone was so curious that they even overwhelmed their fear of Chu Ching Hai. They all followed behind him, far away. Chu Ching Hai stopped when he saw Luji from a distance of tens of meters. Suddenly, the moment Chu Ching Hai spotted Luji's figure, his eyes turned into a dark and spooky hell moko. Phantoms of ghosts and gods, one after another, appeared on his body surface, one after another, bright and dark. Those ghosts and gods were like shadow kings, their aura was violent and raging, and the oppressive aura made the floor rattle. Chu Ching Hai took every step. There is a pit in the ground. The Night Walk of 100 Ghosts really lived up to its name, and the entire building of the Psionic Association fell into a cold, dead silence. Such an appalling aura. How could Luji not perceive it? He secretly exclaimed in his heart, as expected of a 9-star awakener, this aura alone is enough to bring pressure to people's hearts that they dare not resist. But his expression remained the same, and he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he turned around and looked at Chu Ching Hai quietly with no fear in his eyes. The people around did not dare to breathe for fear of breaking the current calm. You killed my brother, Chu Ching Hai asked. Luji's expression was calm, and he confessed to killing your brother with an idiot in his heart. Your brother is dead, why are you looking for me? Chu Ching Hai's eyes twitched when he heard this. He took a long breath and asked again. But my brother is missing and dead. Luji's expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly, it's normal for your brother's kind of virtue to die in the strange fog. Wow, Luji's words directly caused an uproar among everyone present. This is so daring. In the face of the 9-star boss, he is still so stubborn. Is this the weird genius who can leapfrog the ranks and kill the 4th rank solo? While everyone was amazed, they had already begun to mourn for Luji in their hearts. As predicted. When Chu Ching Hai heard Luji's ridicule, he immediately exploded. An invisible momentum swept violently. Like a force 10-strong wind, it blew violently across the entire building of the Psychic Association. It seems to be in the doomsday, and the surroundings are terribly cold. Luji's muscles tensed up, and he was ready in an instant. He heard that Chu Ching Hai's ability is the S-level 100 Ghosts Night Walk, which is the same level as his sister Luqingi's ability talent. The strength is also called the 9-star realm, so I naturally know that I can't be stubborn. So get ready. If necessary, be tough. Luji still has a little bit of confidence in being immortal in the state of evil spirits. Even if you can't fight, you can't stop the opponent from summoning the evil spirit motorcycle if you want to leave. For a time, the wind howled. Everyone was blown to the ground by this momentum, powerless to resist. Chu Ching Hai could suppress all the awakened people in an entire region just by relying on the explosive momentum of the source force. People could even vaguely feel that there seemed to be the mournful and miserable voices of ghosts and gods in the air. Sad and harsh, mournful and wan, how scary, then, just when everyone thought Luji was finished, when Chu Ching Hai was about to attack Thunderbolt and forcefully kill him, a slender white hand rested on Chu Ching Hai's shoulder. Boom, the situation changed and the world cleared up. The air became calm again. In the astonishment of everyone, they suddenly came back to their senses and found a strange woman standing behind Chu Ching Hai. It was she who, with just one hand, stopped the storm in the Psionic Association. President Tan Kaelin wiped the sweat from his forehead in fear. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that once Chu Ching Hai really made a move in the building, I'm afraid everyone here will suffer except himself. And the other side, Luji was even more astonished. His expression showed surprise. Vice President Chen Beexu, and at this time, Chen Beexu slowly retracted her arms, looked at Chu Ching Hai with a smile and said, why are you so angry and beat life and death at every turn? Would you like to come to my office and talk? When everyone heard what Chen Beexu said, Monk Zhang was even more surprised, before they could think about it. Then Chu Ching Hai nodded slowly, agreeing, subsequently. Chen Beexu is in the front and Chu Ching Hai is in the back. The two went upstairs together. Wow, what the hell? I don't understand how this situation develops at all. It's right if you don't understand, because I can't understand either. What is this and what is it? I thought that the 9-star boss was going to take action and destroy everything here, but a woman calmed down everything with one hand. The most outrageous thing is that this woman even called the Jiuxing boss away. I can't understand it, Lao Tzu can't understand it, and Confucius can't understand it either. A group of people were in an uproar, and the voices of the discussions were extremely noisy. The president, Tan Kaolin, looked suspicious and opened his mouth slightly. He was thinking about Chen Beexu's background, but I can't remember it. But Luji, with downcast eyes, seemed to be thinking about something. Chen Beexu, vice president, this woman is really not simple. Today, he once again deepened this judgment in his heart. And the other side, everyone's discussion gradually returned to Luji. They whispered one by one and glanced in his direction from time to time. I bet what happened just now was just a small episode. When Chu Ching Hai comes out later, Luji is still going to die. Isn't that nonsense? Regardless of whether Luji killed his brother or not, he should at least lose his skin over what Luji just said, mocking Chu Ching Hai's brother. 9-star Big Brother's shot. I'm afraid he can crush Luji into ashes in an instant. It's estimated that Luji will be crushed before we realize it. Actually, I'm also quite upset about Chu Qingchuan. Luji was very talented. It's a pity that he just died like this. Hush, you are dying. You still dare to speak for Luji? The discussions of the people around were silent, and they all fell into Luji's ears. On the surface, he is like an old monk who has passed away, silent and motionless, watching his nose, mouth and mouth with concern, as if he is detached from the world and independent of the world. Everyone admired his courage to face the Taishan collapse without changing his face, but they could only regret it in their hearts. Finally, there were footsteps coming downstairs again. Everyone booed and remained silent. Coming, one by one looked at Luji with pity and pity, as if Luji has already entered the end of death. However, when Chu Ching Hai came down, everyone found out unexpectedly. His mood has calmed down a lot. There was even cold sweat on his forehead. Chu Ching Hai stood beside Chen Beexu silent. Later, he gave Luji a cold look and left. This change directly shocked everyone's teeth. Their expressions were dull and they froze in place. For a long time, you will not be able to come to God. Luji recovered from the state of trance. As soon as he opened his eyes locked on Chen Beexu. Chen Beexu showed a sweet smile at him, waved his hand and left. In Luji's heart, he also began to have doubts about her true identity. This woman is even more difficult than I imagined. After the crowd gradually dispersed, this happened. Luji's retesting of supernatural talents was delayed again. President Tan Kaolin is busy dealing with the aftermath of the association. Luji has returned to the previous state of training alone, and Chen Beexu seemed to have disappeared mysteriously. This period of time was never seen again. The other side, Dragon Country, the 3rd district, inside the Psychic Association, a bright holy light lit up. Invisibly, there seemed to be thunder all over the sky, roaring in the whole world. There was a deep exclamation from a group of people. Hiss, SS-level ability. Luqingi has actually raised her supernatural talent to the terrifying SS level. The Nirvana God Kongle of the SS level, I am afraid that it can kill all opponents of her level in an instant, right? It's horrible, the scalp is numb. As expected of a female Rakshasa, she has reached the realm of a 6-star Awakener at a young age, and even her supernatural talent has been upgraded to SS. In this way, our Zhao Menjuan from the 3rd district may be suppressed by Luqingi for the rest of her life. Snapped, snapped, there were 2 clapping sounds. The president of the 3rd district Psychic Association narrowed his eyes and walked cheerfully. It's a miracle. Relying on the holy blood, you can actually increase the level of the S-level ability again. Such an achievement, but we are the number 1 of the younger generation of Dragon Country. The president of the 3rd district has a cheerful expression. There is such a talented girl under his hands. If the news spreads, he will also be proud of himself. The surrounding crowd exclaimed from time to time with expressions of envy and admiration, apart from Zhao Menjuan. Her expression was distorted and her heart was already going crazy with jealousy. Why is this woman so lucky? Why is she practicing faster than me? Why can she find the holy blood? Under Zhao Menjuan's deeply buried head, her eyes were full of jealous resentment. Hidden deep in her heart, thank you for the compliment from the president. All of this is due to the vigorous cultivation of the association. Luqingi came down from the awakening stage with a smile, with a kindness and easygoing like a spring breeze. She doesn't have the airs of an SS-rank female genius at all. There was excitement in her eyes too. Not only did I increase my ability talent level, but I also reached the realm of a 6-star Awakener, one step closer to the Holy Spirit Academy. Luqingi greeted everyone and her girlfriends also came over to congratulate. The atmosphere at the scene was enthusiastic. Suddenly, from the entire Psionic Association building, the bell of Dang 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 came out. The crisp and melodious ancient bell was rung. In an instant, everyone's complexion changed drastically. This bell only rings for super urgent events. The last time the bell rang, it was the opening of the 5th district. At the same time, all the psychic associations in all 5 regions of the Dragon Kingdom heard the bell. The 2nd District Psychic Association. Chairman Tan Kaolin urgently held a plenary meeting. All the awakened people in the 2nd District, Wu Yangyang, sat in the auditorium waiting for Tan Kaolin's announcement. Finally, chief on stage. With a serious face, Tan Kaolin declared solemnly, "Everyone, the 6th District open." Opened by Wei Qingshan, the dean of our Longguo Holy Spirit Academy. Our Dragon Kingdom is about to usher in a major turning point in fusion, and more powerful awakened ones will be born. Having said this, Tan Kaolin's expression darkened. Of course, this also means that there will be greater dangers in our other regions. Luji listened silently below, knowing it in his heart, because every time a new weird area opens, there will be a strange chain reaction. The danger factor of other weird areas will also increase. For example, the third-order weirdness appeared in the 1st district before, which had never happened before the appearance of the 5th district. Thinking of this, Luji's expression also became serious. He lowered his head and muttered, "I don't know what kind of changes will occur in other areas with the opening of the 6th area." Inside the spacious auditorium, the crowd was stirring, everyone sat together and whispered, and the noisy voice was overwhelming. Everyone's eyes were full of worry and bewilderment about the unknown future. The opening of the 6th district is certainly an opportunity for the top powerhouses, but for ordinary awakened people like them, it may represent a greater disaster, soon. The news that the 6th district was about to open spread throughout the country. A national sensation. No one knows how terrifying the weirdness in the 6th district will be, but Luji is full of emotion. With hellfire on his body, he unlocked the soul chain and evil spirit motorcycle one after another. He firmly believed that sooner or later he would enter the Academy of the Holy Spirit. One day I will grow into an existence like Wei Qingshan, the Dean of the Holy Spirit Institute. Guard the Dragon Kingdom with your own power. All eyes are on us. We will create the way forward in the strange era. Everyone who opens a new weird area is a well-deserved strong. The current Dean, Wei Qingshan, opened the 6th district. How can the future me know that I can't open the 7th district? Luji's eyes are shining, as if he has the ambition of a lion shining inside. Holy Spirit House. This is the holy land that the awakened people of the whole Dragon Kingdom dream of, and in one of the hidden meeting rooms, 12 people gathered together. These 12 people represent the peak strength of the awakened people of the Dragon Kingdom. This moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was serious. An old man said in a deep voice, "Our Dragon Kingdom has worked so hard and finally officially opened the 6th district yesterday. After the opening of the 6th district, the danger is unknown. Everyone here has the opportunity to step into a higher level. Unfortunately, the old man sighed softly with a look of resignation on his face. Unfortunately, as early as half a month ago, the Beacon Country had already opened the 6th district. According to the information, Sean from the Lighthouse Country is already a 2nd-level awakened person. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of all the high-ranking members of the Holy Spirit Academy present have changed slightly. The 2nd level of heaven, everyone's expressions became serious. Although countries do not invade each other now, once they fall behind, according to the current development trend, no one can guarantee that the Lighthouse Country will not invade other countries. Now even the little neon next door dares to send people to harass the Dragon Kingdom area and plunder resources. What's more, it's one step ahead and has Sean's Lighthouse Country with strength as high as the 2nd level of the sky. Everyone here is worried. Although they are at the top of the pyramid of awakened people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, they are the strongest and oldest group of existences. But in the face of the undercurrents in various countries, they all feel a little powerless. And the other side. Since Luji learned that the 6th district of Longguo was opened, never slack off for a day. Daily high-intensity training, sharpen your will and exercise your body and muscles. His power inferno is very strong, but Luji didn't want to leave any shortcoming. Source power, abilities, and physique must all be perfect. At this time, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Luji was surprised that he had offended Chu Ching Hai and no one in the 2nd district wanted to associate with him. who came back to find themselves. Open the door. What came into view was a plump and graceful figure. Chen Beexu disappeared for so long and came to look for Luji again. Vice President, where have you been for so long? Luji was not so surprised. He welcomed Chen Beexu into the house. However, Chen Beexu did not enter the room and said in a slightly hasty tone, "Clean up and prepare for a new mission. Go to Lingang City, a new weird fog has appeared there." And Chen Beexu said with extremely serious eyes. In the second district, hundreds of strange fogs have descended at the same time. Maybe it's because of the opening of the sixth district, or maybe it's other reasons. In short, the test is coming. With so much fog, we simply don't have enough manpower. This time the fog in Lingang City, only you and another team will go to deal with it. When Luji heard this, he was startled. Just me and the other team? What are you kidding? Manpower has become so scarce. Luji is confident in his own strength, and of course it will not be a problem to cross the second division. But according to past practice, a city-level strange fog usually requires sending hundreds of awakened people to go together. Right now, only him and another team were sent. If nothing else happened, a total of 6 people went there. Such a dire situation, even Luji couldn't help being surprised. Chen Beexu nodded and said, "The situation has indeed deteriorated to this point. But this is a painful period that must be experienced when opening a new region. And this mission, I want to go with you." "How?" Chen Beexu stared at Luji and said. Luji frowned, looked into Chen Beexu's eyes and hesitated for a while. Finally nodded, "It is good." Subsequently, together with Chen Beexu, he hurriedly packed up some medical equipment, boarded the helicopter waiting at the door and rushed straight to Lingang. The helicopter hovers over the entrance to the fog. Luji took the lead and jumped down. The members of the other team and Chen Beexu followed closely behind. They parted at the gate of Lingang City. Chen Beexu naturally followed Luji's side. Luji took out the compass, looking at the dense red dots on it, his scalp felt numb. Each red dot represents a strange creature. The strange fog in the whole city has to be solved by Luji and another small team. The situation is too serious. Boom, Lingang Wanping District World Trade Center. Flames were attached to Luji's half-body, and he stretched out his hand for a blast of flames, smashing the 2 heads to the ground. Clap, clap, there was the sound of applause from the side. Chen Beexu is like a little girl at this time, watching Luji's performance with a smile. Whenever he casts Hellfire to kill weird cleanly, Chen Beexu's eyes shine brightly. Just like some kind of appreciation. Picking up the 2 third-order spirit crystals on the ground, Luji silently put them into his pocket. He glanced at Chen Beexu lightly from the corner of his eye. This woman has been observing her own flame from beginning to end. It seems that she is acting without thinking, like a simple girl who has fallen under the power of the gods. But Luji knew that this woman was not as simple as she appeared on the outside. At least Chen Beexu, who is Yuji, is not an ordinary high school student. Let's go to the next point. Luji turned his head and said calmly, "Why don't you go inside and rest for a while? There are quite a few elites in Lingang waiting for the hero's return. Maybe some young white-collar workers with beautiful white skin and fluffy skin will fall in love with you." Chen Beexu walked to his side and joked. Luji ignored her words. It seemed to him that the language was more like teasing. Show off in front of meaningless people, accept gratitude from a group of ordinary people or something. It may make you feel good and your vanity will burst. But in a practical sense, it's useless at all. Don't waste time, hurry to the next location. Luji briefly urged and rushed forward first. Chen Beexu stood where he was, squinted his pretty eyes, and stared at Luji's back for a while. Then a faint smile appeared on her face, her red lips slightly raised, and she followed. Boom, boom. Ah, a huge, dog-like strange creature bared its teeth, warning the 2 uninvited guests in front of it viciously. Luji took a step forward and walked beside Chen Beexu, ready to use Hellfire for a quick battle. This is a 4th-order strange creature, not as easy to deal with as the 3rd order. Never thought about it. Luji hasn't made a move yet. Behind him, whoosh, a beautiful figure rushed out. Chen Beexu clenched the long whip tightly in his hand and unexpectedly killed it first. Snapped. The dark red long whip made a crisp sound in the air. There were sparks in the air. As if there was a beautiful and dangerous poisonous snake, it flashed past. Ah, the whip lashed heavily at Tier 4's weird body. Through the thick fur, this strange dog-like creature still felt pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. With a roar, it crawled and bent its limbs and then exerted its strength violently. He jumped up and jumped to a height of 10 meters. Condescending, a pair of giant claws grabbed Chen Beexu's body fiercely. Chen Beexu hastily waved the red whip. The red whip hit Tier 4 Weird's belly again, but the weird creature endured the severe pain and stretched out its giant claws, wanting to smash the nasty woman underneath into a pulp. Boom, there was a loud bang. The place where Chen Beexu was located was photographed strangely by a giant dog, leaving a cloud of dust. Smoke and dust filled the air, blocking Luji's sight. Wait until the smoke clears. Blood oozed from the corner of Chen Beexu's mouth, and he fell to the ground, clutching his chest. On the other side, there stood a strange figure with a ferocious appearance, showing off his might. Luji. Chen Beexu's complexion was clear. She covered her chest with one hand and looked at Luji with a weak expression, like a weak woman waiting for her peerless hero to appear on the stage. When she lowered her head inadvertently, there was an imperceptible slyness in her eyes. Luji didn't expect that this woman would actually play tricks in order to see him make a move. I really thought I couldn't see her acting skills. So Luji turned around and ran away. Okay, wait. I'm going to rescue the soldiers. Finished. Luji has already disappeared. Chen Beexu was dumbfounded. She sat on the ground in a daze, dumbfounded. Luji actually ran away, leaving her such a delicate and weak woman like a flower, like a jade, and running away. I'm still waiting for your hero to save the beauty. Behind the fourth order weirdness let out a low growl again, rubbed its sharp claws and rushed forward again. Chen Beexu sighed softly. The body remained in the slumped posture and did not move at all. And the fourth order weirdness behind her that was about to pounce on her was suddenly dismembered. Like broken porcelain, the strange creature's body peeled off piece by piece. It turned into hundreds of pieces of flesh and blood and fell to the ground. At this time, at a corner of the street, the figure of Luji appeared leisurely. He looked at Chen Beexu with a meaningful smile on his face and said cheerfully, "Sister Vice President, you don't look like a 3-star awakened person. With this strength, do you still need my help?" Chen Beexu has recovered his calm demeanor at this moment. She sat up from the ground and tidied up her appearance, did not answer Luji's inquiry directly. Let's deal with the weird corpse. Luji raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Have to. This woman has returned to her previous posture of Yuji. He picked up the fourth order spirit crystal that fell on the ground. Chen Beexu didn't open his mouth to ask him for it. Subsequently, Chen Beexu said lightly, and then they split up. Without giving Luji time to react, he left alone. Luji only felt that this woman was mysterious and had a deep background. I didn't think much about anything else. Follow the guidance on the compass and run to the opposite direction of Chen Beexu. A third-order strange body flew out like a kite. There was a scorched black blood hole in the chest. Luji slowly put away the hellfire in his arms and nodded slightly to a group of ordinary people trembling behind him. Then he put away the third-order spirit crystal that exploded and continued on his way. After separating from Chen Beexu, he successively saved several waves of unarmed ordinary people, then continued to sweep, follow the route to the center of the mist all the way forward. Suddenly, on the way he was running, he noticed a drunken old man sleeping beside the road. The clothes on the old man were ragged like a drunk tramp. Luji stopped. I want to remind the old man to sleep in another place, preferably in hiding. Lingang City is now shrouded in a strange fog. If you sleep on the street, you may die without knowing why. It just didn't wait for Luji to speak. A third-order strange head descended from the sky and appeared in front of the two of them. It was a strange creature that could fly. Now bow tilde bow tilde bow tilde, the wind howled. The third order that fell from the sky opened its bloody mouth, and a flexible and blood-red tongue protruded from its mouth, making strange hissing noises continuously. Seeing this, Luji stood calmly in front of the drunk old man, blocking the distance between the strange creature and the old man with his body. Tilde smash. After the flying third-order strange creature appeared, the huge movement finally awakened the old homeless man lying on the ground. Luji originally thought that the old man would be startled when he saw the strange creature after waking up, and then ran away in a panic. Never thought about it. The drunken old man turned over in a daze of drunkenness and glanced at the horrifying strange creature with his drunken eyes, but he didn't react at all. What's more, the drunk old man also used his dirty, muddy hands to reach into his tattered clothes and scratch the buttons. Then, sleepy-eyed, he touched a wine gourd placed beside him, and gulu gulped down the wine. Luji. His eyelids twitched. Be sick. Is this old man dying, or have you been drinking crazy? The situation is critical. The third-order weirdness doesn't care whether the old man is crazy or not. It fluttered a pair of fleshy wings and flew towards the old drunk man with teeth and claws. A pair of sharp claws with a cold breath in the night sky aimed at the old man's messy and gnarled head and grabbed it. Humph! Seeing that the strange creature dared to ignore his existence and attack ordinary people in front of him, Luji grunted and stared. A blast of hellfire soared into the sky, gushing out following his eyes, covering this strange third-order body in an instant. Roar, painful wailing sounded. The third order fluttered his fleshy wings strangely and flew out of the air with ups and downs. Then it fell heavily on the ground, with black smoke all over its body and the smell of burning in the air. During this period, it kept flapping its wings and rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. But the hellfire is like a body with tarsal bones, sticking to Weird's body tightly, and it can't be extinguished no matter what. Lying on the ground drinking gourd wine and smacking his lips non-stop, the drunk old man saw this scene, and a gleam of light appeared in his narrowed eyes. The old man's eyes changed slightly, and his expression seemed a little surprised. "This little doll has a very strong flame ability. I can't even see the clue, old man." Whispering in his mouth, he took another big gulp of gourd wine. However, the attention was quietly placed on Luji. Luji concentrated his energy on dealing with the strange creatures, not paying attention to the changes in the old man's expression. This third-order weirdness was seriously injured with one blow. He didn't sloppy, his arm turned into a flaming giant sword, and he cut it in half with one sword, with a final howl. This rare flying third-order monster was beheaded by Luji in 2 rounds, I thought. Kill this third-order weirdo and the scene will be temporarily safe. Did not expect. Another stronger fourth-order strange creature rushed out of the corner. The speed is extremely fast and it directly kills the drunk old man. At this time, Luji's position was more than 20 meters away from the old drunk man. Originally, he was out of good intentions to prevent the high temperature of the hellfire from hurting the old man, so he purposely distanced the distance between the two parties. Now, it has become a death distance that cannot be rescued in time. Gulu gulu, ha hiccup tilde. Just when Luji's expression was anxious, and he couldn't bear the tragic death and strange mouth of this drunk, homeless man. The drunk old man actually held the gourd bottle unhurriedly, took a sip of wine slowly, and burped loudly. Luji saw it in his eyes and was speechless anxiously. What kind of weirdness is this? Suddenly, mutations happen. Just at the moment when Luji thought the old man was dead and was about to be buried in the belly of the strange creature. An invisible coercion descended from the sky. At a speed that Luji couldn't perceive, it instantly distorted the space around the fourth-order weirdness into a whirlpool. The vortex kept squeezing the strange creatures. This fourth-order weirdness didn't even have time to roar, it was crushed into a cloud of blood mist. The whole process takes less than 1 breath. It is several times faster than Luji's speed of beheading the third-order weirdness. The key is that mysterious and huge coercion, even separated by tens of meters, Luji felt the slightest palpitation. He stared fixedly at the old man on the ground. The drunk easily crushed a fourth-order weirdo, but he acted like it had nothing to do with him. It seems that the whole world is not as good as that gourd of fine wine in his eyes. "Old man, where did you come from and why did you appear here?" Luji stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. The drunk old man turned over lazily without speaking. He lay lazily on the ground, eyeing Luji. Suddenly, the drunk old man said, "Little baby, your abilities are extraordinary and very promising. Old man, I see that you have great potential. How about it? Do you want to wander around Tiania with me, the old man, and roam the world?" The drunk man's question was abrupt and nonsensical. Luji was a little puzzled. "What do you mean by, I think you have good abilities and great potential, so come wander around Tiania with me? The logic of normal people would make a genius with outstanding talent go homeless." Luji felt that the old man was crazy and his brain was not working well. But Luji narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at him, and it was clear that this person was definitely not simple. The one-hand space crushed just now. Scary, that moment. Luji didn't react at all, and the old man easily killed the fourth-order weirdness in seconds. Such a powerful and mysterious awakened person claims to have taken a fancy to his talent at this moment, and wants to take him to wander around Tiania instead of fighting the world with his sword, which is really weird and funny. Luji's mind was full of thoughts, only feeling that the world is so big and full of wonders. He shook his head politely, rejecting the old man's proposal. "Thank you for your kindness. But now the world is recovering strangely, and human beings all over the world are in dire straits. My goal is not to just pass by and wander around Tiania, but to become the top powerhouse in the world and step into the Academy of the Holy Spirit." Luji's words are correct and precise, which can be regarded as expressing the ideal in his heart. However, the old man lying on the ground burst out laughing. This laugh is very strange. There is sarcasm, there is disdain, and arrogance. The old man got up from the ground, held the wine gourd in his hand, took a sip and said lightly, "Holy Spirit Academy, it's already rotten. When Luji heard it, his heart moved. Could it be that this mysterious, sloppy old man knows some secrets that no one knows? Luji cheered up and pricked up his ears, ready to continue listening to the shocking secret that was about to be revealed. Can the old man suddenly stop talking? Luji was speechless, vomiting blood depressed in his heart. Be sick. The old man made a start and commented on the Holy Spirit Academy in such a flat and pretended tone, Luji thought he had some unknown secrets. Just when Luji shook his head, he didn't intend to continue talking to this inexplicable drunk old man. His voice came again from behind. Hee little baby, the Holy Spirit Academy is not as beautiful as you imagined. You will never be able to resist order unless you are against the entire Holy Spirit Academy. Rebuild a new order. Luji froze, his pupils shrank, and his heart trembled. He immediately turned his head and saw a look of regret and mockery flashed across the face of the old man who looked sloppy and behaved crazy and strangely. Match the tone of what the old man said just now, just like. What has he been through? Luji was curious. What is the origin of this old man, talking so arrogantly, such a little thought in my heart? Luji was distracted and found that the old man had disappeared, like the night wind blowing. Come for a short time and go for a short time, nothing was left except for the terrifying blood mist on the ground. What an incomprehensible old man. Luji shook his head, unable to guess the origin of this person. But this incident also gave him a long-term mind. The Holy Spirit Academy is a holy place in the minds of all awakened people in the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, Luji had always aimed to enter the Holy Spirit Academy with his sister Luqingi. Work hard for it, fight for it. But I never thought about the origin of the Holy Spirit Academy and what charm it has that can attract awakened people from all over the world. Since it's a holy place, why would this drunk man say that? The more I think about it, the more confused I become. Luji simply stopped thinking about it, forced myself to forget about this, took out the compass, and continued to look for the strangeness after finding the right direction. The emergence of the 6th district greatly increases the chance of weird creatures appearing. Since Luji met the mysterious old man, he has encountered several strange 4th-order heads. This probability has almost increased several times, based on past experience. In the fog of weirdness in the 2nd area, except for the center where 100% of them will encounter a 4th-level weirdness, more than 90% of the other areas will only appear 3rd-level weirdness. But along the way, Luji personally beheaded no fewer than 5 Tier 4 weirdos. The 5 heads of Tier 4 are weird, except for 5 Tier 4 spirit crystals bursting out, there are no other special items. This made Luji quite regretful. Playing with the heavy spirit crystal in his hand, Luji glanced at the indication on the compass. The red dots on it are much less. Compared with when he first entered Lingang City, the number was less than 1/3. The weird thing is, the red dots marked on the compass seem to have a faint tendency to concentrate towards the center. How is this going? Luji looked suspicious in his heart. In the center of the fog, isn't there a most powerful strange creature that dominates everything? Why does the compass show that other strange creatures are also gathering towards the center of the fog? The arrival of the fog near the port this time reveals danger and weirdness everywhere. Luji thought for a while, intending not to follow the practice of previous actions and clean up one by one along the periphery. Instead, in one go, it went straight into the central fog. Find out what's going on in the center of the fog. Luji, who has made up his mind, no longer cares about the weird encounters along the way. He walked quickly and arrived at Liangking district of Lingang City at an astonishing speed. This place is also the center of this weird fog. As soon as Luji stepped into it, the scene in front of him was beyond his expectation. The scenery in front of me is extremely weird, large expanses of purple fog filled here, wandering aimlessly like a ghost. Luji's first reaction was to hold his breath, not to let himself inhale the purple mist. When things go wrong, there must be demons, and it is always right to be careful. Luji cautiously continued to move forward, finally. At the front of the purple mist, he saw other awakened ones. The appearance of a colleague made Luji subconsciously relax. Just the next glance, Luji immediately noticed something was wrong: strangeness. There are only 7 people in our dispatch this time, and there are at least a dozen awakened ones in front. Where did they come from? Luji cautiously observed the strange awakened ones ahead. A total of 13 people behaved very strangely. They are like walking dead, their body movements are stiff and twisted. Some had red eyes and exuded a violent aura. Some had ferocious faces, and their whole people fell into a state of crazy bloodthirsty. Some people showed fear and scratched the skin of their faces with their nails, exuding bloody scratches. Cannibalism, insane. Luji just stared at it for a few seconds. All of a sudden, there was darkness in front of his eyes, and then a strange whisper came from his ear. Like the murmur of a demon under the 9 nether yellow springs, the creepy ghost claws greasily dug into his chest, pinching the beating heart. Then squeeze it hard. Luji, greed, delusion and caution, joy, anger, sorrow and fear, a series of dark sides hidden in Luji's heart were awakened by whispers in his ears. Gradually, Luji's eyes also fell into ignorant madness, only one step away. He was about to turn into a walking dead exactly like the 13 people in front of him. Boom, crucial moment. Luji seized the last sliver of consciousness and launched the hellfire with all his strength. The raging flames instantly enveloped his whole body. Moment. All negative effects are gone. The weird and frightening purple mist seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and it didn't dare to approach the hellfire on Luji's body. The murmuring whisper was gone. That demagogic power was cut off by the hellfire. Luji only felt that his mood was cleared up. The brain is more transparent than ever. Huh, he gasped heavily. There was seriousness in his eyes, almost I got my way, the other side. A pair of straight and slender legs stepped slowly into the purple mist on black mid-top high-heeled shoes. Chen Beexu was wearing a pure white woolen sweater, and on her smooth and delicate neck was a pearl necklace exuding jewels. She held a dark red leather whip in her hand like a queen pacing. Now, Chen Beexu's eyes showed solemnity and shock. It turned out to be invisible and weird. This is only the 2nd district and there will be invisible and strange things. Could it be that the emergence of the 6th district caused this extremely low probability situation to happen? Chen Beexu frowned, looking around at everything around her. Intangible weirdness is much more difficult than tangible weirdness. Even if it can only be temporarily invisible, it is enough to cause headaches for the entire 2nd district, not to mention the weirdness of being completely invisible. And at this time, Luji has hellfire attached to his whole body, driving away Ziwu and Whispering Empress. Those 13 awakened who were behaving strangely and killing each other suddenly turned around and rushed towards Luji together. They are powerful, regardless of whether their minds are controlled or not. With so many awakened, the pressure is enough to make an ordinary awakened scalp tingle. Luji watched them calmly. Immediately there was a move in my heart. The hellfire wrapped around him was like a giant dragon roaring out of the sea of flames, waving a huge and vigorous figure soaring into the sky and flew towards the 13 people surgingly. The moment the hellfire erupted, the sea of flames was overwhelming. The fire dragon is like a gust of wind and lightning, swift as thunder. In an instant, all of them were trapped in place, unable to move. With Luji's current proficiency with hellfire, he can just trap enemies without burning them. Subsequently, Luji summoned a silver-white soul chain, 1 divided into 2 and 2 divided into 3. The breath split into 13 soul chains, penetrating through the awakened ones who were trapped by hellfire. Pulled out their souls. 13 light blue soul bodies were bound in the air by chains, struggling and moaning silently. In this way, only then did Luji discover it turned out that the souls and bodies of these 13 people were all entangled by a strange purple thread. Such appalling means not only made Luji full of doubts. Chen Beexu, who just arrived, was really stunned. Chen Beexu just rushed to Luji's side. As soon as he looked into his eyes, he saw 13 awakened people who had fallen into madness attacking him with claws and teeth. Among them, half or 4-star awakeners. He couldn't help Luji at all. How did this kid do it? Surprised. Chen Beexu also noticed the soul chains summoned by Luji. It is these 13 soul chains that travel through the invisible, gathering souls and locking souls and hooking out the souls of those awakened. Chen Beexu saw this scene clearly, but she who claims to be well-informed is also completely surprised at the horror of the soul chain at this moment. It can draw out the soul of a person and bind the soul. I have never heard of such a special method. Chen Beexu frowned and looked at the light blue souls in the sky and murmured in a low voice. Could it be that Luji has some kind of special weapon? Someone is coming from behind and Luji has already sensed it. The familiar voice of high-heeled shoes, no need to think about it, is the Vice President Chen Beexu. Luji didn't have the energy to be distracted. After all, there are still 13 awakened souls tied up in the sky waiting for him to deal with. If the soul leaves the body for too long, the body may become stiff and necrotic, so Luji has to hurry up. His eyes stared at the sky and his pupils flashed. Under the control of Luji's thoughts, strands of hellfire slowly approached those souls. Then the hellfire approached the purple line. At an extremely small distance, all the thin purple lines were burned. Moreover, there is no soul burned to the slightest. Such subtle operations. Today's Luji can already do it more proficiently. Burn the thin purple threads bound to the souls of these awakened one by one. Luji controls the soul chain to return their souls. After doing all this, fine sweat appeared on his forehead. Obviously, this kind of operation consumes a lot of mental effort. Wait until the moment when the soul chain will send their soul back to the body. Everyone trembled as if in place. Panic recovered. In their eyes, the negative colors such as bloodthirsty, madness, rage, and fear disappeared, and they were replaced by unprecedented clarity. Hoo. Everyone was breathing heavily, with deep fear and fear remaining on their expressions. It's too weird here. If you can't guard against it, you will be caught off guard. At the same time, the 13 awakened ones also turned their grateful eyes to Luji. At the moment when the soul was stripped, they all saw what Luji did. Luji saved their lives, and these people are naturally grateful, and gratitude mixed with deep shock. Everyone was enlightened, only Luji was not affected at all, ridiculously strong. Go back first, the environment here is too complicated. It's useless for you to stay. Seeing that they all recovered, Luji spoke slowly. The 13 awakened ones looked at each other and nodded. They have no way to deal with the purple mist. If they are controlled once, they will naturally be controlled a second time. But little brother, let's go together. Although you are powerful, this place is really too weird. It's better to report the information here to the association and let the association send more helpers. They were grateful to Luji and didn't want him to risk his life alone, so they said. Luji's expression was indifferent and he was just about to say something. At this time, a sudden change occurred. In the mist, countless strange faces appeared. These faces seem to have thousands of faces with different looks. All are smoky shapes, illusory and ethereal. These countless illusory faces poured out like a tide, turning all directions into a wall of human faces. After getting close to Luji's body, it suddenly opened its big mouth and devoured it at him. Luji looked at these illusory faces coldly without any fear. Pretending to be a ghost, Luji's eyes froze and endless hellfire roared out of his body. The raging hellfire is as violent as a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, those dense illusory human faces were swallowed up. Luji just stood proudly in the middle of the flames, like a king controlling the flames, behind him. The 13 awakened ones and Chen Beexu, who had just been dealt with by him, were shocked. The overwhelming fire waves in front of me are like waves of vast sea water. Eloquent, mighty as Tianwei, Gulu. Okay, so strong. They were dumbfounded. Luji's voice was reflected in their pupils, their throats trembled and they swallowed hard. As for Chen Beexu, both shock and surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. So this is his true strength. When Luji erupted with all his strength, the flames were so terrifying. Even invisible monsters can be hurt by his flames. The flames are monstrous, instantly devoured the invisible face. The waves of fire on Luji's body raced one after the other, like the tide beating against the sky. At this time, Luji's heart skipped a beat. His eyes have already discovered the real body of this strange creature pretending to be a ghost. Get out. Luji concentrated his thoughts and mobilized the source power of his whole body, outputting hellfire and burning it in one direction. Finally, a strange figure who resembled a neon sunny doll was forced out. It wears a pure white faceless man mask. The body is transparent darkness. Uncertain, walking between reality and nothingness. Luji didn't care if the weirdness was invisible or not. A large amount of hellfire was suddenly wrapped around his arm, and he transformed into a knight's spear, with flames burning at the tip of the spear, walking towards the faceless man strangely step by step. Walking. The soul chains blocked the faceless man's weird retreat. And Kaka bound its illusory body. Then Luji shot one by one, ruthlessly piercing through the invisible strangeness bound by the soul chain. The invisible and strange body was also quickly incinerated under the terrifying high temperature of the hellfire, and its transparent light black body also turned into nothingness. Done, call it a day. Luji stabbed Wei Wei with a single shot. The surrounding purple mist disappeared in an instant. And the surging hellfire gradually gathered in Luji's body. The soul chain escapes into the void. The flaming spear turned into a tongue of flame and pierced into Luji's arm. The world is clear. The moonlight enveloped the earth again. With a smile on the corner of Luji's mouth, he was very satisfied with his performance in this battle. Hellfire plus soul chains, for the invisible and weird, simply has an innate advantage. One can burn the soul, and the other can restrain the soul and send the spirit, complementing each other. You don't even need evil spirits to solve the weirdness easily. The intangible and weirdness that is extremely troublesome in the eyes of others is useless to Luji. Luji couldn't help but imagine. If more powerful abilities are activated in the future, I can even cross two weird areas. Behind Luji, the 13 awakened ones have been completely overwhelmed by Luji's supernatural power. All of them opened their mouths, their scalps tingling from shock. And Chen Beexu with her big charming eyes was even more curious about Luji's abilities. It can deal with invisible and strange fire abilities, which is interesting. At this time, Luji bent down and pocketed the spoils that exploded, a dark red spirit crystal, a black box. There is also a purple flower. Luji picked it up and couldn't help being surprised. Glass hyacinth. He had seen this flower in the weird illustrated book, but it was extremely precious, an extremely rare treasure that could bless the spiritual power of the awakened. Awakened people can improve their source power, improve their physical fitness, and even improve their natural abilities through practice. But it just can't improve mental power. From this we can see how precious the glass hyacinth that can bless spiritual power is. Did not expect. Here Luji actually burst out a flower. After Luji came back from Lingang City, he first took a hot bath. Wash away the tiredness all over your body. He locked the room and took out the spoils. 7 third-order spirit crystals, 6 fourth-order spirit crystals, the black box and the glass hyacinth. Luji did not rush to absorb the spirit crystal. He opened the black box first. Inside lay a blood Ganoderma lucidum quietly, and under the blood Ganoderma lucidum was still a bottle of potion. Luji took a look at the potion and learned that it was a panacea for improving the physical fitness of the awakened one. Although the awakened has powerful abilities, it is also a kind of support to increase the power, speed, and other indices. Luji has always paid more attention to his 6-dimensional comprehensive development. Therefore, he can be seen in the training room for a long time. Now that there is a potion with higher and more direct effect, the corner of Luji's mouth can't stop smiling. The other blood Ganoderma has the effect of enhancing the source power in the body. The more sources of power, the better for Luji. If one day, the source power in Luji's body is so powerful that it can't be exhausted. He can cast evil spirit form flat push on any weird fog. Luji withdrew his eyes from the treasure in his hand, stared straight ahead and took a deep breath. Pick up the potion, blood Ganoderma and glass hyacinth and start refining. Boom. The first is the medicine entrance. Spicy and stimulating. Luji even felt a surge in his internal organs. The powerful medicinal power violently entered all the cells in his body along his digestive system. A touch of blood-red faint fluorescence attached to Luji's body surface like the body of Dhamma. He is like Shura bathed in blood with scarlet power flowing all over his body. Under the skin, blood flows like a river. Wow, the vigorous vitality echoed in Luji's body. The ruthlessness and collision of the medicine at the beginning of the entrance gradually became gentle. Moistened things silently. Luji's skin became warm and moist from the beginning. As soon as he opened his eyes, a dazzling white light surged out from his pupils. He clenched his fists and felt that his physical fitness had improved by at least 30%. It's just medicine. Luji glanced at the unused blood Ganoderma and glass hyacinth without hesitation. Take them one by one. Boom, the powerful source power turned into tides, raging and vast. Life and death flowed in Luji's body, gushing endlessly. Boom, it was another cold and clear mental force, along the spine, climbing up to the nerves at the back of Luji's head. His pupils, which had glowed just now because of the potion that enhanced his physical fitness, turned blue again at this moment. Like the eye of wisdom, calm and powerful. Ding, congratulations to the enhancement of the host's strength. Reward Ghost Rider Template Fusion. Current Template Fusion Degree, 12%. While Luji's eyes were emitting a faint blue light, the voice of the system prompt came in the mind. The fusion degree has increased to 12%. My source power and physical body have almost reached the threshold of a 4-star Awakener. Luji murmured. If you add the Hellfire, Soul Chain, Evil Form, and Evil Motorcycle unlocked by the system, even Luji himself can't accurately determine the level of his actual combat power. Time left. Luji digested the spirit crystals one by one, then there is silent meditation. This moment, in the hall of the Psychic Association, a large group of 3- and 4-star awakened people gathered together, listening to a few people spitting and talking about something. Damn it, don't you know that Luji thief is so fierce? The 4th level, still invisible and weird, was completely burned by him alone. I was dumbfounded at the time. I wondered how could there be such a strong 3-star Awakener. One person singled out the invisible and weird and he could easily kill him. The one in the middle was talking about his experience vividly, and the shock of that day still seemed to remain in his eyes. And me. I was also at the scene that day. F***K, the scene at that time was really Jill's horror. The sea of flames was raging, the fire dragon roared and the volcano erupted. In short, that Luji is like an emperor who controls the flames of the world, shrouded in the sea of flames. He is so handsome. That's invisible and weird. A powerful existence that we can't even touch. At least it's something that only appears in the 3rd district and it was burned to death by Luji. You say, is it awesome? The people around listened with gusto, bright eyes. It was as if listening to what they said, he himself appeared on the spot. At this time, everyone thought about Luji's deeds again, recalling them one by one. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. Someone even slapped his thigh on the spot, calling out shit tilde. I just remembered that this guy is rumored to be a genius who was promoted from the 1st district to our 2nd district in a month. Do you still remember? Chu Qingchuan's death seems to have something to do with Luji. Chu Qingchuan brought a 5-star boss from the 3rd district to intercept him. As a result, Luji was fine, but Chu Qingchuan disappeared completely. He probably died without a whole body, and that 5-star boss died strangely in the mist. Inside, hearing someone talking about Luji's past, someone whispered in the corner, "Don't forget, Luji seems to have an F-level ability." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression froze and fell silent. Nima, ghosts believe that Luji is an F-level ability. Is there such a fierce F-level talent? It allows me to ignore invisibility, kill weirdness at higher levels, and kill 5-star bosses at higher levels. Labor and management are willing to have such an F-level ability. What are you doing? Gather here to gossip one by one, get rid of them all. During the brief silence, the top executives of the association came to chase away the people, so everyone dispersed. However, after this, Luji's reputation is already different. Everyone was shocked when they heard his record, but it was hard to imagine. The existence of an F-level ability can do this. Regarding the rumors from the outside world, other people pointed at them. Luji didn't care at all. He still trains, improves, and performs tasks on his own every day. It is worth mentioning that, since the last war, the invisible and strange appeared several times. It seems that the opening of the 6th district has completely touched a mysterious opening valve. The invisible and strange things that have caused headaches to awaken people in the 3rd area frequently appear in the 2nd area. Every time they appear, it represents a large number of casualties of the awakened people in the 2nd area. Luji naturally became a sharp blade dedicated to dealing with invisible and strange things. Over time, everyone's respect for Luji has been raised to a higher level. In the 2nd district, everyone knows that there is such a god of war. It was extremely ferocious, and there was nothing weird in the world that he couldn't handle. Gradually, Luji became a legend in the 2nd district. Half a month later, sitting cross-legged in the room alone, Luji slowly opened his eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully improving his strength. Reward Ghost Writer Template Fusion. Current template fusion rate 13%. 13% another improvement. A smile appeared on the corner of Luji's mouth. During this period of time, he did not slack off. The seemingly boring training, improvement, and execution of tasks allowed him to stabilize his strength and at the same time improve a little. Now it's time to go to the higher regions. Luji whispered. The resources in the 2nd district gradually became useless to him. He also felt that if he still stayed in the 2nd zone, the speed of becoming stronger might stagnate. Therefore, having made up his mind, Luji came to the president's office on the 5th floor of the association. Benedict, 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 come in. Luji opened the door calmly and saw Tan Kaolin, the president of the 2nd district, reading the newspaper and drinking tea leisurely, and a secretary in black was rubbing his legs in front of him. Seeing that it was Luji who came, Tan Kaolin first withdrew his legs, feeling a little suspicious in his heart. What did he come to find himself for? But still with a smile on his face, he asked, "Luji, why don't you come to my place today when you have time?" With that said, Tan Kaolin took a sip of tea while holding the thermos cup. Luji looked calm, looked at Tan Kaolin lightly and said, "I'm here to apply to go to the 3rd district." Puff, a sip of tea was sprayed out. Tan Kaolin hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He looked at Luji in shock. "How long have you been promoted to Samsung?" "About 2 weeks. Going to the 3rd district. The black silk secretary next to Tan Kaolin was also shocked, real or fake. How could someone want to go to the 3rd district after being promoted to 3 stars less than a month ago? What's the matter, so surprised? At this time, a female voice like a spring breeze came from the door. Hear his voice before seeing his face. As soon as Luji heard it, he knew who it was. Sure enough, a long leg first stepped into the door, and then a beautiful figure broke into everyone's sight. Chen Beexu's smiling face is free and easy and confident. Only now did Tan Kaolin realize his gaffe just now and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Then he looked at Luji seriously and said, "Luji, I have heard more or less about your deeds. It's just that you will be promoted to the 3rd district in such a short time. Isn't it too hasty?" The little secretary who was helping Tan Kaelin's feet was silent at the moment, shrunk in a corner like a little transparency. On the contrary, Chen Beexu's eyes lit up when he heard Tan Kaelin's words, and he looked at Luji with some surprise. She asked in disbelief. You have just been promoted to the 2nd district and you are going to the 3rd district. Luji has made up his mind, staying in the 2nd district is just a waste of time, so he nodded calmly. Hissed Tilda. Tan Kaelin took a breath of cool air, glanced at Luji twice, and marveled in his heart that he is indeed a young man with superb talent and high fighting spirit. Such a mentality is indeed a strong one. Chen Beexu also fell into a brief silence. She has witnessed the battle scenes where Luji goes all out and shows off his might. The strength it showed may indeed have reached the level of a 4-star Awakener if you count his various strange abilities. The comprehensive strength may really be enough. So Chen Beexu turned to look at Tan Kaelin and nodded slightly. Tan Kaelin Zin understood and told the little black silk secretary who was shrunk into a corner, arrange it and prepare to give Luji a star. Okay, President. The little secretary Hai Si agreed and trotted out with the documents in her arms. Before leaving the door, he looked back at Luji from time to time, as if he wanted to take a second look at what kind of monster this was. Luji stayed in the president's office to drink tea, and the news that he wanted to set a star and be promoted to the 3rd district also spread like wildfire. Originally in the Psychic Association, from time to time, 2 or 3 awakened people gathered to talk about Luji's past achievements. As soon as the news that he was going to be promoted to the Star Zone came out, everyone gathered together to watch and discuss. Too fast. Too fast? Is this really something that humans can do, to go from the 1st district to the 2nd district in 1 month, and to go from the 2nd district to the 3rd district in more than half a month? Off the scale against the sky. If Luji is really rated 4-star, I'm afraid he will break our record in the 2nd district. What a monster, I'm not as good as you. Everyone was amazed and poured into the star-fixing hall in the 2nd district. The inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors crowded at the door, looking inside. Luji came here under the leadership of Tan Kaelin and other high-level officials. He turned a blind eye to the appearance of the door, already used to this much-anticipated scene. In the first area, the awakened ones there also looked like this. Okay, Luji, stand on the test bench, Tan Kaelin said to Luji with a serious face. Okay, Luji nodded and slowly stepped up to the huge and sophisticated testing equipment. As he closed his eyes, he fully mobilized the source force in his body to form a resonance with the test system. The stars on the display also lit up one by one. The momentum is overwhelming. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Everyone stared at the logo on the instrument. Everyone didn't dare to breathe, as if they were afraid that their breathing would affect the normal operation of the equipment. Thump, 4 stars light up. Luji's realm has just reached the level of 4 stars. Boom. There was a sensation in the audience. Everyone froze for 2 seconds, their eyes widening. Then they all realized what a terrifying scene they had witnessed. The eyes of all the awakened onlookers looking at Luji have changed. Admiration, shock, inconceivable, unbelievable eyes are intertwined. The whole audience was dumbfounded, although many people speculated in advance that Luji would definitely reach 4 stars in this wave. But when the actual results do happen right in front of their eyes, on the contrary, many people are in a trance. We seem to have witnessed the birth of a legend. Finally, someone murmured. Luji, who was on the testing platform, walked off the testing platform in a stable mood. It is a well-thought-out thing to set a star with 4 stars. Next is the top priority. Luji walked up to the chairman Tan Kaelin and said calmly, President, can I enter the 3rd district now? Tan Kaelin still had wonder in his eyes at the moment. Facing Luji's question, he smiled and said, It's really a hero out of a boy. Luji, you successfully broke the historical record of our 2nd district. But when Tan Kaelin changed the topic, Luji subconsciously frowned. However, the procedures for crossing into the 3rd district are not that simple. In addition to reaching the minimum standard of 4 stars, you also need to pass a special assessment. Luji nodded, and he was promoted to the zone assessment, which he knew when he was in the 1st zone. So it's not surprising anyway, he believes that with his own strength nothing can stop him. So Luji nodded and agreed to the president's next task of arranging the assessment. Time flashed to the next day. The assessment is scheduled for 3 days later. Luji still insisted on training as before. He just finished a day of training today, took a shower and prepared to go for a walk. When passing by the hall of the association, I overheard a group of awakened people discussing something together. Really? Is Zhao Menjuan your cousin? One of the awakened ones opened his eyes wide, a little envious. Who doesn't know one of the 2 golden flowers in the 3rd district, Zhao Menjuan, a genius girl with a level talent, Another awakened person was bald and he said proudly, "Of course." With a bald head and eyes gleaming, he raised his eyebrows and continued, "My sister said that this operation in the fog will lead people to kill Luqingi. At that time in the entire 3rd district, only my sister will be the golden flower." Ah, this. The other awakened people looked embarrassed. They listened to the bald head's words and they were a little ruined. Many people know that the name of the golden flower in the 3rd district is for their youth, beauty, and talent, and they imagine that they may meet in the future and talk about a sweet love. As a result, now that Zhao Menjuan was so vicious, they couldn't accept it for a while. Luji, who was passing by, had a fusion of expressions. His eyes were burning, and he rushed into the crowd angrily, grabbed the bald man by the collar, and asked sharply, "What did you just say? Someone is plotting against my sister? Speak, tell me all you know." Under Luji's excitement, hellfire burst out of his hands unconsciously. The collar of the bald head was burnt to charcoal and he was stunned. Luji, you me. He couldn't speak clearly and his brain was muddled. Luji calmed down from the rage. His tone was as cold as ice and he said coldly, "You just said that someone is going to kill Luqingi and that person is your cousin." The other awakened ones were also forced back by the evil spirit on Luji's body and they refused to speak out. Only then did the bald man react. He widened his eyes and suddenly realized Luqingi, F***K, isn't Luqingi Luji's sister? This is really bad luck. I said, woo. At that moment, the bald-headed Awakener shook out all the news he knew. Turn out to be Zhao Menjuan from the 3rd district secretly contacted many people, intending to trip Luqingi and kill her before she goes to the 4th district. More inside story. The bald head is just a cousin who has a close relationship, so I don't know. Luji's back shivered from fear and his whole body was cold. He threw his bald head away, rushed to the room and called her sister Luqingi. Diddy can't get through. Luji looked anxious and he rushed to the 5th floor to find Chen Beexu and asked if there was a way to contact his sister. Chen Beexu was baffled by Luji, who suddenly broke in violently. Of course, she didn't have the means to contact a specific person. Luji also realized that he was really ill and went to the doctor in a hurry. But the worry about his sister in his heart forced him to think wildly. No, can't wait for the assessment. I must go to the 3rd district immediately. Luji doesn't care much. He rushed to the society square, straight forward to intimidate a helicopter pilot. With stern eyes, he said in an unquestionable tone, "Quick, go to the 3rd district." "Oh, good." Startled by Luji's cold eyes, the driver quickly agreed. And within the association, Chen Beexu was still frowning and thinking about what happened to Luji, why he lost his composure all of a sudden. Then I heard the roar of the helicopter propeller turning. Chen Beexu's clever mind instantly understood Luji's thoughts. Although he didn't know his purpose, he wanted to force his way into the 3rd district. This kid, high-level awakened people can go to low-level weird areas at will, but low-level awakened people cannot go to high-level weird areas. He is a 4-star awakened person. He broke into the 3rd district without being assessed. Is he looking for death? Chen Beexu frowned, a little worried about Luji's safety. He broke into the high-level area like this. Even if he didn't die at the hands of a high-ranking weirdo, he might still face sanctions from the 3rd District Psychic Association. Think here. Chen Beexu turned his gaze to his desk side and dialed the number of the person in charge of the 3rd District, the other side. Luji sat on the helicopter, looking at the distance of the 3rd District, not knowing what he was thinking. They have been driving for more than 5 hours and are about to reach the 3rd District. The pilot in front had been flying continuously for so long, his eyes were bloodshot. Sitting in the cockpit, he wondered why no one stopped them. In the 3rd area, even the airspace will be guarded. If you break in rashly, the situation is serious and you will even be shot down. Today, it came so smoothly. The helicopter hovers and lands. Luji was preoccupied and hurried to the 3rd District Psychic Association as soon as he got off the plane. The staff here was noisy, and no one noticed that he only had a 4-star badge on his shoulder for a while. Going straight to the front desk, Luji swallowed his saliva and tried to calm down before asking, "Excuse me, can I check the whereabouts of Luqingi?" The lady at the front desk glanced at Luji and frowned. How could she casually reveal the information about the awakened person? "Are you, Luji?" Sudden, a light and pleasant female voice came from the side. Luji turned his head and saw a pretty girl in an elegant yellow dress. "You are?" The girl in the yellow skirt stared at Luji's face for another 2 seconds before she smiled. "You don't know me, I'm your sister's best friend Baizhiki, and you are Qingyi's younger brother Luji. She showed me your picture." The girl in yellow skirt Baizhiki walked around Luji with her little hands behind her back before confirming. Luji's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly grabbed her arm and asked, "Sister Chi, do you know the whereabouts of my sister?" Luji lowered his voice and whispered into Baijiki's ear. "My sister is in danger." Baijiki looked at Luji suspiciously. "How is that possible? But I can tell you where she is. Your sister went to Wannan City to perform a mission in the strange fog. It's not far from here, about an hour's drive." Thanks. Luji knew that time was precious at this time, and it was not the time to explain, so he hurriedly left with a word of thanks. When he was about to walk out of the gate of the association, two five-star awakened people noticed Luji. They blocked up and asked sharply, "You, a four-star awakened person, why did you come to the 3rd district? Do you have a letter of recommendation from the 2nd district?" Luji stared at them both coldly, bumped into them without saying a word. The two five-star awakened were furious. A little four-star awakened person who breaks into high-level areas doesn't even respect them. Find a fight. These two were just about to make a move. Luji stared at him and the hellfire surged up in an instant. The terrifying high temperature directly knocked the two five-star powerhouses to the ground. Half of their hair was burnt, and they were in a state of embarrassment. Luji beat them both and continued on their way without saying a word. And Baijiki, a girl in a yellow skirt, covered her cherry lips with a small hand. Her eyes were surprised. 4-star instantly defeated 2 5-star. Luji had just left the 3rd District Psychic Association for less than 10 minutes. Another figure of Yuji rushed over. Chen Beexu went straight to the high-level office of the association building, and by some means learned that Luji had left. She stood in an office on the upper floor of the building, looking out the window, frowning. This kid is only in the 4-star realm. If he went to the 3rd area of the strange mist, he might die. Even if he is really strong enough, if he kills someone, this kind of infighting behavior will definitely be judged by the Psychic Association. Chen Beexu sighed, his eyes dim. What a worry-free little b******. Say it. She hurried downstairs and rushed over in the direction Luji left. In the 3rd district, there is a strange fog in Wannan City. The corner of Luqingi's mouth was bleeding, and Zhu Jian knelt on one knee. In front of her, surrounded by 5 awakened people with ferocious smiles. On the shoulder badges of these 5 people, there are 6 shining stars. "Run, why don't you keep running?" Zhao Menjuan took the lead with a look of resentment and jealousy on her face and looked down at Luqingi from above. "Aren't you very capable? My SS-level supernatural genius, our #1 golden flower in the 3rd district, Miss Luqingi. You be ***ch, you actually want to be equal to me. Ha 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 ha." Zhao Menjuan seemed to have the winning ticket in her hands, admiring the manicure she just made, and said casually, "It's a pity that you fell into my hands today. Such a delicate beauty will be killed by me soon. I don't know if the news spreads, will someone shed tears for you?" Luqingi clenched her red lips and stared at Zhao Menjuan with a pretty face stubbornly, like an unyielding saint who never showed any weakness even when she was seriously injured by the siege. Unfortunately. Luqingi felt bitter in her heart, and she would never see her younger brother again. She is really not reconciled, unwilling to die like this. "I'm sorry, Luji, my sister can't fulfill the promise to enter the Holy Spirit Academy with you." As soon as Luqingi thought of this, she thought of her younger brother, closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. Boom, sudden, a burst of fire sounded. Then the monstrous flames swept across the sky and descended with an unstoppable force. Vaguely, in this sea of flames, one could even hear the roar of the giant dragon. Zhao Menjuan was forced to retreat again and again. She and the other 5-6-star awakened were shocked. The scorching heat couldn't even defend against the spiritual weapons and instruments in their hands. Zhao Menjuan's hand holding a crystal scepter was even faintly trembling. Her crystal scepter almost showed signs of melting. "What kind of flame is this?" She screamed and screamed, her expression terrified. A figure walked out of the turbulent flames. Like an evil spirit walking out of the night, accompanied by the sound of roaring engines. Luji stepped out of the vast hellfire, his eyes were cold. He stared at the group headed by Zhao Menjuan and said word by word, "Move, my sister. None of you want to live today." At the end of the straight and narrow street, there is a sea of fire boiling in the dark night. The hellfire soaring into the sky is like opening the sky, eroding the pure dark night. Luji's whole body was wrapped in tumbling fire, boiling like sea waves. The flames are monstrous. The terrifying heat wave seemed to be higher than the sun, and the air was burnt dry and burst. The asphalt road on the ground is like a pond, and it is dripping and melting. The walls on both sides of the street peeled off in pieces, and there was a sizzling sound of being scorched into rolls during the fall. Black smoke filled the air, winding up like a dragon. The steel melted, and dark red deep molten iron flowed on the surface. Luji is like a demon at this moment. Vaguely, people seemed to be able to see the most evil and powerful hell devil attached to him. The flames soared into the sky, and outside the churning hellfire was black smoke, molten iron, and twisted void. He walked step by step as if he wanted to turn the world into purgatory. Gulu. Zhao Menjuan involuntarily took 2 steps back with her legs, and her eyes were filled with flames. Horrible heat waves came one after another, and the buildings on both sides of the road were already overwhelmed by the heat, shivering and about to collapse. The high temperature distorted the void, and even Zhao Menjuan's vision of Luji became deformed. Her pupils trembled, she was indescribably shocked and confused. The other 4 6-star awakeners were also shocked. They all looked at Luji, deeply shocked by the monstrous flames on Luji's body and the indescribable spectacular scene. "Did we come to hell?" some of the 5 murmured. "In the 3rd district, how could there be such a powerful awakened person? Could it be that he is a top powerhouse in a more advanced area?" Zhao Menjuan looked at the other side of the world. The monstrous sea of fire was melting the arrogance in her heart. Her heart trembled and her whole body seemed to surrender under this sea of flames. What kind of strong man against the sky is the comer, who has such a terrifying ability? Trembling, Zhao Menjuan pursed her lips, feeling unwilling. She secretly hates, she is resentful. She was annoyed that she was only 1 step away from fully understanding Luqingi. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, such a mysterious and powerful strange awakener came. The 5 6-star awakened who came together to intercept and kill Luqingi were all shocked at this moment. Don't even dare to move in the slightest. Only Luqingi looked at the other side of the street in astonishment. "That's my own brother, Luji." Her eyes were full of surprise. "Why did my brother come to the 3rd district?" Low-level awakened people are not allowed to trespass into high-level areas without a letter of recommendation. Luqingi was both relieved and anxious. She never imagined that the person who brought the colorful, auspicious clouds to save her at the last moment of life and death was her favorite brother. Ari, the strength of the younger brother is still not enough. Facing the teaming up of 5 6-star awakened people, and he was seriously injured, how could he be an opponent? Suddenly, someone noticed with sharp eyes that there are only 4 golden 5-pointed stars on Luji's shoulders. Zhao Menjuan also discovered this detail at the same time. She stared wide-eyed, a little unbelievable at first. After staring at Luji's shoulder for a second time, he finally made a decision. "The comer is just a mere 4-star awakener." Ha 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 ha. Zhao Menjuan, who discovered this scene, laughed immediately and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, she also felt the humiliation of being frightened by a 4-star awakened just now. Duh. Zhao Menjuan twisted her hips, took a few steps forward with an arrogant attitude and said mockingly, "Looking at the power, I thought it was a 7-star awakener. I played tricks for a long time, but it turned out to be a 4-star trash." "What did you call this B****ch just now, sister?" Oh, Zhao Menjuan's eyes were full of sarcasm and pleasure. She looked at Lulu with a very contemptuous look and said with a light smile, "So you are Luqingi's useless younger brother with an F-level ability. Just right, come and bury your sister with you." At the end, Zhao Menjuan's tone was already gritted with jealousy and madness. Luji's whole body was bathed in flames and his eyes were cold. He ignored Zhao Menjuan's vicious sarcasm and just waved with Cayenne Rai. "Create a line of fire that temporarily separates the 2 sides. Then put away the flames on her body and walked straight to her sister Luqingi's side." Luji took out a bottle of healing potion from his arms and said softly, "Sister, take the potion to heal your wounds first. If you delay for a long time, it won't be good if you leave a hidden disease. Next, leave it to me to handle." Luji's gentle words briefly soothed Luqingi's already desperate heart. Luqingi sat on the ground blankly, looking at Luji's face, as if she saw the face of her childhood again, always following behind her like a follower. Her sister kept yelling like a brat. In a blur, that once familiar and lovely face has turned into this clean and handsome boy in the blink of an eye. There is a warm and healing smile on the corner of the boy's mouth, which can drive away the darkness in the world. This moment. The night sky seemed to be woven into a large, quiet net, gently covering the heads of the siblings. 5 meters away from the siblings, there was a circle of blazing fire. The line of fire separated the distance between Zhao Menjuan and Luji like a moat. Staring blankly, Luqingi took the healing potion handed over from her younger brother and drank it down in one gulp. She was anxious to quickly recover from her injuries and wanted to struggle to get up in front of Luji. But because of the heavy posture, he fell back to his seat in pain. Luji gently pressed his hands on his sister's slender shoulders. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. But Luqingi's eyes were anxious. She was seriously injured and coughed up blood, fell to the ground and couldn't stand up. Knowing that she could not protect Luji, she could only eagerly look at her younger brother Luji and persuade, "No, brother, go away." The five of them are six-star awakeners, and each of them can crush the existence of the second district. You are not their opponent, get out of here quickly, however. Luji got up slowly, and the terrifying and high-temperature hell flames gradually appeared on his body surface again. In a trance, the king from hell descends from heaven again. He turned around and looked at Luqingi's pupils. In addition to the beating flames, there was also the most heartwarming tenderness. Luji looked at his sister and smiled. "When I was young, my sister protected me. This time I will protect my sister. Stop talking, turn around." The gentle look on Luji's face suddenly turned serious. Like a furious king who is about to hold the power of fire and execute those subjects who dare to offend, warmth is reserved for one's own family. Killing is reserved for the enemy. Humph. Chichai the B **ch is hypocritical. Have you finished? Unconsciously. The five major six-star awakeners headed by Zhao Menjuan have changed their formation and locked the siblings firmly in one corner. The five of them spread out around the flame that Luji threw out in order to ensure that neither Luji nor Luqingi could escape. Only, does Luji need to escape? The eyes of the five were full of jokes. Since they confirmed that Luji is only a four-star awakened person, their mentality has been relaxed a lot. Therefore, looking at Luji's eyes is like staring at a grasshopper waiting to be crushed to death. The difference between 4 stars and 6 stars is more than 10 times. From the third district, anyone who goes to the second district will be able to run through all the weird fog there. The gap between the two great realms is enough to ignore all side methods. Zhao Menjuan stared at Luji with a sneer. "Since a little 4-star awakener dares to come here to seek death, you can't blame me for being cruel." Luji has already walked over. Luqingi's persuasion was ineffective, so she closed her eyes in silence. Her dignified and beautiful face is resolute at the moment, and the energy in her body is constantly stimulating the volatilization of the healing potion. This moment, the younger brother Luji has fallen into a desperate situation. I must hurry up to recover and then help him. "Brother Big Tiger, since this kid's supernatural attribute is fire, why don't you go up and tease him first?" At this time, Zhao Menjuan seemed to have a winning ticket. She folded her arms, stared at Luji with disdain, and said to a companion with an unusually strong physique. "Crack." Doug grinned grinningly and walked forward. He was gearing up, staring at Luji with cat-mouse eyes, licked his lips and said, "Boy, don't you want to protect your sister? I'm here to play with you." Boom. After finishing speaking, an astonishing aura erupted from Dum's body. The source force from the 6-star awakened scoured the surrounding air, forming whistling sound waves. Pieces of hoarfrost spread out under this person's feet. Luji lowered his indifferent eyes, knowing that he has a frost attribute ability. "Heh, seeing that I am of the fire attribute, why did you send someone with the ice crystal attribute to fight me?" Luji chuckled in his heart, but he was completely unafraid. 6-star awakened person, the attributes are incompatible, so what? He stepped out. A circular wave of fire rippled along with his footsteps. Flames and fire waves swept away along the surface, climbing towards Dum's legs. Small tricks. Seeing that Luji really dared to confront him, Du Hu's face turned cold. I saw him stamp his right foot. The condensed frost instantly thickened and strengthened, and his lower body was frozen into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. After the hellfire sent by Luji collided with the frozen ice sculpture made by Du Hu, the ice and fire fought against each other. The fierce collision made a sizzling sound. A dense white mist filled the air. Dum's whole body was covered by the white snow produced by the flames melting the solid ice. Zhao Menjuan and other 6-star powerhouses frowned slightly. The ability of a 4-star awakened person can actually fight against a 6-star awakened person like Dahu. Zhao Menjuan's eyes were gloomy, a little surprised. Logically speaking, Luji, a 4-star awakener, has no way to survive against Du Hu, who is 2 levels higher than him. His fire ability is not suppressed as a success. Doctor. The first wave of supernatural power collision between the two sides unexpectedly evenly matched. Oh shit. At this time, Dewey, who was covered in white mist, cursed in a low voice and rushed out of the mist. He bent his arms, and then his whole body surged with force, and the crystal clear blue ice quickly stretched out along his arms. Then it turned into 2 long ice swords more than 2 meters long, pointing at Luji's head from afar. Luji's face was calm and he just slightly raised his right arm. Tang, the hellfire climbed up and a huge flaming sword was born. Die. After Dum made 2 giant ice swords, he gave a loud shout. The whole person leaped up to a height of 10 meters, raised the ice giant sword that was still emitting a cold white air, aimed at Luji's head and chopped it down. Don't want. Luqingi seemed to realize something, and she hurriedly opened her eyes as she was trying to heal her injuries. Dewey jumped up, and the scene that he was about to straddle Luji's head with his huge yellow water sword came into view. She couldn't help but exclaimed. Luji, run! Zhao Menjuan and the others sneered, waiting for Luji to be split in half. However, a golden flame streaked across the air. Everyone felt a bright sun flashing past in front of their eyes. It was as if a frightening sword light pierced the night sky. The next moment, Luji's right arm hangs upside down naturally, and the flaming giant sword attached to his arm still breathes out the ultimate flame. But on the ground there are more pieces of ice on the ground. Ice scum all over the ground, still emitting white gas. Dumb, on the other hand, stared at his arm with an ugly expression. Damn boy, the ability can actually confront my Xuanbing head-on. I'm a 6-star Awakener who is 2 big realms taller than this kid. Do who watch the change in Luji's eyes? This kid is weird. On the contrary, Luji looked composed. As if smashing the opponent's giant ice blade with a single sword, it's perfectly normal. As far as his current strength is concerned, he has already surpassed the category of a normal awakened person. If Luji's combat power is judged by the ordinary realm, I'm afraid he won't even know how he died. As early as when he was 3-star before him, he could kill Ma Jing, who was a 5-star Awakener. Not to mention that it has 4 stars now, and there are means such as Hellfire, Soul Chain, and Evil Spirit Motorcycle, with full force down. Even Luji himself doesn't know where the limit of his strength is. Zhao Menjuan on the side frowned, feeling even more displeased and irritable. She urged Doug, Dahu, don't play with him, hurry up and make a quick decision. Luqingi, who was healing her injuries cross-legged at the foot of the wall, breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest, as long as her brother is fine. Hee, good boy, I didn't expect your fire ability to be quite domineering. The expression on Dum's face also became gloomy. With a wave of his hand, the ice slag that fell to the ground quickly gathered together to form a huge ice ball. His gaze was no longer the teasing and contemptuous look it was before, but instead it was filled with a deeply hidden tyranny and cruelty. I am a dignified 6-star awakened person, and I am even tied with a 4-star awakened person one after another. If it gets out, I'm afraid everyone in the 3rd district will laugh at it. Die to me, boom. With the roar of the tiger, the giant ice puck in front of him suddenly split into countless sharp ice cones. The ice pick exudes a threatening cold, and its sharpness seems to be able to pierce all defenses in the world. Die, whoosh, 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 hundreds of ice picks shot at Luji at supersonic speed. Luji's gaze was fixed, and then an astonishing momentum erupted. He mobilized the source power in his body, spurring out an incomparable hell flame, forming a swirling flame-round shield in front of him. Ice meets flames, this moment. Hundreds of ice spikes all fell into the flame shield in front of Luji. No matter how low the temperature of these ice spikes is, no matter how hard these ice spikes are. After colliding with the flame shield formed by Luji, all of them melted into ice water, and the ice water was evaporated by high temperature. Zzzzzzzz. Accompanied by a fierce sound, there was a white mist in front of Luji. The swirling flames spin and burn everything, until all the ice spikes are burned. Dahu's face turned pale with shock. With a face full of disbelief, he murmured, "How is this possible?" Next second, Luji stepped out of the thick white mist. He stared at Dum with indifferent eyes, and at some point in his hand there was a bell as moist as ivory. Finished. Then it's my turn, finished. Luji gently shook the soul-destroying bell in his hand. The soul-stirring sound waves penetrated the air and reached Duo's mind. A whirlwind of dizziness hit him. Dum's body froze for a moment and then trembled, his movements unbalanced. But he is worthy of being a 6-star Awakener. The powerful soul-destroyer bell only confuses him for a short second. A second later, Dum quickly woke up. However, if a master fights, 1 second is enough to determine the outcome. Luji stretched out his 5 fingers and violent flames had already erupted. The flame blast slammed into Dum's chest brazenly. Puff. It wasn't until Dum's eyes regained clarity that his body was thrown upside down by the hellfire. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He knelt down and was seriously injured. The scene was quiet, except for the sound of Dum spitting blood. No one else made a sound. Zhao Menjuan's eyes were full of shock. What did she see? A mere 4-star Awakener, against the trend, actually seriously injured a 6-star Awakener? In the eyes of the other 3 6-star powerhouses, the eyes looking at Luji also changed wildly. No longer treated lightly just now. What the hell? The 4 stars are seriously injured and the 6 stars are still incompatible with each other. How perverted is this kid? Could it be that this kid's abilities are higher than those of his sister Luqingi? Horrible conjectures couldn't help but arise in their hearts, and everyone was trembling all over and couldn't help shivering. And the most shocking, nothing is better than Luqingi, who is still in the process of healing. Her lips parted slightly, the king of beautiful eyes was full of shock and astonishment. A heart beat violently as if it had been swept by a violent shock. Luji, how could he be so powerful? Is this really my brother? Finally. Zhao Menjuan recovered from the deep shock. She gritted her teeth and said to the other 6-star companions, "Go together, kill this kid to death." Several other people also came back to their senses. His eyes are fierce and vicious. Now that the enemy has been formed, the other party is still such a talented boy against the sky. It is even more necessary to kill it in the cradle, so as not to suffer future troubles. Kill! The three of them rushed forward and shouted in unison. In an instant, gorgeous and dangerous supernatural light illuminated the entire street. Luji's eyes were fixed, and he took a step forward to meet him. He wants to push the battlefield forward and protect the comfort of his sister Luqingi. Bang. The raging flames rolled and attached to Luji's body. He is like a brilliant sun, as bright as a sun. The light is so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at it. The temperature is pressing, and the waves of fire are scorching, and they are frightened. A 6-star powerhouse jumped up and stood on the eaves. He was condescending with his fingers together, and a terrifying air bomb popped out between his fingers. Luji reacted quickly and dodged to the left. Boom. The air ejected into the air, blasting a big hole in the ground. The violent sound was like artillery bombardment, shaking people's eardrums. Looking at the potholes on the ground, Luji was startled, secretly saying that they are all 6-star powerhouses. They are 2 realms higher than their own, and their attacks are really terrifying. If this fingertip air bomb bombarded the human body, it would be bloody and bloody. Ghost winding, there was a soft drink. But when Luji was frightened by the power of the air bomb, another female 6-star awakened person cast her own ability. A black-green thorn that was as thick as an adult's arm appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The thorns danced in the air like cold, poisonous snakes. The speed is extremely fast. One ejection will wrap around Luji's body and then use the tiny spikes covered with thorns to inject the deadly toxin into his body. Luji could even see the poisonous cold aura on those spikes. Soul Chain, on a critical occasion. With a move in Luji's heart, he summoned a silver-white soul chain from the void. Clang! The soul chains and the ghost thorns collided fiercely, and there was a metallic roar. The face of the female 6-star awakened person changed. She never expected that Luji would have such tricks. It was another fingertip air ejection. Luji once again dodged by relying on his extraordinary agility and reflexes. Immediately, a flaming spear appeared in his hand, aimed at the man on the eaves and shot. The fire was swift, and the spear was as fierce as thunder, piercing through the entire eaves in the blink of an eye. The horrific heat melted the bricks. That 6-star powerhouse was dangerous, and he could barely avoid it. The monstrous fire was overwhelming. Tongues of fire blazing across the sky from time to time stirred in the quiet night sky. Luji's firepower was fully fired, and he was on par with the 3 6-star awakened ones. Damn, why is this kid so wicked? Speed, reaction, strength, source power. There is not a single weakness. How exaggerated is this kid's 6-dimensional attribute? Is it possible for him to do everything? Hit and hit. The 3 awakened ones found themselves and others joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to Luji. I was shocked and anxious. They never imagined that there would be such a person with almost perfect 6-dimensional qualities like Luji in this world. The center of the battlefield is already a mess. The streets that were originally intact were turned into ruins. A deep pit several meters wide, burnt bricks. Reinforced concrete melted into molten iron. Tragic traces are everywhere. Luji relies on the soul-destroying bell, the soul chain, and the surging hellfire. An artificial line of demarcation has been drawn. Everyone don't cross the line. He protected his sister Luqingi well behind her back. Luqingi was already stunned. She was dumbfounded and stared blankly at the younger brother who was in the middle of the battlefield, who was like a god of war. She was in a trance, feeling like an unrealistic dream. This is my brother. My little brother, is he really that powerful? There were astonishing movements, violent explosions, and waves of fire rushing to the sky from time to time. Naturally, it attracted the attention of other awakened people in this foggy area, on the square about 600 meters away from here. There is a 3-person team that has just solved the weirdness here and is resting heavily. Sudden, they were all startled by the movement in the distance. One by one, their eyes widened and they looked towards Luji's sky. F***K, Nanshan, what happened there? How big is it? The man called Nanshan was also full of surprise, and he frowned. It may be that our people are in trouble. Hurry over and have a look. The 3 rushed towards Luji immediately. The distance of 600 meters is so short, after a while. They followed the movement and found here. It's just that as soon as they arrived and caught their eyes, Nanshan and the others were dumbfounded. This shit, what's going on? Are you fighting among yourself? Someone next to him exclaimed. Damn it, Nima beat 3 of them. Nanshan rubbed his eyes even harder, his face full of shock and disbelief. He was dumbfounded and felt that his life had been impacted. That person is a 4-star Awakener. The 2 younger brothers beside Nanshan were also stunned on the spot, their eyes wide open. Really? 1 4-star, 3 6-star? Aren't the world just kidding me? Outside the battlefield, Zhao Menjuan almost looked stupid. She never imagined that she would encounter such a stubborn stubble one day. Let me ask you, who in the 4-star realm can fortify 3 6-star awakened people with their own strength? Why can't even Wei Qingshan, the dean of the Holy Spirit Academy today? In addition to the deep shock in her heart, there are also countless jealousy and resentment. Why? How can Luqingi, a S***T, overwhelm me? Even her good-for-nothing younger brother with F-level ability is so perverted. Why is God so unfair? I want them dead, I want them dead. Under Zhao Menjuan's distorted face, which was about to deform, was crazy jealousy. She noticed Nanshan and the others coming, forcibly suppressed the extreme feeling of going crazy in my heart. Zhao Menjuan knew that she couldn't delay any longer. Things are not quite right. In order to avoid getting bigger and bigger, she urged the 4 people on the battlefield. Stop procrastinating, you guys. Quick battle, kill this kid and her sister and leave. Zhao Menjuan's words spread to the ears of the 3 on the battlefield. The complex expressions on these 3 faces are wonderful. What the hell? You can stand and talk without back pain. Quick fix, don't we want quick fix? How difficult is this kid to deal with, do you know? Those who have never fought against Luji can't understand his terror at all. Almost perfect 6-dimensional quality, no shortcomings can be found. The hell flames, which are powerful enough to overwhelm all of them with supernatural powers, burn their patience all the time. In order to resist this high temperature, the 3 participants had to expend a lot of energy to protect their bodies. Not to mention that this kid still has a troublesome alien bell in his hand and a silver chain of unknown material tilde. Leaping, Armin, Ahui, hold on, I'm here to help you. There was a loud shout. It was Duhu, who was seriously injured by Luji before. His face was ruddy. Obviously, he had taken some extremely effective healing medicine just now. At this moment, with a loud roar, endless cold white mist erupted all over his body. Countless crystal clear and sharp ice crystals suddenly appeared on the ground. The ice crystal blade is as beautiful as a luxurious work of art, but the danger contained in it is so thrilling. A beautiful but dangerous road of ice crystals spread all the way to Luji's feet. The other 4 dodged in tacit understanding, apparently cooperating for a long time. Click, 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 click. The ground cracked and the frosty air even permeated both sides of the road. In the whole sky, the temperature blue has decreased a lot. Luji stared coldly at the ice crystal blade that looked like Lin Hai and kept dodging. The world fell into a sea of ice crystals. No matter where Luji retreated, the sharp ice crystals would find his body under Doug's mind control. Luji panted lightly. As long as one of Mandy's frozen blades hits, I'm afraid life will have to be confessed here on the spot. The supernatural talents of the 6-star awakened people are far beyond the imagination of the 1st district and the 2nd district. Luji kept dodging and fell into a passive state for a while. Haha boy, do you know the difference between 4 stars and 6 stars? I try my best, but you can only crawl like a little mouse. Ha 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 ha. Duhu's mocking sarcasm made the others laugh too. They met each other's eyes and the tacit understanding was self-evident. The body of the woman who cast Ghost Coil before quietly disappeared in the dark shadows. The other side. Luji was still retreating quickly and cautiously. He made up his mind to pay attention. For the opponent to cast such a large-scale skill, it must consume a lot. Just survive this wave of offensive, then it's your own pace. Luji thought so in his heart, I don't know. Behind him, a ghostly figure emerged from the corner of darkness. Wang Wang Hao. Puff. In a flash, holding a sharp blade, the ghostly figure jumped up from the darkness, catching the gap where Luji was concentrating on avoiding Du's ability. A handful of spiritual soldiers pierced through his body fiercely. The smooth, muffled sound of the sharp blade passing through the body resounded. The ghostly woman succeeded in one blow and retreated quickly to prevent Luji from breaking out and pulling her back. Tick, tick, blood drops. Luji's chest was stained red with blood. There was a blood hole the size of a bowl and the hemorrhoids shot out blood incomparably. Boom! Looking at her younger brother's body pierced by spirit soldiers, Luqingi's beautiful eyes suddenly opened. A real anger instantly burned in Luqingi's pupils. She burst into a rage, no longer caring about her unhealed injury, and struggled to get up. Far away, Nanshan and the others who rushed over sighed deeply. They shook their heads, and after all, this talented kid was useless. It's a pity 4 6-star powerhouses are hard-pressed at the 4-star level. If they grow up, I'm afraid they are destined to become supreme. Although I don't understand why the two warring parties are fighting, but Nanshan and others still felt deep regret for Luji. Hee, the gnat may shake the tree, defeating the Jin army. It's your kind. Zhao Menjuan walked in front of the crowd without knowing when. With a sneer on her face, she looked down at Luji condescendingly. The expression on her face almost fully interpreted the success of the villain. Zhao Menjuan is in a good mood at this moment. The previous worries and shocks are all gone. What genius, what monster. No, I'm still killed here by her, however. A chuckle suddenly spread. But Luji is laughing. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. As if he was seriously injured, pierced through his body by the sharp blade of a spiritual weapon, he could still be ignored lightly. You guys, it's too early to laugh. Luji looked confidently at Zhao Menjuan in front of him and said with a smile. Zhao Menjuan was frightened by his smile and took a few steps back. Her expression froze. Those 6-star awakened people brought by Zhao Menjuan also showed puzzled expressions, especially a Hui. The woman who stabbed her spiritual weapon into Luji's body with her own hands was even more puzzled. Nan Shan and the others on the other side were also puzzled. Why is this kid laughing even when he's about to die? When everyone is confused, evil spirit form open. Luji sounded softly. Tang, a golden flame clung to Luji's body. His eyes instantly became ethereal and majestic. Boom. 2 flaming hellfires ignited in Luji's eye sockets. The flames clung to every corner of Luji's body inch by inch. In the process, Luji also got up slowly. Accompanied by his leisurely standing up, the terrifying and mysterious flames of hell also repaired the wounds pierced through his chest one by one. Roar. It was as if there was a devil roaring in the dark. All of Luji's bodies were transformed in an instant. The previous mortal body disappeared. Instead, there are dense white bones that look like evil spirits. Hellfire, wraith form, the shape change is complete. Luji just flicked lightly. He pulled out the spirit weapon stuck in his chest. Then give it a firm grip. Click, the spirit soldier was easily crushed by the flame palm. What was broken together was Xin Ling, who Zhao Menjuan and others had just recovered. They were suddenly horrified. Looking at Luji's eyes is like seeing a ghost. How can that be? Elementalization, could it be that you are a heavenly powerhouse? Zhao Menjuan was so frightened that she lost her voice. Her shrill voice was hysterical. Impossible. You are just a waste with F ability, but you are only in the 4-star realm. You are not a heavenly powerhouse. The 4 companions around her had frightened expressions and their pupils shrank a little. Elementalize, that's elemental. From the beginning of awakening, the human race has been cultivating to the realm of 9 stars, but they still cannot comprehend the essence of elementalization. Elementalization, that is beyond the 9-star awakening state, exclusive to the heavenly powerhouse. In other words, even Chu Ching Hai, Chu Qingchuan's big brother, couldn't use the elemental ability. And now, Zhao Menjuan and the others watched a mere 4-star awakened person perform elementalization face to face. This kind of impact was indescribably strong. Elementalization. Luqingi had just stabilized from the rage, and now she was also in a daze. She didn't expect her younger brother Luji to be so powerful, but even more unexpected that Luji can be elementalized. Nanshan and others who came to watch the battle stared at Luji with dull eyes. It is rumored that a heaven-level powerhouse can turn the body into elements and use supernatural powers to extend into all things, turning the heaven and earth into their own supernatural powers. If it is a fire ability, a powerful heaven-level expert can even turn the item in his hand into a flame instead of burning it. This kind of ability has already involved the origin of all things in the world. How could it appear in a small 4-star awakened person? Nanshan murmured. He felt as if he had witnessed the birth of some great miracle. His mind was buzzing and he couldn't think. The night wind blows slowly, and from time to time there is the sound of burning flames in the air. The atmosphere is chilling and silent. Zhao Menjuan and her party of 5 were frozen in place, not daring to move. Luqingi stared blankly at her younger brother. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Luji quietly fought in the middle of the road, burning with flames all over his body. His eyes seemed to ignite the hell, and the cold and majestic gaze was enough to suppress the entire battlefield. The body of skeletons and white bones is like an evil spirit coming out of hell. Others only need to look a little more and their souls tend to be sucked in. Just standing there quietly by Luji is enough to intimidate 5 6-star awakened ones. Tusk, interesting, this moment. Located on the top of the tallest building on the right side of the battlefield, the drunk old man was holding a wine gourd in his hand. He was lying drunk on the roof, sipping the wine non-stop, but the moment he saw Luji, eyes clear again. The drunken old man's eyes were burning, and in a trance, thunder flashed in the void. This kid at the 4-star awakening level, can he really use elementalization? Hey, I can't even understand the old man. Interesting, somewhat interesting. The old drunk man stopped drinking. He stood up and began to stare at the battlefield below with interest. His gaze was firmly locked on Luji, who had turned on the evil spirit form. You guys, why don't you laugh? Luji turned into an evil spirit skeleton and chanted like a devil. The loud and distant voice rang in the ears of Zhao Menjuan and the others, and they woke up like a dream. There was a thrill all over, and then they gathered together in a group. Zhao Menjuan and the other 5 watched Luji's chest. The bloody hole that was originally impotent was repaired by the golden hellfire, and the healing was completed in the blink of an eye. They had never seen such healing. While the eyes are terrified, they also have a deep fear of Luji. It's so wicked. Luji, a rookie with only 4 stars, has given them enough shock tonight. Boom. Luji took a step forward, the hellfire rose in the wind, and the flames soared to the sky. The turbulent and vast flames are like violent ocean waves, rushing up to the sky one after another, abruptly breaking the tranquility of the night sky tonight. He twisted his head, which was already covered in bones, and looked in the direction of his sister. Luqingi has also been paying attention to her younger brother. Luji's apparently terrifying and strange evil spirit form fell into Luqingi's eyes, but it was extremely kind. The strong affection between siblings does not require any words, just a look, and they know it well. Anyone who dares to sell their soul for love has the power to change the world. Luji muttered to himself. Immediately, his gloomy gaze suddenly turned towards Zhao Menjuan's direction, tilted his head, and let out a miserable smile. Go on, why don't you laugh? Didn't someone just show me the difference between a 6-star awakened person and a 4-star awakened person? Luji said, take another step forward. Boom. In one thought, flames swept across the entire street. The sea of fire erupted, and waves of flames roared and filled the world. Zhao Menjuan, Duhu, and the others were so frightened that they trembled all over, and they quickly took a step back. They can't imagine at all, is this ridiculously young man in front of him really a 4-star awakened person? Several people thought of what they had mocked Luji before and felt bitter and aggrieved in their hearts. This is Luqingi's F-class trash brother. This is a teenager who has just awakened for less than 2 months. Some of them can't accept it, however. Luji, who has completed the evil spirit form, will not give them a chance to regret. With every step Luji took, the flames wrapped around his body moved closer to Zhao Menjuan and the others. Step by step. These 5 people have been forced to retreat to the corner. There is no way to retreat. Zhao Menjuan's eyes were vicious. She bit her lips tightly, bleeding, her expression full of hatred and jealousy twisted 810 endlessly. She can't take it anymore. If we keep retreating like this, are we going to escape to Cape Tiania? We have no way out. Let's go together and sleep with the kid, finally. Zhao Menjuan gritted her teeth, stared fiercely at Luji's figure, and decided to put all her eggs in one basket and fight Luji desperately. Damn it! No matter how evil this kid is it possible that he can beat 5 out of 5? Dewey hammered the wall with his fist bitterly and gritted his teeth, ready to go all out. The 5 6-star awakened joined forces rushed forward, each sacrificed their own spiritual soldiers and rushed towards Luji to kill. What? Facing the siege of 5 people, Luji laughed lightly. He had one arm, and a fire lotus was born in the palm of his hand. Immediately after Luji's thoughts moved, the bewitching flame petals of the fire lotus quickly spun and then flew out. The petals are beautiful, like treasures in the world. It is crystal clear and translucent, and you can even observe its delicate texture. But the extreme danger contained in it, even if it is tens of meters away, it still makes people shudder. Shigyur. Facing the flame petals rushing like a storm, a feminine-looking man next to Doug roared. The hot, dry air suddenly changed. As if being refreshed from the air, vast and tiny rain and dew appeared. The rain and dew hovered and moistened the air. The feminine man panted heavily, clasped his hands together, his eyes were fierce, and then his whole body erupted with surging source power. The hovering rain and dew also trembled violently, driven by the huge source force of the feminine man. A transparent water curtain was formed, which was isolated in front of everyone. In an instant, Luji's flame petals slammed into the water curtains of the feminine man. There are layers of ripples on the water curtain, like rolling ripples, showing signs of breaking through at any time. Zhao Menjuan and others breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this blocked Luji's attack. The corner of Luji's mouth, the bony mouth, curled up. He smiled and opened his arms. Boom! In an instant, more raging hellfire erupted from his body. All merged into the fire lotus spinning and flying in front of Luji. The fire lotus was supplemented by fire, and its rotation speed became more intense, and the flame petals that flew out also exploded suddenly. The earth-shattering explosion directly evaporated all the water of Shigyur summoned by the feminine man. Puff. The feminine man bent his body as if he had been severely injured and spit out a lot of blood. Armin. When Duhu saw this, his eyes were red, his face was crazy, and his eyes looking at Luji were as crazy as a wild beast out of control. Oops, Dum and Armin usually have the best relationship. After Armin is seriously injured, Dum may go crazy. Hui was startled, secretly thought it was not good. Zhao Menjuan's whole body was shrouded in the shadow of her own S-level ability, the Great Dark Demon, and the corners of her mouth raised at this moment. Although Duhu is physically strong, he is tall and powerful and he is extremely righteous. Actually a gay. Now that Armin is seriously injured by Luji, Duhu is bound to explode desperately. Although Zhao Menjuan's heart is narrow and vicious, she grasps the human nature of the fire with one hand and masters it with a high degree of proficiency. Really, Dahu looked at Armin who was spitting out a lot of blood, his eyes were tearing and he tore his vest. Then he turned his head abruptly, looking at Luji with hatred in his eyes. Boy, you are looking for death, the tiger roared and he punched the ground. Click, 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 click. In an instant, countless blue forest ice crystals drilled out of the ground. Just like before, densely spread to Luji's feet. But this time, with full firepower, Luji in the form of evil spirit just stomped hard with his foot, and a circular wave of fire instantly spread along his footsteps. All obstacles along the way are reduced to ashes. The 9 heavens profound ice formation that Dewey exhausted his whole body to cast was broken. All the blue and white ice crystals exploded and shattered into ice crystals. Boom, Luji pursued the victory. He jumped up with one step, and with the force of Mount Tai, he slammed down in front of the tiger. The others were forced by the hellfire on him and had to retreat several meters away. Luji's eyes were cold, and when he stretched out his right arm, a huge flaming sword with a wave pattern immediately climbed up. Holding a huge sword, he slashed forward. Duo stared wide-eyed, and before he could react, his head was beheaded. Galulu. The head fell to the ground, rolled around a few times, and finally landed in front of the feminine man Armin. The whole place is damn silent. Armin looked at the tiger's head that rolled down in front of him in disbelief. His pupils kept dilated and shrunk. His body trembled slightly, his chest heaved, and he began to sob. Hui also took a deep breath in shock. Tiger is dead. He was killed cleanly by this young, outrageous kid in front of him who was rumored to have only an F-level ability, a mere 4-star Awakener. The blood from the big tiger extending and flowing on the ground is so eye-catching. Zhao Menjuan also looked at the head on the ground. She felt her scalp numb. Standing under the shadow of the big dark demon, she shook her body a few times, almost unable to stand still. After the tiger died, the remaining 4 men, the eyes looking at Luji, are like devils. Is this fake? Brother Nanshan, if you beat me, all this is an illusion, right? The other side, the little brother next to Nanshan, can almost stuff an egg into his mouth. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The scene where Luji decisively beheaded the tiger with a huge flaming sword was like a thunderbolt hitting his Tianling guy, making him numb from the shock. Nanshan also swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "This shit, 1 hits 5 and 1 is counterkilled. Can you play?" Nanshan and his 2 teammates even have the urge to slip away now. The kid in front of me with only 4 stars is too wicked. They were even worried that if Luji got jealous he would take them too, but strong curiosity still overcomes fear. After struggling for a while, Nanshan and the others decided to stay and see the final development of the matter. And now, in the battlefield, Zhao Menjuan and others who witnessed the decapitation of Dahu with their own eyes completely broke out. They knew their morale had hit rock bottom. If you don't rely on your last mentality to not collapse and fight to the death. I'm afraid there are several people present, 1 person counts as 1, and all of them will die here like a big tiger. Don't worry about anything. If there are any taboo skills, use all the life-saving moves at the bottom of the box. No more, we're all going to die. Zhao Menjuan tore her throat and shouted at her teammates. Hui took a deep breath to overcome the fear in her heart. She drew a handful of Mitsubishi Lingbing spikes from her thigh. The figure flickered, melted into the absolute shadow and disappeared. The cannonball man next to Hui quickly turned over and jumped onto a burnt-down building. He cruelly took out a bottle of pitch-black potion from his pocket, gritted his teeth, uncorked the bottle and drank it down. Then he pointed out that the body of the gunman burned with a flame like Luji, but the momentum is not as big as Luji and the color is also pure black. Boom, 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 the finger gun man who drank the unknown potion is fully fired. A series of 3 air cannons shot out from his fingertips, Luji's dodging space in a triangular position. Very good. Seeing that her teammates used the method of pressing the bottom of the box, Zhao Menjuan sneered. She also took out a green pill. Put it in your mouth and swallow. Roar. A dull and deafening ancient magic sound roared out. Zhao Menjuan completely transformed into a big dark demon and briefly entered a semi-elemental state. But this is not true elementalization. It cannot isolate trauma and it cannot be void elementalized. In a sense, it can be called supernatural body. Half kneeling on the ground, Armin, the feminine man who seriously injured Yizu, also fell into hysteria. He desperately urged the source force, summoning a steady stream of Shigur's power. The raindrops turned into sharp spikes the size of rice grains, densely packed, and they rushed towards Luji. 4 6-star awakeners. Take banned drugs, full firepower, the move is fatal. The attack range covers the sky and the earth. Even if Luji digs 3 feet into the ground and hides, he can't stop the attack of the 4 powerful 6-star awakened ones. Flutter. A sharp Mitsubishi Lingbing broke in from a dark corner again and pierced Luji's vest fiercely. Boom, 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 3 bursts of powerful air bombs also hit Luji's body heavily. There is also a huge dark demon, comparable in size to a 3-story bungalow, swinging the jagged magic blade in his hand and slashed down heavily from Luji's left shoulder to his right hip. As well as countless spiked Shigur, they sank into Luji's body one after another. The 4 major 6-star awakeners released all the killing moves at the bottom of the box. They used all their skills and all of them caused fatal damage to Luji. However, in the blink of an eye, almost a breath of effort. Luji's expression remained unchanged. His pupils were burning with raging flames. All the fatal injuries on his body have recovered. The golden hellfire clung to the sweeping place, and all the scars of Luji's transformation into evil spirit bones were healed. Ahui was shocked. As if struck by lightning, she staggered and dropped the Mitsubishi Lingbing pierced into Luji's vest and fell to the ground. The finger cannon man is desperate. He witnessed the moment when Luji recovered from his injury in just one breath, so he knelt on the ground with a dull expression. Zhao Menjuan also took a step back, muttering, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he recover from his injury so quickly? Fatal wounds. This is fatal wounds. Why can he do this?" Zhao Menjuan was completely desperate. She was disheartened and her heart was cold. Her big, charming eyes stared blankly at the night sky. It was as if the whole world was against her, refuses to die. It can't be killed at all. How to fight against this kind of enemy? Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. At the moment when these 4 people were desperate, suddenly there was the sound of thunder in the air. The 4 looked back in amazement and instantly paled. I saw a set of thunder dragons in the air, roaring and dancing above Luqingi. Every trace of the berserk lightning arc carries earth-shattering power. Luqingi's injury is fully recovered. She jumped up and her graceful figure crossed the night sky, landing in front of Zhao Menjuan. Snapped. A loud slap sounded in this quiet environment. On Zhao Menjuan's pretty face, a red palm print suddenly appeared. "You hit me." Zhao Menjuan was stunned and then went mad with anger. Snapped. Luqingi's cold face was like frost. She didn't speak and slapped her backhand again. Zhao Menjuan was so angry that she just wanted to fight back. Zizz. The thunder dragon surrounding Luqingi instantly shot out thunder and lightning all over the sky. SS-level ability, Nirvana God Kongle. The violent thunder and lightning crazily drilled into Zhao Menjuan's body, destroying all her mobility. Luqingi descended to earth like a valkyrie, majestic and domineering, fierce yuppie. While slapping Zhao Menjuan's mouth, she angrily reprimanded, "Just hit me, hit my brother. You be ***ch. Luqingi turned into an eagle protecting the calf and vented all the worries that she could only witness her brother's dangerous battle just now. "Luqingi, you are courting death. You're the ***ch. Zhao Menjuan's face was swollen from the beating. She lost her mind and fell into madness due to the pumping of her mouth. The 2 women fought fiercely together in an instant. The scene was sensational. In this way, on Luji's side it became a 1-on-3 and it was much easier in an instant. His pupils were burning with flames, and Senhin's eyes swept over the 3 people in front of him one by one. Immediately there was a change of heart. The more violent and fierce hellfire began to surge upwards, straight into the sky. Luji stretched out his index finger pointing to the sky. The flames of hell rushing into the night sky are like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea and 10,000 dharmas returning to the sect. All the flames are gathered with one point and turn into a 9-rank fire lotus on Luji's sky-pointing index finger. The fire lotus is bigger, more powerful. The monstrous sea of flames rolled and roared in the lotus. Until all the flames of hell are taken back to this huge fire lotus. Luji smiled at the 3 6-star powerhouses with a bone-like face. The index finger is sent out gently. 9th rank Hellfire Lotus blatantly blasted out. Not good. The Cannon Man and Armin Ahui looked at the menacing flaming lotus, and his complexion changed drastically. They hurriedly stood together, concentrated the source power of the explosion, and formed a shield to block in front of them. Boom. The 9th grade Fire Lotus blatantly bombarded the shields of the 3 people. Only a click sound was heard. The shield lasted for less than a second, shattered. The remaining Hellfire rushed out in an instant, and the mighty fire rushed their bodies away, falling all the way to the depths of the ruins in the corner. Zhao Menjuan, who was still in the battle with Luji's sister Luqingi, suddenly saw that her 3 teammates couldn't stop Lu Abfeiji's big move even together, and her heart was full again, trembling. She couldn't think of anything. That Luqingi's younger brother, who was ridiculed by his own people and regarded as a waste, is so scary. Are those staff members of the Psychic Association useless? Didn't they keep saying that this kid has an F-level ability? What the hell is this F-rank? Are you kidding me? In her heart, Zhao Menjun almost gritted her teeth with hatred. At this time a slap came. Zhao Menjun was shocked. I was even more annoyed. Luqingi, that be ***ch, wants to slap me in the face again. The footsteps gradually approached. The figure of Luji came to the 3 people who fell in the ruins again. Blood oozed from the corners of their mouths, and they looked at Luji with fear. I saw that the inside of his body, burning with raging flames, was full of white bones. It was as if the evil spirits from hell had come to harvest their lives. Gulu. The finger gun guy was timid. He watched Luji swallow his saliva, not knowing how to hit him next. In Ahui's big black and white eyes there is still the last stubbornness. She and the 2 sides have even fought to such an extent that it is impossible for anyone to bypass each other. As a result, her gaze was determined, and Ahui's slender and graceful body turned over and merged into the dark shadow again. Only Armin, who was seriously injured a long time ago, was blown away by the 9th grade Fire Lotus at this moment, leaning against the corner of the wall half dead, panting weakly. Luji's heart skipped a beat. He can go into the shadows in the dark. Someone is waiting in an ambush. This kind of supernatural talent that blends the whole body into darkness and shadows is really rare. If he didn't have the perverted bug ability of evil spirit form, he might have been assassinated by this woman several times. Boom, an air cannon fired. Luji turned his head away and easily dodged the shell. Boom. The air cannon concentrated on the building wall on the other side of the road, completely tearing apart the dilapidated and groaning ruins. Rain. The feminine man has a lot of energy in his body, but his physical condition is worrying, and he is weak when he activates his abilities. A sharp raindrop suddenly appeared on the ruins, hovering in the air, aiming at Luji. With the thought of the feminine man, all the raindrops shot at Luji instantly. Luji stood still, mobilizing the source power in his body, and confronted him head-on with hellfire. When raindrops encounter fire, they evaporate instantly. Luji's surroundings were shrouded in a vast white world. All vision is blocked. Right now, sudden change behind. Ahui waited for the opportunity, took a handful of kunai at the right moment, aimed at Luji's waist, and stabbed hard. Do you really think I'm an idiot? One trick, do it again and again. Luji's voice suddenly sounded. He turned around sharply, and he was already prepared to grab Ahui, who stabbed kunai to his waist. Then he pinched her smooth and delicate neck tightly with his palm. His eyes froze. Luji thought about it. The hellfire roared past. Ahui's graceful body was burned into a coke. Only from the shape of coke one can vaguely judge the graceful figure of its former owner. 1 hit 3, solve 1 more. Luji incinerated Ahui, a female 6-star powerhouse. He turned around and looked at the remaining 2 people. At the same time he thought to himself, after successive battles, the source power in my body is running out. If you keep maintaining the evil spirit form, you should be able to last for another 5 minutes. With a twinkle in Luji's eyes, he murmured softly, it's a quick battle. At the same time, Zhao Menjuan, who was suppressed and beaten violently by her sister Luqingi, also realized that another one was killed on her side. She finally panicked, heart terrified. The 5 members of my team are all 6-star awakeners. Except for myself, the other 5 members are all a level or even A+ level geniuses. But now they were killed by a mere 4-star kid. Zhao Menjuan was afraid, and she began to be afraid of death. While dealing with Luqingi in embarrassment, her eyes rolled wildly, and she began to look for opportunities to steal. It's just that the surroundings have been completely surrounded by Luji's flames, and no breakthrough can be found. This is bound to be a restless night. just after Luji pinched Ah Hui's neck and burned her to death. Under the bright moon sky, a helicopter suddenly drove over. On the helicopter, Chen Beexu was wearing black sunglasses, and his upper body was a special commissioner's uniform. The epaulets did not have star ratings but a complex and exquisite pattern. It looks like a picture of an evening sunset. She was wearing a black skirt and knee-length stockings. Between the short skirt and stockings are white thighs. Helicopter pilots are a little absent-minded when flying a plane, and their minds are full of white flowers. Under Chen Beexu's sunglasses, her face, as small as a palm, was full of anxiety. She didn't care about the driver peeking at her thigh. Her mind was full of worries about Luji. You be ******D if you are so reckless if you meet. Sudden, Chen Beexu's eyes widened suddenly and she looked at the scene below the helicopter in disbelief. Stop. Don't drive any further, Chen Beexu yelled at the driver. Subsequently, she jumped off. Before the pilot could react, she jumped off the helicopter. Under the night, Chen Beexu's tall figure flashed by. There are mysterious fluctuations flickering vaguely in the pitch black. Next second, Chen Beexu had already appeared on the ground where Luji was. She had a complicated complexion, and while walking, she looked around at the ruins of everything at the scene and saw the wall of flames that was comparable to the gate of heaven, standing majestically on the street. Chen Beexu's heart was pounding and he was beyond shocked. What did I see? The commotion here is all caused by that kid Luji. She waved. The firewall in front of him automatically opened a gap. Chen Beexu stepped into it and the next moment she frowned. She was on the ground and saw two dead bodies. The corpse of the six-star Awakener. The Academy of the Holy Spirit expressly stipulates that it is strictly forbidden for awakened people in the country to kill each other. But now Luji actually killed two. The situation has reached a very serious level. Chen Beexu hurriedly shouted to Luji, who was covered in flames. Stop fighting. You have seriously violated the promise between the awakened ones. Don't make the same mistake again and again. Luji recognized the voice as coming from Chen Beexu, but he just sneered and made a majestic and ethereal voice like an evil spirit. Killers, people will always kill them. Luji wasn't ready to stop at all. He stretched out his arms and the huge flame sword climbed up. Luji lowered his huge sword, step by step approaching the feminine man and the finger gun man on the ground. He wants to kill with one blow and cut off the heads of these two people. And the other side, Zhao Menjuan was beaten back by Luqingi. A majestic and domineering thunder dragon kept a close eye on her body. No matter how she resisted, countless thunderbolts struck her body. One hit one. Zhao Menjuan is no match for Luqingi. Even though Luqingi was injured and hadn't completely recovered, she was still crushed. In addition, Luji had completely turned the scene into a vast sea of flames during the previous battle. No matter which direction you flee from, you must break through Luji's hellfire. For a while, Zhao Menjuan found out in despair that she had no hope of escape at all. Just when she was completely disheartened and desperately thought that she was about to suffocate here. Suddenly there was a strange roar from the far end. Next second, an extremely huge strange creature waving its vigorous limbs jumped up and appeared above everyone's heads. The huge figure covered the air like a giant umbrella covering the sky, pressing out a haze below. The sixth level is weird. Zhao Menjuan recognized the strange level at a glance. Awe. After this unusually huge sixth-order monster suddenly appeared, it uttered a demonstrative roar at everyone. Its fierce and cruel eyes looked around at everyone around it. Then he suddenly locked his eyes on Luji. It jumped up and the whole body flew straight into the air, as tall as a downtown skyscraper. Its movements are extremely agile, which is in stark contrast to this strange and huge figure. The speed is as fast as lightning, as if flying in the dark in the air. As soon as it jumped to the top of the 100-meter-high building. The blood in the bodies of Nan Shan and the others below is about to freeze. The sixth-order monster passed by them just now, but fortunately it didn't aim at them but found Luji instead. What the hell is going on tonight? First, there was such an earth-shattering awakened war, and then came such a difficult and strange creature. Nanshan couldn't accept it, his eyes were tense. This weird head is too fast and its skills are too strong. He has never seen a strange creature that can jump up to 100 meters high. Once he chief fights, the human side will inevitably fall into an absolute disadvantage, because awakened ones can't fly. Under the moonlight, this sixth-order monster howled towards the sky like a werewolf. Next second, down like a gust of lightning. The sixth-level weirdness opened its bloody mouth wide, revealing its sharp white teeth and bit Luji's head. Luji flashed in a dangerous way, surprised in his heart. This strange creature is so fast. Behind him, the two six-star awakened Zhaipao Nan and Armin took the opportunity to escape. Luqingi was distracted by the strange appearance of the sixth level. Because she was worried about her younger brother Luji's comfort, she was negligent for a while and Zhao Menjuan left the battlefield at the right time. The other side. The 6th level weirdness failed in one blow, and his body turned into wind again, rushing to Luji in the blink of an eye. Amazingly fast, Luqingi simply gave up chasing Zhao Menjuan. She quickly came to her brother's side, with thunder and lightning rippling all over her body, standing in front of Luji. Just at the weird moment when Nirvana Shenkong Lei was about to hit the biting 6th order. This guy actually stopped suddenly in midair and turned back against physics. Then he charged up on the ground, kicked off with all 4 limbs and charged at Luji from another direction. His eyes were fierce and he grinned as if staring at Luji to death, Tang. Luji's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and with the movement of his eyes, a shield of flame formed on the side of his body. The 6th order weirdness actually stopped suddenly and rushed back the moment it was about to hit the Hellfire shield. Only an afterimage was left during the process and this weird trace could not be caught at all. It jumps up and down, it is difficult to attack its body. Gradually, everyone found out. This weird head is like crazy, only Luji is in his eyes, nobody else cares. Luji can't run even if he wants to. Even with the 6-dimensional quality honed by his hard training, he can't catch up with this weird one. The situation suddenly deteriorated and fell into a predicament. Luji. Luqingi was anxious, she wanted to help her brother, but it can't catch up with these 6th order strange creatures at this time. Luji heard her sister's worried murmur and smiled confidently at her, then stepped forward, domineering declaration, "Sister, don't worry. Isn't it just a fast-moving beast? See how I can keep it healthy, brother." Next second, Luji's high voice sounded, "Evil motorcycle." The void explodes. A circular black hole appeared in the sky, the sound of words cracking and roaring in everyone's ears. Just this sound wave full of machinery and violence, it makes people's blood boil involuntarily. Boom, boom, buzz, an evil spirit motorcycle with raging flames burning all over its body roared out of the void. A very beautiful spiral turn stopped in front of Luji. Nanshan and the others stared straight at the evil spirit motorcycle. F***K, F***K, what kind of mount is this? It's so handsome. This shape, this body line, this sound wave. Love, love, love. Chen Beexu also stopped in surprise, looked at the motorcycle in front of Luji with surprise, covered her red lips with her little hand and was speechless. Under the astonishing eyes of everyone, Luji stepped on the motorcycle gracefully, twist the throttle with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosive engine roared and a wave of air rolled over the ground. Luji's heart moved and a silver-white soul chain appeared in the void. Soul chains wrapped around him. The flames are monstrous. Under the exaggerated and tough slash-style golden skull front bumper of the ghost motorcycle, it exudes infinite charm. Against the background of the Hellfire, Yi shines brightly. Luji tightened the gas pedal again, this time he released the brake. Hum, a flame and lightning flashed across the sky. The speed leaves afterimages. Nanshan and the others looked at Luji's handsome back excitedly, their throats trembling, wondering how he could catch up to the 6th order monster. The 6th level is a strange leap of 100 meters. This flame motorcycle is very handsome, but people don't fight on the ground. What should you do? Next second. Luji gave the answer, boom, boom, boom. I saw Luji driving an evil spirit motorcycle under his crotch, with hell flames and soul chains burning all over his body. He rushed straight up. The evil spirit motorcycle stepped on the vertical wall and came to a flying wall. Wherever it passed, flames billowed. Melts all buildings along the way. Luji drove the evil spirit motorcycle and rushed directly to the 100-meter-high building where the 6th level strangeness was located and killed it. Everyone was shocked on the spot and stood there dumbfounded. All of them were stunned, staring at the figure above their heads driving out of a line of fire. This Nima, what the hell are you telling me it's a motorcycle? Luji, who seems to be possessed by an evil spirit, rides an evil spirit motorcycle in the form of a demon, shining hellfire on the vertical wall. People raised their necks vigorously and looked up. On a 100-meter-high building filled with night, even the moon is willing to be a not-so-bright lamp. Awe! The 6th order strangely spread out his strong limbs, and his thick soles crawled on the concrete of the roof and rushed towards the bottom till Luji grinned. It has fierce eyes, not only surprised at Luji's ability to catch up with its own footsteps, but also exposed to Luji's daring to challenge itself. Authority. Hum. The violent roar of the motorcycle engine cylinder overwhelmed the other waves, and the sound was even more domineering than this rare 6th order monster. Luji is like a brave paladin in the ancient Europa continent in the Middle Ages, driving his beloved mount and charging towards the enemy without hesitation. Die, 2 groups of flames from hell burned in Luji's pupils. A heavenly growl erupted from his throat. The golden hellfire burst open. At this moment, the evil spirit motorcycle led Luji completely along the 90 vertical wall and rushed up to the 100-meter-high building. Under the white and flawless moon, a flaming gun condensed on Luji's arm. He twisted the motorcycle accelerator with one hand and held the flaming gun with the other, with silver-white soul chains wrapped around his body. Whoosh, one shot through. The flame gun is deeply embedded in the concrete floor of the rooftop. This is a hanging garden built by the rich, and all kinds of precious flowers and plants that are pampered and cared for are overthrown all over the place. Broken vases and turbulent soil were scattered all over the Temple of Heaven. The weird speed of this 6th level has mutated to an extreme level. Even in the more advanced 4th area, it is an extremely rare one. Its quick movements easily dodge the fatal blow from Luji. The flaming gun just melted the reinforced concrete of the floor, but it didn't burn a single hair of the weird creature. On the 100-meter rooftop, Luji's eyes are as bright as the dawn. He stopped the motorcycle, stretched out his right hand, and the silver-white spiritual energy chain was flying in his palm like a dragon. Next second, the silver-white soul chains were swept away. At a speed that the naked eye can't reach, it turns into a 5-headed cone cage trying to cover the whole weirdness. The speed of the soul chain is very fast, but the 6th-order weirdness is enough to rely on the speed to run through the fog. Boom. The metallic sound of palms and chains slamming resounded through the sky. The chain was slapped flying, and the hellfire was slapped out of the superstar's Mars by a claw. Sparks filled the air, like a shower of meteors and fire on a 100-meter-high building. Luji tightened the throttle. The evil spirit motorcycle sprinted with lightning, and after a sudden stop, he stretched out his arms and turned into a several-meter-long flaming giant sword. The flaming giant sword strikes fiercely. The extreme pure power and high temperature collided instantly. If this strange head was hit, it would inevitably end with no bones left. Whoosh, gray shadow flashed. The 6th level moved strangely to the corner of the roof, kicked his limbs vigorously, and arrived at the building that was about 40 meters shorter next to him. Boom. There was the sound of the building collapsing. Luji's flame pincer attack, the penetrating power is ferocious and vast enough. The 100-meter-high skyscraper he was in, starting from the roof, was shaved into two at a height of 10 meters. In the midst of staggering, it was about to collapse. Luji gathered the fireworks in his arms again and tightened the motorcycle accelerator under his crotch. In a wave of high-pitched air, a group of people riding the flames united in one flew over the eaves and walls and rushed to the 6th-order strange. A flaming spear descended in a spiral, stabbing at Weird fiercely, on the ground. The three of Zhao Menjuan who had fled away heard the huge movement of the collapse of the tall building, and their hearts trembled. As soon as they turned their heads, they witnessed the shocking scene of Luji driving a ghost motorcycle from a 100-meter-high skyscraper to another tall building in an instant. During this time, the flames boiled and the silver-white chains danced. Such a shocking scene made the three of Zhao Menjuan feel as if they were hit hard in the heart. They were stunned in place, their heads were blown by shock. Such an astonishing means, such a horrific battle scene, this kid Luji. His talent is too terrifying, he must die. Zhao Menjuan was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. She cursed, resented, and wanted to kill Luji crazily. Otherwise, Luji will not die, and they must be the ones who will die in the future. Turning back, he once again stared deeply at Luji, who was in the fierce battle above the building. The three of Zhao Menjuan escaped into the night with heavy killing intent, and at this time, Luji drove a ghost motorcycle flying over the roofs and walls of many high-rise buildings. From time to time, his hand turned into a spear and giant sword, fighting with the 6th-order weirdness. This battle, Luji played very hard. Among the same level, the strength of strange creatures far exceeds that of human awakened ones. What's more, this is a rare speed mutant. Therefore, Luji played very hard, but Luji was full of fighting spirit and he didn't give up a bit. Therefore, this battle can still continue. He is not invincible. Finally, it took a long time to move around on the tall buildings. Luji drove the 6th-order monster off the ground. The moment the weird wolf landed on the ground, a thunderbolt fell. Luqingi's lithe body jumped up. With clear eyes, she drew out her sword and pointed at the sky. Bang! A dull thunder exploded. Under the dense night sky, there are thick dark clouds rolling. Immediately, a thick blue-purple thunderbolt slashed down heavily, carrying mighty Tianwei, SS-level ability Nirvana God Kongle. The thunder that was rumored to be able to silence all life in the world slammed fiercely on the strange wolf that had just landed. Aohu! Woohoo! The 6th-order demon wolf howled in pain. A trace of pain flashed in its vertical pupils, and a bloody mouth had already been struck by the sky thunder on its back. Immediately, the sixth-order magic wolf shook its body. Diane Guang stared fiercely at Luya's body. Then he jumped up, and with the power of the wind and lightning, he called and killed him. Luqingi and Luqingsi fluttered, still in the state of inducing the sky thunder. Seeing that the demon wolf took the initiative to kill her, her eyes were terrified, and her mouth opened slightly. "Well done, you beast." Immediately, Luqingi's fingers brushed across the blade, and the blue-purple divine sky thunder surged on the blade. Her whole body was enveloped in a sea of thunder. The first form of the Nirvana sword, gaze at the stars. Luqingi uttered a soft drink, her sword edge danced, and endless thunder poured down like a mighty sea. The body of the demon wolf that had just teleported to midair was instantly submerged by the sea of thunder. Wow woo woo. Painful wailing sounded, and this devil wolf moaned like a dog barking. One sword dances the heavens and the earth, and one sword seals the thunder of the world. Luqingi held the 3-foot King Feng sword and landed lightly. She raised the edge of the sword, and violent thunder surged on it, just about to break through the sixth-order strange wolf with a single sword. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out. Luqingi felt a pain in her chest, staggered 2 steps, and half-knelt on the ground leaning on her sword. The 6th-level magic wolf took advantage of this opportunity and teleported to a safe place. Luqingi's red lips were dripping with blood, and her face showed a look of unwillingness. She used too much force just now, causing the injury that has not fully healed. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the wounded strange wolf retreated, unable to pursue and kill it. After this battle, this sixth-order weirdo seemed to realize that there was an outrageously ferocious woman on the ground, and he couldn't be provoked. So he raised his head and roared to the sky, exerted all his limbs, then jumped up and stayed in the air. Luji came to her sister at this time and hurriedly checked her injuries. Luqingi gave a harmless look and said, "It's just an old injury, it's fine." After getting the answer, Luji felt at ease, immediately. He looked up at Wei Wei, who was leaping up and hovering in the air. His gaze became cold. It's time to end this battle. Then, Luji held his breath and sat astride the evil spirit motorcycle. He mobilized the flames of hell with all the energy in his body and tightened the accelerator violently. Om, boom, a huge roar resounded through the night sky like a crack. Luji soars into the sky on a ghost motorcycle. Under the moonlight, a flaming rainbow streaked across the sky. Such a shocking scene directly stunned the people of Nanshan. They blurted out, "What the hell? Damn it, motorcycles can fly, sky." Luji fixed his gaze on the sixth-order demon wolf, and the silver-white soul chain pierced out from behind him. Instantly tied it up firmly. Afterwards, with a resolute look on Luji's face, he exploded with all his strength, his whole body surging with endless flames of hell. The sea of flames exploded in the sky. He rode the evil spirit motorcycle and directly passed through the body of the strange wolf. Boom! Blood rained all over the sky and limbs exploded. The body of the demon wolf was instantly burned to ashes. A light blue soul struggled out. Soul chains bound it. Then Luji stared. The soul let out a shrill scream and was strangled to the void. The blood rain transpired into fiery red fireworks which exploded in the sky. Luji, on the other hand, drove the ghost motorcycle and landed steadily. With a thought in his mind, the evil spirit motorcycle flew away by itself. A void vortex appeared in midair, and the evil spirit motorcycle escaped into it. What disappeared at the same time was the soul chain. The hellfire on Luji's body also disappears. He returned to his normal state, took out a bottle of healing potion, and poured it into his mouth, recovering from the consumption caused by the great battle. In this battle, he fought fiercely with 5 6-star awakeners successively. And then came a rare speed-mutated 6th-order weirdo. The consumption is indeed huge. On the ground that was broken into ruins, a deep and introverted dark red spirit crystal and a wolf tooth lay there quietly. Luji stepped forward and put it away. Needless to say, Jing, the size and color of the 6th-order spirit crystal crushed the 4th-order spirit crystal in the 2nd district. As for that wolf tooth, Luji checked it out and unexpectedly found that it was a strange weapon. The wolf teeth are milky yellow with sharp cusps and jagged lines. Luji gently slid it up with his fingers and there was a tingling sensation. Just touching it lightly, you will feel a tingling pain. If you use it as a hidden weapon, wouldn't it be able to break the defense? Luji was pleasantly surprised, and the special effect of this alien weapon is even more domineering. Once thrown, it is like a homing missile, and it will not stop until it hits the target. Coupled with the abnormal sharpness of the wolf teeth, it is simply a god-level hidden weapon. Luji happily put away the spike fang and spirit crystal. Just when he was about to leave, I took a quick look and realized I was missing something. Near the psionic crystal and wolf fang there is also a blue leaf. The color of the leaves is dark blue, which blends perfectly with the pitch-black night. If you don't look carefully, you may not notice it. Luji looked at the leaves with a familiar rush. He remembered that he seemed to have seen it in the weird illustrated book. There are too many things in the weird illustrated book. Besides weird, there are countless strange alliances, natural resources, and earthly treasures. Naturally, Luji couldn't remember all of them. Sister Luqingi held her stomach and moved to Luji's side with difficulty. With just one glance, she saw the blue leaf in her younger brother's hand and her eyes lit up. Brother, this is the leaf of the world tree, also called Sakyamuni. It is rumored that there is a white elephant awakener who has the supernatural ability of the golden ancient Buddha. The Tiangu Buddha stands in the void, and the people of the entire Baixiang kingdom have witnessed this scene. Your luck is good. Luqingi looked at the sparkling eyes of the blue Sakyamuni, and there seemed to be stars shining in the black pupils. But she only had instructions without any distracting thoughts. Luji looked at Sakyamuni suspiciously and asked, "What's good for old monk Baixiang? What's good for me?" Luqingi rubbed his hair with a smile and said affectionately, "Little fool, didn't you notice what I just said? This leaf can make the relationship between the awakened person and the supernatural power in the body closer and more compatible. In other words, it can improve the proficiency between us and abilities." When Luji heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. He might not be very interested in raising Hellfire's ability level because there is basically nothing he can do, but if you can improve your proficiency. That's another story. What he lacks the most is the proficiency of Hellfire, but this is not the time to take Tianke Dibao. Luji had no choice but to put them away first. Then he looked at his sister Luqingi's face. Her delicate, rosy face was slightly stained with dust. On the exquisite and straight Qiang nose, the two big obsidian eyes seemed to have a galaxy flowing in them. Luqingi also looked at him. Her eyes were soft, like the sea, like the wind, and like the sunshine in the spring. "Brother, you have suffered." She embraced Luji with moist eyes. The two siblings hugged each other tightly in the smoke after the war. Luqingi had 10,000 things to say in her heart, but she just leaned on Luji's shoulder and asked softly, "Well, are you hurt?" Luji looked at his sister hugging him, feeling a little overwhelmed, and said softly after feeling a little nervous, "It's okay, I'm not hurt at all. Cough, cough." Suddenly, there was the sound of high heels ahead. Chen Beexu walked around the ruins with her little hands behind her back, lowered her head and coughed twice, announcing her arrival. "You performed well. I never thought that your kid is stronger than I imagined." Chen Beexu praised. The process of Luji's fight with the strange wolf all fell into Chen Beexu's eyes. The exciting scene of galloping and flying across the eaves and walls really surprised her a lot. Only. Luqingi frowned. She keenly noticed the undisguised fiery light in Chen Beexu's eyes when he praised her younger brother. Do not know why. Luqingi instinctively felt upset. She took a careless step forward and stood in front of Luji, blocking Chen Beexu's sight. When Chen Beexu saw Luqingi's small movements, her red lips curled up slightly. She doesn't care. It's just that his face suddenly became serious and he said, "You two get out of here quickly. I'm afraid this matter is not over yet," heard the words. Luji raised his eyebrows and regretfully said, "That's right, 3 of them got away, it's really not over yet." Chen Beexu was speechless after hearing this and rolled her beautiful eyes. Your record killing 2 6-star awakened people against the trend with a 4-star realm is already superior to the crowd. You still care about losing 2, said here. Chen Beexu sighed again. If you kill 2, you have already caused a catastrophe. If you kill 5, do you know how sensational it will be? I'm afraid that someone from the Holy Spirit Academy will come to deal with this matter. Luji listened to Chen Beexu's words but remained silent. Attracted by the noise, the melon-eating crowd watching the play, Nanshan and others had slipped away at some point. Luji and the others also set foot on the way back. On the way. From time to time, Luqingi cast her eyes on her beloved younger brother, her eyes slowly showing pride. She was very pleased and said, "I didn't expect that the brat a few months ago would grow up to the point where he could protect my sister so quickly. At first, Luji has not yet awakened, just an ordinary person with no power to restrain a chicken. It was she who fell from the sky when Luji was in distress, and while saving her brother, she also took him to the psychic association of the first wind to awaken the power. And only 2 months have passed. Luji has grown to such a terrifying state with an unstoppable momentum. If this speed of progress is spread, it may shock the entire Dragon Kingdom." The siblings expressed affection to each other. Chen Beexu was thinking about Luji. Ever since she discovered Luji, a piece of jade in the rough, she has been observing in secret. It's just that even Chen Beexu, who is the commissioner, can't imagine that Luji can be so vigorous. promoted from the 1st district to the 2nd district in 1 month. Then it took another half a month to break through to the 4-star awakening state and to be promoted to the 3rd district. The results of it, this guy broke into the 3rd zone single-handedly before he passed the formal promotion assessment and reduced the entire 6-star awakening team. Horrible. If Luji can grow up, he will definitely be the pillar of our dragon kingdom. Thinking of this, Chen Beexu glanced at Luji, secretly startled. Luqingi instantly caught her gaze, looked over vigilantly. However, she found that Chen Beexu was lost in thought again, so she frowned and started talking with her younger brother again in doubt. The group returned to the Psychic Association in the 3rd district. Luji just stepped into the gate. A team quickly rushed out of it and surrounded them. Luqingi blocked Luji behind her and said in a low voice, "Psionic Association Law Enforcement Team." Hearing this, Luji's eyes turned cold. How long has it been and the action is so fast? Luqingi, Luji, you are suspected of killing fellow awakened people and you are now wanted. Please cooperate with our work and accept the investigation of the law enforcement team. The captain of the law enforcement team who surrounded them stood up and said. Luji sneered after hearing this. Suspected of killing fellow awakened, that vicious woman is really capable of beating her up. Up to now, Luji doesn't even know Zhao Menjuan's name. Chen Beexu stood up at this time, and she said to the captain of the law enforcement team with a flat face, "About the suspected killing of fellow awakened people, I was there at the time, and the matter was not as simple as you imagined. This matter still needs to be carefully considered, and a conclusion can be drawn after investigation." Finished. Chen Beexu turned her head to Luji and said softly, "Don't worry, I will help you deal with it." The captain of the law enforcement department frowned when he heard Chen Beexu's words, and was about to refute, when he suddenly noticed the mysterious epaulets on her shoulders like the setting sun and dusk. A legend he once heard was recalled by him. Cold sweat broke out on the captain's forehead, but still insisted, "Then please come with me to the law enforcement department for investigation." Chen Beexu gave Luji a reassuring look. Then, a group of people went to the law enforcement department together with the law enforcement department. Here. Zheng Heiyang, the chairman of the 3rd District Psychic Association, and the 3 vice-chairmen were all there. In addition, there is also the Minister of Law Enforcement of the 3rd District, and Zhao Menjuan is standing next to the minister. The moment Luji saw Zhao Menjuan, he understood everything. His eyes immediately turned cold. "You dare to come back? Really?" The moment Zhao Menjuan saw Luqingi and Luji, she opened her mouth and beat the classroom upside down. "President. It's their siblings who sneaked up and killed Duhu and Ahui when we were dealing with a 6th-level monster. This kind of bad behavior must be punished with the most severe punishment. I suggest that their siblings be imprisoned immediately and executed after trial." Zhao Menjuan pointed at Luji and the others to complain, with a look of grief and indignation on her face. Luji's heart was full of unknown fire when he saw it. Oscar Golden Globe winners are not as good as this woman. 0 for flowers 0. Sister Luqingi also laughed angrily at Zhao Menjuan's false accusation. She immediately retorted, "Nonsense. It's clear that your team set up an ambush on the road and wanted to intercept and kill me. If my brother hadn't arrived at a critical moment, I would have been the one who died." This, Chairman Zheng Heiyang was at a loss, and he and the 3 vice-chairmen looked at each other. Both Zhao Menjuan and Luqingi held their own opinions, and Zheng Heiyang didn't know who to trust. A vice-president whispered a few words in Zheng Heiyang's ear. After hearing this, Zheng Heiyang ordered to the Minister of Law Enforcement, "Call the 3 witnesses." Yes. The Minister of Law Enforcement left immediately and brought another person over after a while. These 3 people are Nanshan and his 2 teammates. Because they were close to the battlefield at that time, they stayed to watch the show. Zheng Heiyang's majestic eyes fell on Nanshan and asked in a deep voice, "You guys were the only witnesses at the scene. Tell me, what was the specific situation at that time?" Nanshan took a hard look at Zhao Menjuan and Luqingi, not knowing how to speak for a moment. He actually doesn't know much. After all, he only rushed to watch the play later, and he didn't know that it was Zhao Menjuan who led people to ambush Luqingi in the first place. So Nanshan had no choice but to tell what he saw. "My teammates and I did see this little brother fighting against the main 6-star Awakener alone. Those 2 6-star Awakeners were indeed killed by this little brother." As soon as this statement came out, the smug smile on Zhao Menjuan's face instantly brightened. She looked at Luqingi and Luji's siblings arrogantly. Her eyes were extremely domineering and arrogant. Luqingi pursed her lips tightly and remained silent. Luji's face was calm, his eyes flickering. He didn't blame Nanshan, he was just telling the truth, but he didn't understand the cause and effect. At this critical moment, a cold laughter came out. Hee hee, Chen Beexu, let's work hard. She clapped her hands. A few strange awakened people suddenly broke in from outside. These strange awakened people have a bald head in the middle, and this bald head is the key to Luji knowing that his sister was ambushed. Cousin. When the bald man saw Zhao Menjuan, he lowered his head in guilt, like a mouse seeing a cat. The smile on Zhao Menjuan's face froze, and she had an ominous premonition. Chen Beexu looked at the bald head with a smile. The smiling eyes made the bald head feel hairy. Well, tell me what you know. Let everyone listen to what is going on among them. The bald head swallowed hard. Under his cousin Zhao Menjuan's cold gaze, he knew that if he told the truth, he would end up miserable. But he thought of Chen Beexu's smiling eyes again, and his body trembled again. If you don't tell the truth, your end will be even worse. Present. The bald head shook out everything he knew. The fact that Zhao Menjuan led people to ambush and kill Luqingi also came to light. Nanshan suddenly realized and thought to himself, no wonder this little brother is so fierce like a killing god. Chairman Zheng Heiyang remained silent, his eyes lowered, and he didn't know what to think. And Luqingi, Luji, Chen Beexu, and others also have their own thoughts. Only Zhao Menjuan's beautiful face twisted and twitched, extremely cold. Finally. Chairman Zheng Heiyang sighed softly, breaking the silence at the scene. He and the vice presidents knew clearly the conflict between Zhao Menjuan and Luqingi. In fact, the entire 3rd District is well aware of the conflict between these two golden flowers from the 3rd District. But the current situation is really troublesome for them. Nonsense. Zhao Menjuan suddenly raised her voice, cursing at her bald cousin. Where did you come from pretending to be my cousin? You don't even look in the mirror to see what kind of bear you look like. Want to be my cousin? Are you worthy? After scolding, she aimed at other people and denied her cousin's accusation. As for this person slandering me for leading people to ambush Luqingi, it's nothing but nonsense. Zhao Menjuan is so shameless. Luqingi couldn't take it anymore. She was furious. You're the one talking nonsense. It's obvious that you led someone to set a trap on my way, causing me to be seriously injured, and that's why I fell into the encirclement of your team. As a result, the villain is the first to file a complaint and beat him up. Zhao Menjuan, do you still want face? Zhao Menjuan sneered when she heard this. She hugged her shoulders and said in disdain. You kept saying that I led people to ambush and kill you. Do you have evidence? But your brother raised the butcher's knife to my teammates and killed Dahu and Ahui, but there are witnesses. Your brother Luji is dead. Even if the heavenly king Lao Tzu comes, he will not be able to save him. Ziz, Luqingi was so angry that blue-purple lightning flashed all over her body. Luji is the villain in her heart, and she can't hurt Luji. It was not enough for Zhao Menjuan to lead someone to intercept and kill her, but she even wanted to frame her younger brother. At this moment, Luqingi couldn't bear it any longer, summoned the Nirvana god Kongle and struck it with her hand. HMPH. You still want to commit murder in front of the president. As expected, they are brothers and sisters. Zhao Menjuan was startled and was taken aback by Nirvana Shenkong Lei, but he still did not forget to continue to pour dirty water on his mouth. Then it also summoned the big dark demon, and the two sides fought in the law enforcement department. Stop. This is the psychic association you fight here, what a shame. Chairman Zheng Heiyang waved his hands anxiously. But Luqingi and Zhao Menjuan are both 6-star awakeners, and Zheng Heiyang is no more than this level. How to stop it? Luji has had enough of watching from the sidelines. His eyes were cold. Violent hellfire erupted from the whole body. Since you want to do it. The scene was chaotic. Nan Shan was frightened and rushed to the corner. The bald head lay trembling on the ground. Only Chen Beexu remained silent, as if waiting for something at this time. Outsiders come to report. I will. President, the visitor was startled by the battle and immediately reported urgently, people from the Holy Spirit Academy are here. The news was like an earthquake, shocking everyone in the law enforcement department. Chairman Zheng Heiyang's face turned pale and he kept muttering, why are you making such a big fuss? Why are you making such a big fuss? Everyone is here in the Holy Spirit Academy, how will this end? Nan Shan and the bald head even stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Holy Spirit Academy, to them, the name is like a holy place high above you. You can only watch it from a distance but not play with it. I usually feel excited just thinking about it, but now they actually want to see the people of the Holy Spirit Academy with their own eyes. Zhao Menjuan, Luqingi, and Luji also calmed down the fighting. They looked out the door together, under the gaze of everyone. A middle-aged man in uniform walked in. The clothes on his body are completely different from those of the Psychic Association. Especially on the shoulder, there is a medal of the semi-decayed world tree, and the overall appearance is noble and elegant beige in color. His complexion is calm and his bearing is extraordinary. Just standing at the door gives people a very weak sense of oppression. He didn't speak, but he also attracted everyone's attention as if he was born to be the focus of the audience. The fight was quite lively. The middle-aged man looked around the scene and commented indifferently. "My name is Lin Peng, and I am one of the 24 executive commissioners under the Round Table of the Holy Spirit Academy. I received someone who maliciously killed my country's companions, so I came here to deal with the matter." Lin Peng, a middle-aged man, declared himself behind his family. His eyes locked on Luji, and then he said lightly, "You are Luji, right? I have already understood this matter clearly. It is common for awakened people to have conflicts of interest and conflicts. The personal grievances between the two parties are not enough to affect the basic judgment of this case. And it is a fact that you killed 2 6-star awakened people, and this is the ironclad evidence." As soon as this statement came out, Luji and Luqingi were instantly angry. This commissioner of the Holy Spirit Academy named Lin Peng, regardless of grievances, directly convicted Luji, obviously for Zhao Menjuan's favor, the other side. There was a chuckle on Zhao Menjuan's coquettish mouth. She was not surprised at all, because this commissioner of the Holy Spirit Academy was specially invited by her. In other words, it is Zhao Menjuan who dispatched the manpower from the Holy Spirit Institute this time. Zheng Heiyang was stunned. His old face was full of embarrassment. The other 3 vice presidents also had very tangled expressions. They never imagined. The people from the Academy of the Holy Spirit directly favored one of the parties and so easily convicted Luji. But that is Holy Spirit Academy. How did they get offended suddenly? In the silent and embarrassing scene, there was another change. The staff member of the Psionic Association who came in to report the news just now ran in again. He panicked. His eyes were full of excitement. He raised his arms and pointed to the door and shouted, "Report to the president, another person from the Holy Spirit Institute has come." Boom, everyone's heart was shocked and their faces were full of disbelief. Zheng Heiyang felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Nanshan and the bald head stared even wider, full of disbelief. 2 big bosses from the Holy Spirit Institute came at the same time. What's the situation? At this time, Chen Beexu, who had been silent all this time, smiled forcefully. The movement of the Law Enforcement Department quickly attracted people from the entire 3rd District. Everyone talked a lot and looked at the 2 big men from the Holy Spirit Academy with shock and curiosity in their eyes. "Come quickly. I heard that we have 2 big bosses from the Holy Spirit Academy here. Really? The super bosses from that place will also come to the 3rd District. I heard that the Academy of the Holy Spirit is full of the top group of people in our Dragon Kingdom. Those with the lowest strength are at the heavenly level. Hiss, the lowest level is the sky level. It's too scary. Holy shit, there are 2 bosses of this level here today. What are these 2 bigwigs from the Holy Spirit Institute here for?" Lao Tzu didn't know, and Confucius didn't know either. Amidst all kinds of noisy discussions, everyone looked at Lin Peng and the later member of the Holy Spirit Academy, and their eyes became more and more shocked. The entire law enforcement department was surrounded by 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. There was a commotion at the scene. Law Enforcement Hall. Zheng Heiyang, the president of the 3rd District Psychic Association, brought the 3 vice presidents and respectfully invited the 2 visitors from the Holy Spirit Academy to the main seat. Zheng Heiyang bowed his body with a humble attitude and flattering eyes. The 3 vice presidents even nodded and bowed, unable to straighten their waists. On the main seat, Lin Peng glanced coldly at the person next to him and said lightly, "I never imagined that Gao Zhendong, the mighty Lionheart King, would condescend to come to such a small place." "He, don't you too?" Gao Zhendong, Lin Peng both belong to the Holy Spirit Academy, second only to the existence of the 12 big bosses of the Round Table. They are noble and powerful. Just sitting there gives people a sense of majesty looking up at the mountains. Luji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could feel that the aura unleashed by these 2 people inadvertently and invisibly was even far surpassing that of Chu Ching Hai. "It's 2 ruthless characters," Luji said softly, but his complexion didn't change much. Elder sister Luqingi stood beside him, protecting Luji in front of him like an eagle and focused more on her younger brother. Besides, Zhao Menjuan stood close to Lin Peng, hugging her shoulders and smiling. And Chen Beexu's face was always calm, forming an aura of his own, as if no one could interfere. She stood there indifferently. At the corner of the wall behind her were Nanshan and the bald head, who were shivering and hugging each other. Nanshan and Baldhead had never seen each other before, let alone knew each other well, but they were hugging each other now. It's quite a taste of hugging for warmth. There is no way. The pressure brought to them by the two visitors from the Holy Spirit Academy is too great. Brother, if something unexpected happens later, don't worry about me, just worry about it. Luqingi stood in front of Luji at the moment and said in a low voice. Luji smiled helplessly at his sister, but there was a warm current in his heart. In this world, the only one who can care about herself so much and put her own life first is my sister. But he was also secretly guessing what was going on today. This is the Academy of the Holy Spirit. The most mysterious and revered place in the entire Dragon Kingdom, all awakened people regard it as a holy place. Today, not only sent people to this small place in the 3rd district for the first time, but also 2 people came, between thoughts. Luji saw Chen Beexu smiling at him. Chen Beexu gave him a reassuring look and mouthed to him, "Don't worry, just take a look." Luji nodded and at the same time turned his attention to the 2 leaders of the Holy Spirit Institute. Now, the hall of the Law Enforcement Department was quiet, and even the domineering Zhao Menjuan shut up when the powerful members of the Holy Spirit Institute arrived. Finally, Lin Peng spoke expressionlessly. Regarding this incident, I have already stated my position. It is a common phenomenon for the awakened to have grievances against each other. But it is a fact that Luji disregarded the prohibition of the Holy Spirit Academy and massacred his compatriots. Therefore, Luji should be brought back to the Holy Spirit Academy, handed over to the Nighthawks for trial and then executed. As soon as this statement came out, the corners of Zhao Menjuan's red mouth are raised, her expression is cheerful. In an instant, thunder surged from Luqingi's body, and she almost couldn't bear the anger in her heart. Fortunately, Luji stretched out her 267 hand and gently held her sister's Ruyi, which calmed down her anger. Luji said softly, "Don't be impulsive, first listen to what the other person has to say." Gao Zhenshin took the tea from a vice president of the 3rd district, took a sip unhurriedly and said quietly, "Really? Why do I feel that it is unfair for Brother Yi to decide the case like this? According to the prohibition of the Academy of the Holy Spirit, it is forbidden to kill each other among awakened people in this country. As far as I know, the reason for this case is that Zhao Menjuan formed a team to ambush and kill Luqingi, and Luqingi's younger brother was forced to act and killed Zhao Menjuan's team instead. So in this case, Zhao Menjuan deliberately killed her compatriots first. As for Luji, I would consider it self-defense." As soon as this statement came out, the smile on Zhao Menjuan's face froze and it was gloomy and terrifying for an instant. But she didn't dare to attack, she just lowered her head and hid her resentful expression deeply. Luqingi secretly scratched her younger brother's palm with the hand held by Luji, expressing her inner joy. Luji's expression was calm, he felt that the matter would not end so easily. Equally calm was Chen Beexu. This woman is like a bunch of fans. Luji felt that he couldn't see through her. He also didn't understand why a small vice president of the Psionic Association of the 1st District could invite a member of the Holy Spirit Academy. The Lionheart King's words are biased. The fact that Zhao Menjuan murdered Luqingi is just the words of a certain awakened family. There is no real evidence, it is pure fiction. However, Luji's murder of his compatriots is well documented and he should be sanctioned. Lin Peng again refuted Gao Zhenshin's words. Gao Zhenshin also shook his head and said, "Luji is innocent. If you, as an awakened Dragon Kingdom, cannot defend yourself against the ambush and interception of others, the ban of the Holy Spirit Academy will become a joke. In the future, how will the Academy of the Holy Spirit serve the public?" Lin Peng sneered, "How can the Holy Spirit Institute convince the public? Big fists can convince the public. The fact that Luji killed his compatriots is established and must be punished." Gao Zhenshin confronted each other. If Luji is sanctioned, then Zhao Menjuan must also be sanctioned. Zhao Menjuan trembled when she heard this and her heart beat faster. The attitudes of the 2 visitors from the Holy Spirit Academy were at odds. One was to protect Luji and the other was to protect Zhao Menjuan. Seeing that Gao Zhenshin refused to give an inch, he insisted on keeping Luji. Lin Peng's face was also very ugly. He snorted coldly and said, "Since both of them have to be sanctioned, let's go into no man's land together." As soon as the words came out, Luqingi's complexion changed and the pupils in her beautiful eyes shrank. Zhao Menjuan was even more frightened and quickly cast her eyes on Lin Peng as if she was a little unexpected by this result. No man's land is an independent area independent of the major weird areas, since the world has recovered strangely and the fog has fallen. In this world there are some strange areas. There is no black box or fog here, but it is extremely dangerous. Different from the regions, there is no limit to the level of weirdness in no man's land. Take District 1 and District 2 as an example. The regional level limits the weird levels that appear here. For example, in the first district, there are only first-order and second-order weirdnesses, and in the second district, there are only third-order and fourth-order weirdnesses. But no man's land is different. There are no restrictions here. There may be first-order weirdness and there may be ninth-order weirdness. What a mess. After entering, you are close to death, so after Zhao Menjuan and Luqingi heard about it, they lost their composure. Lin Peng continued to sneer and said, "Aren't you going to sanction both of them at the same time? Then enter the no man's land together and stay there for 72 hours. As long as you can survive, the past will not be blamed." Zhao Menjuan was a little flustered and looked at Lin Peng with a very complaining expression. She opened her mouth several times to refuse, but when the words of rejection came to her lips, she dared not say them out. Lin Peng's extreme decision also made the Lionheart King Gao Zhenshin next to him frown. Gao Zhenshin did not expect Lin Peng to make such a decision. When the other party talked about this, even he couldn't say anything. Gao Zhenshin set his sights on Luji for the first time. Luji also noticed this big man of the Holy Spirit Academy who was facing him, and just about to speak, his sister Luqingi hurriedly said, "I'm going to enter instead of my brother." As she spoke, Luqingi looked at Gao Zhenshin resolutely. Luji gently pulled his sister's shoulders, put her arms behind him, and said lightly, "I don't care if I enter the no man's land or not." Luqingi turned her head and looked anxiously at Luji's face, with concern and blame in her eyes, blaming Luji for how he could agree so easily. Lin Peng, who was sitting upright on the top, shouted, "Okay, then it's settled. Both of you go back and prepare yourself and enter the no man's land in the 3rd district tomorrow." Finished. He was the first to get off his seat and walked out of the lobby of the law enforcement department. As soon as they went out, a group of awakened people from the 3rd district who were eavesdropping at the door scattered like sheep meeting wolves. Gao Zhenshin also put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Chen Beexu. "I have already done my best." After all, he cast his eyes on Luji for the second time and asked with a smile, "Is he the talented little brother you mentioned?" Chen Beexu nodded with a smile. Gao Zhenshin stood up, looked at Luji for a while, nodded and said, "The reasons for my coming this time are firstly, your invitation, and secondly, I want to see how the little brother you recommended is doing. As for the third one, I heard that Lin Peng is also coming, so I'm the only one here." Chen Beexu smiled and said, "I knew that the two of you were rivals and you couldn't miss him coming." At this time, Gao Zhenshin had already walked in front of Luji. With admiration in his eyes, he said to Chen Beexu lightly, "Don't take me so narrowly. It is also very important to support the younger generation. I just want to see if this little brother has the potential to enter the Holy Spirit Academy." Gao Zhenshin looked at Luji with a calm expression. Facing a big boss of the Holy Spirit Academy whose strength is at least a day level start, he has a close observation. Most people can't bear the pressure long ago and collapsed. And Luji's calm expression won Gao Zhenshin's initial appreciation. He nodded wildly, "That's right." After speaking, he reached out and patted Luji on the shoulder, then turned and left. The other side. In Zhao Menjuan's exclusive room, she sat on the bed aggrieved and said angrily, "Uncle, how can you propose to let us enter no man's land? Don't you know how dangerous that place is? Go in with my strength, I don't know how to die." Lin Peng stood by the window with his hands behind his back looking at the scenery outside and said calmly, "What are you panicking about? Uncle does this. Nature arranged everything. There's a box on the table, open it and have a look." Zhao Menjuan came to the desk dubiously upon hearing the words. "Sure enough, I saw a black box with an unusually exquisite and complicated shape." She opened it carefully and there was a cloak lying quietly inside the black box. "Uncle, is this?" Zhao Menjuan didn't know why. Lin Peng turned around, looked at Zhao Menjuan and said, "This is an exclusive spiritual weapon that I asked my colleagues from the Holy Spirit Institute to create. Wear it and you can be invisible. By then, wouldn't it be easy to stay in no man's land for 72 hours? Zhao Menjun was overjoyed when she heard this. She hurriedly took out the cloak and put it on. Swish. In the next second, her body and breath really disappeared into the room. Swish. Zhao Menjun took off her cloak, embraced Lin Peng's arm in surprise and said, "That's great. I knew, Uncle, you would love me and you wouldn't let my niece die in vain." Lin Peng glanced helplessly at Zhao Menjun and said, "Be careful, the material of this thing is precious and it will be of great use to us. Don't lose it or break it." Zhao Menjuan shook Lin Peng's arm and pouted, I know, of course not." She was coquettish on the face but actually sneered in her heart. With this miracle, it is easy to spend 72 hours safely. As for Luji, it is said that a narrow escape is his fate after returning from the law enforcement department. Luji lived in her sister's room. Luqingi looked at him worriedly with a sad face all day long. Luji kept reassuring her sister not to worry. Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself. Your brother, I'm not a fool, I won't do things that kill me. Luqingi didn't believe it, she knew the horror of no man's land. But things have come to this point and she has nothing to do. So Luqingi carefully brought a large, beautiful box. It is all the resource inventory she has accumulated over the years. All good stuff. Luji, this is heart erosion grass. It will cause heartache for half an hour after taking it, but after that it can greatly increase mental resistance. This is Huanhai kyanite, and its effect is thousands of times that of ordinary 6th-order spirit crystals. Here are 3 bottles of advanced healing potions, you bring them all. This is the obsidian of the lantern, and it is very effective in restoring the source power. This is... Luji looked at his sister in surprise. Luqingi was still eloquently taking out bottle after bottle of medicine and other precious treasures from heaven and earth to him. It's like taking out all the good things that I kept at the bottom of the box. Luji's nose was sour, his eyes were red, and he almost shed tears. He didn't refuse his sister's kindness, because if she refused, her sister Luqingi would definitely be so worried that she couldn't sleep. After accepting these precious resources, Luyi will feel a little relieved. Luji suddenly held his sister's slender and clean hand tightly and looked at her with red eyes. Luqingi was unable to move after being held by the hand, and she also met her younger brother's eyes. Neither of them spoke. It's just that in the silence, both of them understood each other's tacit understanding and deep affection. At night, Luji has become an adult and he voluntarily left his sister's room. He borrowed another quiet room, locked the door. Luji took out a few things that exploded from killing the 6th-order weirdness before. Needless to say, 6th-order spirit crystals. The blue world tree leaf, also called Sakyamuni, exudes a different kind of brilliance under the light. Luji took a deep breath and his sister's worried face suddenly flashed in his mind. He secretly swears, we must handle this incident cleanly so as not to worry my sister. Subsequently, Luji put Sakyamuni in his mouth. Boom, a mental storm broke into his mind. Vaguely. Luji seems to have heard Dao Sanskrit and Hong Yin Zhaoyu, somewhere. He felt the hellfire inside him come alive, and in the ocean of the mind, various miraculous functions are constantly evolving. Many were paths that Luji had never envisioned before. This world leaf can indeed greatly increase the proficiency between the awakened person and himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for greatly improving the proficiency of Hellfire. Reward template integration. Current fusion degree 15%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking a new skill, Eye of Judgment. A crisp system prompt sounded. Luji slowly withdrew from the previous mysterious state, his eyes lit up. 15% fusion unlock skills again. He hurriedly checked the skill description of Eye of Judgment. Eye of Judgment, 1 evil thought, 1 eye evil. The host can judge the evil and burn the soul under the gaze. Unlimitedly magnify the darkness and negative emotions in the enemy's heart. Evil, the heavier it is, the heavier the trial, and it has the function of reading memory. Read the system's explanation of the Eye of Judgment. Luji was taken aback for a while and found that the effect was somewhat different from the original Eye of Judgment. But after thinking about it, I found that the Eye of Judgment unlocked by the system is much more powerful. One glance can infinitely magnify the darkness and evil in the enemy's heart and burn the soul. This trick is invincible, except for the saint who doesn't have dark thoughts in his heart. But are there any saints in this world? No. In addition, the Eye of Judgment also has a bug-level effect of reading memory. It's against the sky. Luji was in a turbulent mood. His own strength has improved this time, coupled with the Eye of Judgment. He has more confidence in entering no man's land. The next day. Luji gets up early. Facing the morning sun, his eyes are full of light. Others also came to the helicopter outside the 3rd District Psychic Association. However, Lin Peng and Gao Zhenshin, the 2 powerhouses of the Holy Spirit Institute, did not come. They returned to the Holy Spirit Academy yesterday. Leave a message and come back in 3 days. Luji boarded the helicopter, and the President Zheng Heiyang, Chen Beexu, and Sister Lu Yu were all there. Other than that, there was Zhao Menjun, who was sitting alone with a stinky face. When Luji sat up, he found that Zhao Menjun's expression suddenly had a hint of sarcasm and an inexplicable smile. He frowned, wondering where this woman's confidence came from. When everyone is present, the helicopter launches. The loud noise of the propellers enveloped everything. On the square, many awakened in the 3rd area gathered together and looked up at the departure of the helicopter. They all heard that Zhao Menjun and Luji were about to go to no man's land. Tusk, I don't know if these 2 can come back alive after entering the no man's land. Damn, don't even think about it, none of them will come back. What is that no man's land? There are weird creatures everywhere or weird creatures with unlimited levels. If you encounter level 9 then aren't they bound to die? You can't say that. What if these two people are so lucky that they don't meet a strange monster? Who doesn't know that there are several times more weird creatures in no man's land than the mist? I guess Zhao Menjuan and Luji are already in danger. A group of people gathered together, looked at the distant helicopter and shook their heads, in their hearts. Zhao Menjuan and Luji have half-stepped into the coffin. Soon, the helicopter brought them near no man's land. The president of the 3rd district, Zheng Heiyang and Chen Beexu could only be sent here. Sister Luqingi held Luji's hand reluctantly, refusing to let go, her eyes full of worry. Cough, cough. Qingyi, just send it here, we can't stop the next thing. Holding 2 bracelets in his palm, Zheng Heiyang came to Luji and Zhao Menjuan. After Luqingi reluctantly put down her hands, Zheng Heiyang put on the 2 bracelets for Luji and Zhao Menjuan respectively. This is the bracelet of life. The effect is just one. If you die in no man's land, the secondary ring on our side will split. Luji touched the bracelet on his wrist and nodded. Then he looked softly at his elder sister Luqingi and said softly, "Don't worry, I promised you that I will come back safely." Luqingi saw that she was about to leave, and her younger brother was about to enter a dangerous no man's land. She could no longer restrain her turbulent emotions, and she was crying like flowers, very sad. Luji, you promised your sister you must come back safely." Luqingi sobbed and grabbed Luji's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Zheng Heiyang, the president, let out a long sigh and turned his head, unable to bear to look any further. Laughing, "No man's land is so dangerous, your brother will definitely die if he enters, and he returned safely." Suddenly there was an inappropriate sneer. But Zhao Menjuan glanced at the farewell Luji siblings with a disdainful look and walked in, exaggeratedly twisting her hips. Luji's face turned cold. He didn't expect this woman to be so cheap. But if my sister came here again, he wouldn't have a fit, so he comforted Luqingi again. Luji has officially stepped into no man's land. Zhao Menjuan, who came in first, bumped into a 6th-order rhinoceros head-on. The rhinoceros has hideous horns on its head and emits a terrifying black light. When it hits head-on, it can directly shatter the wall. Zhao Menjuan immediately cast her S-level ability, the Big Dark Demon, and killed it after a hard fight. Panting heavily, she looked at the strange corpse of the fallen rhinoceros with lingering fear. Secretly startled, "I just came in and ran into a 6th-order monster. If I go deep into it, God knows if there will be something more dangerous." She didn't dare to push her any further, take out the dark cloak and become completely invisible. Zhao Menjuan just disappeared. Next second, a figure covering the sky passed in front of her and a terrifying aura raged across the world. Zhao Menjuan could barely stand up straight. The 8th level is weird. She was horrified in her heart, thankful that she was invisible early. 1 second later, "I am afraid that I will definitely die." Zhao Menjuan only gasped for breath when the monster-like 8th level weirdness completely left. She thought to herself, "The cloak my uncle gave me is really useful. Even the 8th level of weirdness can't find me." At the same time, she rolled her eyes, and she was determined to find Luji on her own initiative. Anyway, he was hidden in the cloak, and even the 8th level weirdness couldn't find his trace. When the time comes to find Luji, hit him in the dark. Kill him straight away. At the same time, Luji stepped into no man's land with his back foot, and his luck improved a lot. All he encountered were 2nd-order and 3rd-order weirdness. He couldn't hold back his own hellfire even for a second. Brush monsters all the way down. Not only did Luji not encounter any danger, but he gained a lot of resources. He has never had the bad habit of saving resources and not using them. Baby is yours only when you use it. So Luji digested all the spirit crystals that exploded on the spot, improving his own strength. When he has absorbed all the spirit crystals and is ready to act again, suddenly in a quagmire some corpses and bones were found. Looking along the corpse at the end of the pile of bones, Luji found a fruit tree. The fruit trees are extremely tall, estimated to be more than 30 meters high, which is very eye-catching among the trees that are generally several meters or tens of meters in the city. But Luji found a fruit on this tree. A golden fruit. The golden fruit is like a lamp in the dark night, exuding a dim precious light. Luji just wanted to go up and pick. Roar! A violent and strange roar suddenly exploded. Then a giant python with a strong and long body and the thickness of a bucket rushed out from behind the tree. Luji hurriedly took a step back, his gaze fixed. The 6th-order strange python, roar. The giant python saw Luji's ferocious radiance, and after roaring again, his body swelled up a bit. The boa's body, which was originally the thickness of a bucket, is now comparable to a rural water tank. The snake's tail was raised high and it slapped heavily towards Luji's direction. Luji slid to the left, barely dodging. Next second, the python body swam at high speed, gliding in front of Luji's eyes in an instant, opened its big black and bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Luji's body in one gulp. Crucial moment. Violent hellfire erupted from Luji's body. The raging fire swallowed up all the surrounding air in an instant. The sixth-order giant python was forced to retreat by the high temperature of the hellfire, and its body quickly danced and retreated to the tree. Luji's eyes were indifferent, watching the retreating sixth-order python quietly change its shape. His mortal body faded away and turned into white bones. Next moment, Luji has turned into an evil spirit from hell, and with one stride he rushed to the snake's head of the giant python. He stretched out his arms, and the vast hellfire instantly climbed up to form a giant wave sword. With a strong swing of the giant sword, it slashed at the snake's body, sending the flesh and blood of the sixth-order giant python flying, scorching black. The blood was evaporated by the high temperature of the hellfire, and the nitrogen gas filled the sky. Hiss! The sixth-order giant python suffered from pain and swung its body with all its strength, wrapping Luji in spite of the high temperature of the flames of hell. Then squeeze hard, Luji's body was strangled in two by him. Next moment, Luji's face remained unchanged. In the evil spirit form, he recovered from his injuries with a few breaths. Then the giant sword slashed, chopped off the snake's head. A dark red profound spirit crystal burst out. After the death of the sixth-order giant snake, Luji ended the form of the evil spirit, and all the magics of hellfire returned to the family, and they were gathered in Luji's body and disappeared. The scene was quiet. Only the bleak sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and the sun clattering. Only then did Luji pick off the golden fruit on the tree, somewhat embarrassingly so. Luji still only has an impression of this fruit, but he can't remember the specific name. He scratched his head and swallowed it in one gulp. Anyway, the treasures recorded in the weird illustrated book are only beneficial. After eating the golden fruit, it turned into a raging and vast tide of source power, washing away everything in Luji's body. And the level of source power in his body skyrocketed accordingly, gradually rising. A long time. Luji opened his eyes and a golden light flashed. His source power level has skyrocketed again, one step closer to the fifth step. Luji silently looked at the environment here, and he had a clear understanding of no man's land in his heart. This place is extremely dangerous, and naturally no one sets foot, so resources will be more abundant. It's just that the death rate has also increased by 100 million points. Time flies, 48 hours passed quickly. Luqingi outside the no man's land looked haggard. She has been staying here, waiting for her younger brother to return safely, feeling like years, in no man's land. Luji's luck is too good to be true. For 2 days and 2 nights, no seventh-order weirdness was encountered. In contrast, Zhao Menjuan was unlucky. Didn't it mean that no man's land is extremely dangerous and you will encounter high-level weirdness at every turn? How come I'm so lucky? Don't say that the 9th level is weird and I haven't met one at the 7th level. Luji was also a little surprised by his good luck. He just thought so in his heart. Suddenly, there was a sound of shaking underfoot. The scene was like an earthquake. Luji couldn't stand still, so he had to squat on one knee. He looked back in the direction of the vibration, and his pupils shrank instantly. A gigantic monster with a huge body and muscles knotted like a hill walked towards him. Luji looked at it strangely, even forgot to breathe, and said softly, "The 8th level, strange." After about 10 seconds, the giant 8th level monster like a hill is less than 30 meters away from Luji. Again, Luji's mind was full of thoughts. He wants to try to play a wave. As a result, Luji's whole body was instantly enveloped in hell flames. Just in case, he was instantly killed and directly entered the evil spirit form. The flame in his arm turned into a spear, and the source power of his whole body exploded unscrupulously. The flames are monstrous. The surrounding flowers, plants, trees, earth, rocks, and broken tiles were all burned into nothingness. Luji's double pupil hellfire exploded violently. He shot through it. Surprised, Luji immediately retracted the flame spear, changed it into a giant sword, and slashed at it again, still hard to break through. The hill-like 8th level is weird, with clumsy and heavy movements and a frighteningly high defense. Luji hastily stepped back a dozen steps, and with a thought, void turned the hellfire around him into countless flaming arrows. Like a rain of fire, the turbulent shot towards the 8th order weirdness. Whoosh whoosh, all of a sudden fire and rain, romantic days. There was a scorching smell in the air, and the field of vision was a wave distorted by high temperature. However, the 8th level of this hill is weird, and even the skin is not burned red. Seeing this, Luji was speechless. Can't beat it at all. He saw that the eighth order monster was annoyed by his repeated provocations. Therefore, he decisively summoned the evil spirit motorcycle from the void, then stepped on his legs, tightened the accelerator, and ran away immediately. In no man's land. A long line of flames gallops vertically and horizontally. Luji was driving a ghost motorcycle and it was fast. While running, he sighed that no man's land is really weird. Fortunately, I have an evil spirit motorcycle, otherwise life and death would be really unpredictable. Time flies. Another 21 hours passed. There are still 3 hours left before the 72 hours set by the 2 leaders of the Holy Spirit Academy. For 7, Luji took the evil spirit motorcycle back to the void. It was too loud and too eye-catching. That roaring engine trails with a hellfire of sparks and lightning. It's hard not to attract the attention of the powerful and weird in no man's land, so Luji kept a low profile. Enron passed until now, at the moment. In front of him was the strangeness of a nightmare. The upper body is covered with black and blue smoke outlining its devilish horns. The lower body is a gradually dimming mist. In short, this is an invisible and weird head. Invisible and weird, it has always been the most difficult kind of weird creature. Besides, this is still a tier 6 class. Luji's whole body is on fire right now and his pupils are bursting like volcanoes. He stared at the nothingness around him. Because it is invisible and weird, it is hidden in it. Still trying to hide. Sudden, Luji's burning pupils flashed. He aimed at one of the directions, stretched out his palm, and the turbulent and vast hellfire rushed over like waves one after another. The violent fire waves rushed straight into the sky, illuminating the night brightly. And in a deserted community less than a kilometer away from this area, Zhao Menjuan was hiding in a dilapidated tile-roofed house when she was suddenly attracted by the shocking fire waves in the distant sky. Her eyes lit up and then her expression was extremely sinister. Damn you be *****D, you can hide like this, almost 70 hours and still alive. However, now your whereabouts are finally exposed, let's see how my old lady kills you. During this period of time, Zhao Menjuan wore a dark cloak to avoid countless powerful and weird probes, and she was full of confidence. At this moment she got up grimly, looked at the direction where the flames were rising and rushed over with a sneer. When Zhao Menjuan arrived, her eyes lit up and she saw Luji whose whole body was on fire. The corners of her mouth curled up and she found a hidden corner to ambush. Quietly wait for the opportunity, ready to attack from behind, the other side. Luji really felt the difficulty of being invisible and weird. The method of making the body invisible and then immune to all damage is really a headache for the awakened. In the past, Luji's invisibility was either invisible or the level was too low. Relying on many means can still be easily dealt with. Now Luji's realm is only 4-star, and against the 6th level weirdness he is fighting for 2 levels. What's more, what you encounter is the most difficult invisible weirdness. But Luji's face was calm and he wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to deal with his opponent. Since the firepower is not enough, then I just increase the firepower output. Boom, Luji's eyes turned cold. The source power in his body immediately roared and exploded, a steady stream of support for the raging hellfire. The scene was completely reduced to a sea of flames. The sea of fire that filled the sky burned everything near it. Tongues of fire flickered and fiery sparks exploded. The terrifying high temperature melted everything. That invisible weird end is also bearing the scorching and impact of the sea of fire within a radius of 100 meters. Suddenly, Luji keenly noticed that the hellfire filled the sky and the instant vacuum appeared. He frowned and the hellfire in his heart erupted with all his strength, reaching everywhere. How can I avoid a certain place? Luji guessed that maybe there was something hidden there, so he kept an eye out. Intentionally closing his eyes, he tried his best to maintain the output of the source force. The sea of flames boiled and finally forcibly killed the 6th order invisible strangeness. Luji pretended to use too much force, and both sides were hurt by Wei Wei. Staggering, half kneeling on the ground. At this time, Zhao Menjuan appeared from behind him. There was a sneer on the corner of her mouth. Seeing Luji's weak back, her heart was excited. This kid finally die. I understand his dog's fate now. After I get out, I will find a chance to slowly kill Luqingi. Zhao Menjuan approached Luji's back step by step, planning to send him to hell. However, Luji, who had his back to her, had a smile on his lips. Zhao Menjuan was shrouded in a dark cloak, looking at Luji's back with excitement. Finally, I was able to get to know this difficult Luji firsthand. After nearly 3 days of verification, Zhao Menjuan is confident in the effect of her invisibility. Taking advantage of Luji's emptiness after the big battle, this sneak attack will definitely kill him. A small dark gold dagger slipped from Zhao Menjuan's cuff and fell into her hand. One step, two steps, three steps. Just when Zhao Menjuan reached Luji's back, raised the dagger in her hand high, and was about to slam it down on Luji's neck, boom. Intense flames erupted from Luji's body. Waves of fire roared, and Luji's body turned into white bones in that instant. The dark gold dagger instantly turned into molten iron, dripping down Zhao Menjuan's hand. Luji got up slowly, turned his head to look at the space on his back. In the air, a half-melted dagger appeared out of thin air, trembling slightly. No, it's impossible. Zhao Menjuan knew she was exposed and she appeared screaming. When she met Luji's eyes burning with raging hellfire, she was terrified for a moment. An unknown fear swept over her whole body. Zhao Menjuan hurriedly threw the broken dagger on the ground, turned around and was about to run. She knew very well that her team was no match for Luji that day. It is even more impossible to play songs by myself. I want to run after the sneak attack, is it that easy? Luji spoke, and a low-pitched demon chant erupted from his bone-shattered throat. Zhao Menjuan shuddered when she heard this and she ran even faster. The burning flames in Luji's eyes stared at the back of Zhao Menjuan, who was fleeing in a hurry, and his thoughts flashed. The hellfire automatically gathered in front of him into countless flaming swords, aiming at Zhao Menjuan's direction. Go, Luji said softly. In an instant, hundreds of small swords condensed from hellfire shot away like a rain of arrows. Sensing the movement behind her, Zhao Menjuan gritted her teeth and was forced to stop to meet the attack. Roar! There was a deep and low roar. Zhao Menjuan has transformed into a huge dark demon. Her pupils are chaotic black. She controlled the huge sawtooth blade of the big dark demon to sweep it in the air. It was able to block the menacing flame arrows. It's just a wave of unrest and another wave. Next second, Luji's arm turned into a flaming magic sword with wavy serrations, and he slashed towards Zhao Menjuan. The latter turned pale with fright and hastily raised the giant sword of the great dark demon to block it. Clang. The sound of crisp metal and the sound of burning flames can be heard endlessly. Zhao Menjuan was shocked to find out that her powerful S-level ability, the Great Dark Demon, was melted by Luji's flames in a single collision. She was shocked. I feel even more incredible about Luji's abilities. Damn it, isn't the F-level ability the weakest and most rubbish? Why is it stronger than my S-level ability? Luji, who turned into an evil spirit, didn't know the fear and shock in Zhao Menjuan's heart. He was silent, waved the flaming magic sword in his hand and slashed at it again. Zhao Menjiao hastily parried, and the phantom of the big dark demon on her body was melted a lot by the hellfire. The whole has gradually dimmed, no longer the previous magic power. Hiding in the phantom of the great dark demon, Zhao Menjuan found desperately that she was not Luji's opponent at all. If you don't work hard, I will die here. She was extremely jealous in her heart, and her eyes were about to burst into flames when she looked at Luji. But if you don't think of a way, you will really die here. Immediately. Zhao Menjuan's face turned hard. She looked at Luji with ferocious and distorted eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Menjuan controlled the body of the big dark demon to take 2 steps back, and the main body took out a bottle of viscous blackened potion from her arms. Pulling out the cork, resisting the discomfort, swallowed it in one gulp. Bang! The moment she just drank this strange black potion, the scene was one ground shaking. Luji watched Zhao Menjuan's actions indifferently, unmoved. He wants to see what kind of waves this woman can make. The violent shaking continued. On Zhao Menjuan's face, dense, incomparable spider web-like purple-black blood vessel lines began to appear. Dark blood vessels covered her originally charming and coquettish face. She looked like a real fallen devil, neither human nor ghost. At the same time, she stared at Luji's body with extremely vicious eyes, and her voice became hoarse. Luji, I will kill you. It's you, forcing me to become the person I am now. I will make you pay in blood. Luji frowned upon hearing this. I thought this woman is really shameless. He came over to attack him in stealth, and now he came to beat him up again. Was her 3 views developed in the pigsty, so dirty thoughts are surging. Zhao Menjuan has frantically urged the big dark demon with S-level abilities to kill him. Presumably before taking the black potion, the body of the great dark demon at this moment is as solid as a substance. It is huge in size and exudes a strong magic power. It looks even less ferocious than the most terrifying strange creatures. Rumble, Zhao Menjuan raised the huge black magic blade and slashed in Luji's direction. Luji dodged in the past, but the ground that was cut was sunk deeply, and a huge pit of nearly 10 meters was opened. Luji stared at Juqing. The opponent's strength seemed to have suddenly skyrocketed a lot at this time. The big dark demon attached to Zhao Menjuan's body changed again. There was a squirm on the back and 2 huge black wings stretched out. Whoosh! With a burst of wings, the big dark demon flew over with Zhao Menjuan at low altitude. A devil's claw aiming at Luji's head to crush it to burst, facing such a horrific attack. Luji calmly looked at Zhao Menjuan, who was approaching him rapidly in the low air, and remained motionless. The expression is calm and unflappable. Just when Zhao Menjuan was about to approach, Luji's eyes flashed. A deep dark red light flashed past. The power of the judgment eye instantly concentrated on Zhao Menjuan. The big dark golem passing by at low altitude trembled in place as if it had been shocked by electricity, and then slowly dissipated. Zhao Menjuan landed on the ground, her eyes wide open. Her pupils shrank and trembled non-stop. The moment she was solidified by Lu Ji's eyes of judgment, the surrounding environment changed drastically. The world was bloody and dark. The screams and screams of the impotent people kept coming from my ears. As if in Avasai hell, the soul is being tortured fatally, and in reality. Zhao Menjuan half-kneeled on the ground, her eyes were frightened and absent-minded, and her whole body was trembling, describing her as crazy. Luji walked up to her slowly, his eyes narrowed, and the Eye of Judgment skill was activated again. A hidden memory was extracted by Luji. Lin Peng from Holy Spirit Academy is actually her uncle. Luji read the memory from Zhao Menjuan and unexpectedly found something unexpected. It's no wonder that this big guy from the Holy Spirit Academy has targeted him everywhere since he came here. His relationship with Zhao Menjuan is relative. After reading this piece of memory information, Luji then cut off the reading of the Eye of Judgment. He is not a peeping Tom. He has no interest in understanding the woman in front of him. I just want to kill it and go fast. With a thought, Luji summoned the soul chain and tied it up firmly. After Zhao Menjuan was completely subdued, only then did Luji slowly wake him up. Zhao Menjuan's eyes had just regained clarity, and the moment she saw Luji's face, she was so frightened that she trembled all over, and her complexion turned pale. She was so terrified that she no longer had the courage to resist. His eyes were full of shock at Luji's strength. She couldn't imagine why Luji is so powerful. What do you want to do? Zhao Menjuan looked at Luji, her voice trembled slightly and her bound body kept retreating. Let me tell you. My uncle is from the Holy Spirit Academy, and Lin Peng is my uncle. If you dare to do anything to me, he will definitely not let you go. Luji listened to her words and fell into a brief thought. Lin Peng is Zhao Menjuan's uncle, which is indeed beyond his expectation. That was a top expert from the Holy Spirit Academy, a master who had started at the heavenly level. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has truly stood at the pinnacle of this world. If Lin Peng is offended, the consequences may be serious beyond imagination. Ground. Zhao Menjuan, who was tied to the ground by soul chains, saw that Luji was silent, thinking that he was afraid. I couldn't help but sneered triumphantly in my heart. This stupid boy was really frightened by his identity, so she softened her voice again. With a charming expression on her face, she spoke softly to her. Don't worry, I see both your strength and talent. A young and talented young man like you, my sister, I appreciate it the most. As long as you let me go, my sister can promise you to forget the past. As she spoke, Zhao Menjuan even twisted her graceful figure, showing Luji her seductive side. Faced with Zhao Menjuan's threats and begging for mercy, Luji smiled. With a warm smile on his face, he slowly squatted down, his eyes were clear, he looked straight at Zhao Menjuan and said, Your background is indeed very strong. You can also target me, mocking and insulting and so on. But you shouldn't mess with my sister. To cut the weeds is to eradicate the roots, to be ruthless to the enemy and to avoid future troubles. Haven't you been implementing this idea? When Luji said this, the smile on his face widened and he whispered in a softer voice, So you can go on the road with peace of mind. The voice just fell. Zhao Menjuan's pupils contracted sharply and a blade of fire passed through her beautiful head. Luji stood up, the smile on his face disappearing. He looked indifferently at Zhao Menjuan's head that rolled to the ground. The last expression of horror and disbelief still remained on the expression. Actually, Zhao Menjuan's fate was already decided when she made the decision to ambush and kill Luqingi. Luji thought clearly. Zhao Menjuan's vicious heart and ruthless methods are beyond ordinary people's imagination. If there is a chance, it must be killed. She can target her sister Luqingi for the first time, and there will inevitably be a second and third time in the future. Instead of leaving future troubles, it is better to be a dead end. Besides, Luji looked at the surrounding environment and said softly, This is no man's land, but you can meet a strange and dangerous place at the 9th level. It's normal for us awakened ones to escape death here, right? After finishing speaking, Luji smiled lightly. With a light wave of the palm, the hellfire wiped away Zhao Menjuan's body. So far, all traces of a woman in the world are gone, except for the many treasures she left behind. Luji first put away a token-like gemstone. The color of the whole body is charming purple, and there are natural carving lines on the outside. This kind of beautiful thing, Luji has a deep memory. On page 47 of the weird illustrated book, it is called Tongling Bayu. There are 3 colors in total: white, red, and purple. Among them, white can increase the energy and blood of the awakened person, that is, physical fitness. Red can increase the level of source power in the awakened person's body, and the effect is very powerful. The one in Luji's hand is purple to increase the strength and fusion of abilities. After putting away the psychic gem, Luji found 3 more blue leaves. He smacked his lips. Isn't this a world leaf? It doesn't seem to be called a holy leaf. This woman is really cool. She took 3 pieces of such a precious treasure. In addition, Luji also discovered that the origin of this leaf seems to have a relationship with the logo of the Holy Spirit Academy and the emblem of the half-decayed world tree at last. There was only a black cloak left on the ground. Don't think about it. Luji knew that Zhao Menjuan was able to approach him quietly and invisible before, relying on the cloak in front of him. Luji was curious about its effect and tried it on. It turns out that this cloak can not only hide the figure and conceal the breath, but also has a powerful defense function. It's no wonder that when I used the fire to burn the invisible and weird before, it didn't have any effect on her. Luji lamented the power of this piece of equipment and guessed that Zhao Menjuan probably relied on this cloak to survive until now. Tusk, it's potions, resource treasures, and top-grade equipment. It's so cool to have someone behind you. Luji sighed with emotion and then laughed. Because these are all yours. By the way, I almost forgot I just killed a 6th-order weirdo. Luji was having a headache on how to hide this cloak and almost forgot that he just killed a difficult invisible 6th-order strange. The rarer and more difficult the weirdness is, the more precious the resources that can be exploded. Luji hurried over to take a look. His eyes lit up. He really found something good. In addition to a deep dark red spirit crystal, there is also a ring lying on the ground. Luji picked it up and took a look, his face instantly stunned. The corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction, a little surprised. It's really drowsy. Someone sent a pillow. Just now I was still worrying about how to hide all the cloaks, so I got a space ring. That's right, the ring in Luji's hand is an extremely rare resource, a space ring. As long as you inject source power into it, you can take it as your own and leave a mark. The space inside the ring is about 9 cubic meters, not too big, but for Luji it is enough. In the space of 9 cubic meters, you can put some resource medicines and so on, and you can carry quite a lot of things. Luji happily put all the gains into the space ring. Then with a thought, a spirit crystal appeared in his palm. Make another move in your heart. The spirit crystal is retracted into the ring again, which is really convenient, outside no man's land. Except that Luqingi was always staying here, waiting for her younger brother's return. Chairman Zheng Heiyang just came over regularly every day, delivered some food, and persuaded a few words, and then rushed back to deal with the affairs of the 3rd District. Now, the 72-hour assessment time set by the 2 leaders of the Holy Spirit Academy was running out. Zheng Heiyang brought the 2 vice presidents and the Minister of Law Enforcement to check the situation. Chen Beexu reappeared after disappearing for 3 days. Everyone stayed here, anxiously waiting for Luji and Zhao Menjuan to appear. Suddenly, with a click, the sound of a broken bracelet came out. Chairman Zheng Heiyang froze in place. Only then did he tremblingly take out a piece of broken bracelet from his bosom, and when he fixed his eyes on it, his face turned pale in an instant. Zheng Heiyang was dumbfounded. I rubbed my eyes vigorously with my hands and confirmed again, only to realize a terrifying fact. The bracelet is broken. The broken one belonged to Zhao Menjuan's life bracelet. This means that Zhao Menjuan died in no man's land. It's over, it's all over. Zheng Heiyang glanced at the vice president beside him in horror, and the expressions on their faces were also pale. No one else knew Zhao Menjuan's identity. Zheng Heiyang is the president of the 3rd District Psychic Association, but he has heard of it. Zhao Menjuan is the niece of Lin Peng, the leader of the Holy Spirit Academy. Gulu. Zheng Heiyang swallowed hard, his teeth chattering. He couldn't imagine that when Lin Peng learned that his niece died in no man's land. What a monstrous rage will erupt. When the heaven-level powerhouses of the Holy Spirit Academy got angry, there were more than 1 million dead bodies. Not to mention their small 3rd district, even the 5th district can't bear it. Chen Beexu also noticed the abnormality on Zheng Heiyang's side, and she frowned. And Luqingi stayed here for a long time. Her lips were pale, and her body was a little weak. She was even more worried about her brother's comfort, and getting up was like breaking into no man's land. Chen Beexu sighed softly and stretched out his hand to hold her. There is not much time left for the 72-hour assessment. Even if Luji doesn't come out in time, Gao Zhenshin, who will arrive later, will come to the rescue. I know you care about your brother, but if you go in now, if something happens, won't you add trouble to Luji? Caring makes chaos. Chen Beexu's persuasion made Luqingi stop. Her haggard and worried eyes fell on Chen Beexu, who couldn't bear it either. But right now I can only trust Luji, only medicine. Asterisk time passed little by little. Luqingi asked Zheng Heiyang for the auxiliary ring of her younger brother Luji's life bracelet, staring at it all the time, feeling extremely nervous. Finally, at the exit of No Man's Land, a dusty figure appeared. Luji showed a tired face and walked out slowly. The moment Luqingi saw her younger brother, her eyes lit up, and she flew over, hugging him tightly in her arms excitedly. Tears were falling from the red eyes, and I was so choked up that I couldn't speak. Luji just smiled, patting his sister's thin back lightly. His tired eyes were bright but indescribable. At this time, the deafening sound of helicopter propellers came from the sky. Two big men from the Holy Spirit Academy arrived. Lin Peng's face was relaxed, and he was not so cold compared to the last time we met, as if he had expected the result long ago. Gao Zhenshin walked several meters away from him. His expression was uneven, and it didn't mean much. Lin Peng saw Luji, and a strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked at Zheng Heiyang and asked directly, "Where's Zhao Menjuan?" Zheng Heiyang was like a frightened mouse, faltering and hoeing, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. I. That Zhao Menjuan, her. Lin Peng frowned. His falcon-like eyes instantly looked through Zheng Heiyang's gray palm and saw the broken life bracelet in it. Moment, everything goes without saying. Boom. Lin Peng was furious, his face became ugly, and a shocking aura erupted from him. Zheng Heiyang and several vice presidents of the law enforcement department trembled, huddled together, and lost their souls. Lin Peng coldly turned his eyes away and stared at Luji. Without saying a word, the body directly turned into yellow sand all over the sky. He instantly exploded into an existence like an ancient yellow sand demon. A violent breath swept across the world. Elementalize, this is true elementalization. After Lin Peng's body changed from a mortal body to an elemental yellow sand, he possessed a powerful ability to be immune to physical attacks. And this is the elemental ability that can only be mastered by the real Skyrim powerhouse. Lin Peng's sudden outburst was full of pressure. Chen Beexu and Luqingi's pretty faces turned cold, and they didn't even realize they stepped forward and walked in front of Luji. The yellow sand roared, and the momentum shook the sky and the earth. Everyone's cheeks were in pain as if cut by a knife, their clothes were rattling, and their figures were unstable. The air seemed to be sucked dry. Everyone is breathing stagnantly and even feels suffocating. But Lin Peng didn't shoot Luji. He moved his icy eyes away from Luji and rushed into the No Man's Land. Lin Peng's departure brought peace to the world. Everyone felt that the weight on the heart disappeared in an instant, and they gasped heavily. And this time, riots break out in No Man's Land. An earth-shattering roar that almost shattered people's eardrums. Everyone turned their heads to take a look, and their eyes were instantly filled with shock. From far away in the sky, there appeared a ninth-order strange monster with a body that covered the sky and covered the sun. Even with a distance of several kilometers, you will still be overwhelmed by its amazing size. That huge figure gave everyone a deep shock, as if casting a thick haze in their hearts. But the next second, boom, this huge figure disappeared in an instant. And in the sky a few kilometers away, a deep red appeared. That is, thousands of tons of blood splashed in the sky, rendering a bloody scene. Zheng Heiyang and the others felt numb. He felt that his heart couldn't stand it, and the pain was severe. Luqingi bit her cherry lips tightly. Her eyes were not only shocked, but also stubborn and unwilling. Chen Beexu's eyes were serious, and his face was also very shocked. Luji took a deep breath. For the first time, he felt the terror of a heavenly powerhouse. It was as strong as a ninth-order weirdness, but it was also killed by a single blow. Is this the strength of the strong man from the Holy Spirit Academy? Boom, boom, boom between heaven and earth. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound like the pulse of the earth. These muffled sounds sounded like heavy hammers dancing on the heart. Every blow of the heavy hammer makes people feel uncomfortable and want to cough up blood. The ground began to tremble, and a powerful existence awakened deep underground. Is it this weird heartbeat? Luqingi covered her heart in pain and suddenly realized something. Everyone's expressions were horrified. What level of weirdness is this? The sound of a heartbeat can make everyone lose their resistance. Gao Zhenshin, who had been standing calmly by the side, stared at the direction of the No Man's Land with his eyes narrowed and murmured softly. It has appeared above the 9th level. The natural disaster level is weird. Everyone was shocked when they heard Gao Zhenshin's words, strangeness above the 9th level, natural disaster level. The shock in everyone's eyes lingered for a long time. Luji also suppressed the discomfort in his heart, secretly thinking that it is worthy of the title of natural disaster grade. Just the heartbeat and recovery can cause the world to shake. A strange creature of this level, I am afraid that the 9-star awakened person is just a weak baby in front of it. Roar. Finally, a roar that drowned the world came out in shock. Poo, poo, poo. Chairman Zheng Heiyang and others spit out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were like gold paper and they sat on the ground collapsed. Chen Beexu, Luqingi and Luji were also hurt by the roaring eardrums. When I touched my ear with my hand, there was blood oozing out. Boom, 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 there was another violent roar in the no man's land. Air waves, dust waves, and sound waves rolled in. The sky began to lose its color and was completely hidden under the dim yellow sand. The violent explosion and roar lasted for several minutes. These 280 battles covered a range of several kilometers. The entire no man's land, which is equivalent to the size of a prefecture-level city, is already quite huge. And the people outside the no man's land felt the movement coming from inside, as if they were being washed away by missiles. Luji and his sister held hands tightly and crouched close to each other. His eyes were deep, motionless, looking at the ground under his feet. This is Luji, the first time he felt the terror of a heavenly powerhouse. I do not know how long it has been. When everything calms down, the world finally gradually restored its former peace. With his hands behind his back, Gao Zhenshin looked in the direction of no man's land and laughed dumbfoundedly. He shook his head and smiled. Now there is no weirdness in the entire no man's land. Luji and the others were shocked when they heard this. One person pushed the entire no man's land. He looked at Chen Beexu and asked, I heard that Lin Peng is not the strongest group of people in the Holy Spirit Academy. Chen Beexu nodded. Lin Peng and Gao Zhenshin are the 24 affiliated commissioners under the Round Table of the Holy Spirit Institute. The powerhouses who can truly destroy the world are those 12 members of the Round Table. After hearing this, Luji remained silent, deeply hiding the words Holy Spirit Institute in his heart. Whoosh, a dark yellow afterimage flashed across. Lin Peng is back. The cuff of his uniform was torn on his right shoulder, exposing his bleeding arm. Other than that, there were no other injuries. The moment Lin Peng came back, he directly fixed his cold eyes on Luji. I dug 3 feet into the ground in the entire 3rd district, and I disemboweled all the weird things. But there is no body of Zhao Menjuan. A body can't just disappear, say, where did you hide her? Luji took a deep breath and then looked at Lin Peng without hesitation. Where is Zhao Menjun's body? How do I know? Humph. Lin Peng snorted coldly as if he didn't want to talk nonsense, but he decided that Luji was like that and he was about to make a move. Lin Peng, you have passed. A blue light passed by, dissolved Lin Peng's yellow sand. Gao Zhenshin stood in front of Luji, blocking the path of Lin Peng's shot. The rule set by myself, who do you want to blame if you lose? Lin Peng fixed his gaze on Gao Zhenshin and gritted his teeth. Lionheart, good, good. He flicked his sleeves and left angrily. Gao Zhenshin turned his head and gave Chen Beexu a look. Chen Beexu seemed to understand and nodded. Then Gao Zhenshin also left. Who? At this moment, Zheng Heiyang gasped heavily. It turned out that the 2 big brothers of the Holy Spirit Academy were here just now, and he was breathing carefully. Now that these 2 people left, Zheng Heiyang and others dared to breathe freely. Luji helped his sister to stand up. They patted away the dust that had been stained by missiles washing the ground just now, looked at the direction Lin Peng was leaving, and remained silent. This matter is not over so easily. Call. Luji also let out a long sigh of relief and quickly changed his mood. Because so what? When he becomes a heavenly powerhouse, who can do nothing to him? But the goal is far away and the road is long and difficult. Before he failed, Luji planned to keep it deep in his heart. It's a secret. Everyone returned to the 3rd District Psychic Association. The departure of the 2 leaders of the Holy Spirit Academy, the announcement came to an end for now. Elder Sister Luqingi is going to continue to participate in her promotion zone assessment. The assessment is presided over by Chen Beexu, and if you pass, you can go to the 4th District. As for Luji, he doesn't need to participate in the assessment and can be directly promoted to the 3rd District. Luji enjoys this privilege with peace of mind. Zheng Heiyang, the chairman of the 3rd District, also has no objection. Luji has already proved with his strength that his strength is not weaker than any awakened person in the 2nd District. An exclusive room was arranged for Luji, and temporary uniforms were issued. Zheng Heiyang and other senior executives of the association left in a hurry. Only Chen Beexu and Luqingi were left in the room. Luqingi looked at Chen Beexu, specifically the badge on Chen Beexu's shoulder, and suddenly said, "This badge belongs to the church, right? The Holy Chapel is a unique organization affiliated with the Holy Spirit Academy. It's very mysterious and no one knows what it does. But its status is second only to the Holy Spirit Academy." Seeing that Luqingi discovered her identity, Chen Beexu didn't hide her denial. Instead, she covered her lips with her hand and smiled. "I didn't expect to be discovered by you." Luji's heart moved and he approached calmly. He had long noticed that this woman was not simple, and now he finally had the opportunity to inquire about it. Seeing Luji's small movements, Chen Beexu rolled her beautiful eyes. Simply explained, Holy Chad Church is a special executive agency affiliated to the Holy Spirit Academy, and its responsibilities are relatively concentrated. The two most important things are investigation and trial. As for me, I am responsible for inspecting the sequence seeds of the various strange areas, and the most important basis for the inspection is the talent level. Having said this, Chen Beexu smiled and said, "Of course, this kid is an exception. The sequence seed is an important criterion for the Academy of the Holy Spirit to screen the awakened. Once selected, it is equivalent to obtaining the qualification to enter the Holy Spirit Academy. Only sequence seeds will be eligible to enter the Holy Spirit Academy in the future. The requirements are both cumbersome and perverted. However, these Luqingi and Luji's sister and brother face were obviously heard for the first time. They looked stunned and said in unison, "Sequence?" Chen Beexu nodded and said, "That's right, it's the sequence. The Academy of the Holy Spirit is the most transcendent and top-level organization in the entire Dragon Kingdom, so the assessment standards are naturally harsh and different. Becoming a sequence seed is the only way to enter the Holy Spirit Academy." Luji and his sister looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Obviously, none of them expected that there would be such special rules for entering the Holy Spirit Academy. Chen Beexu continued. There are a total of 100 sequence seeds, including awakened ones starting from S rank. Among them, the SSS class took the top 7. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 7 SSS-level sequence seeds. Even the round table, there are only 3 SSS levels. Luji and Luqingi listened carefully. After all, they had an agreement with each other. In the future, the siblings will enter the Holy Spirit Academy together. Then the remaining sequences are all S rank and SS rank? Luji asked. Chen Beexu nodded. To be precise, SS ranks account for 1/3 and the remaining 2/3 are all S ranks. Speaking of which, Chen Beexu said to Luji again, "Of course, talent is an important basis for the evaluation of sequence seeds, but it is not the only criterion. Although what you have tested is only an F-level talent, and there is no way to join the sequence at present, but I believe that your potential is more than that, and you will definitely have a place in the future sequence seeds." Luji smiled indifferently. Of course, he knew that Chen Beexu's words were not to comfort himself. But how did she know that the F-level ability is not her real ability talent? The horror and power of Hellfire, even the SSS level, is not enough to see. In that case, is my sister already a seed sequence? Luji suddenly thought of this question. Chen Beexu nodded with a chuckle. Since the moment Qingyi stepped into the SS rank, she has automatically entered the sequence. When she enters the 4th district, people from St. Chacha's church will look for her. When Luqingi heard Chen Beexu call herself Qingyi, she felt weird and felt a little awkward. But there was still uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. He didn't expect that he was already one of the sequence seeds. Sequence seeds, a total of 100 people. These 100 people can be said to be the reserve soldiers who entered the Holy Spirit Academy, and they are also the most core awakened people. After listening to Chen Beexu's explanation, Luji finally saw the mysterious corner of Holy Spirit Academy today. He sighed slightly. "I didn't expect that there are only 10 SSS-level talents in the entire Dragon Kingdom, which is really too rare. SSS-level talent is basically a top talent that can definitely enter the Holy Spirit Academy." Unexpectedly, Chen Beexu shook his head and said with some regret, "To be precise, there is actually an 11th SSS-level Awakener. That is Sikong Hao, the former dean of the Holy Spirit Academy. However, he resigned from the post of dean 3 years ago and disappeared. No one knows why. This secret is quite fresh. Luji is very curious. He is already a figure at the level of the dean of the Holy Spirit Academy, and he is also an extremely strong person with SSS talent. Why did he take the initiative to resign from his position?" After the two siblings separated again, Luqingi went to participate in her own promotion assessment. The content of the assessment is very difficult, and for ordinary people it is almost impossible to pass. But for Luqingi, there is no suspense. With an SS-level talent and at the peak of her strength, she easily passed the assessment. So far, Luqingi can already go to the 4th district. The days of getting together are always so short. In a blink, Luqingi was about to leave when we parted. She held Luji tightly with one hand and gently stroked Luji's face with the other hand. Her eyes were red. Brother, sister is leaving soon. During my absence, you must take good care of yourself. As the parting approached, Luji was also a little sad. He looked into his sister Luqingi's gentle eyes and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Okay, I must do what I promised my sister. Luqingi stretched out her little finger to pull the hook with Luji. Luji couldn't laugh or cry, so he stretched out his little finger and hooked it with his sister's. Suddenly, Luqingi took a deep breath and said with a confident smile, Sister, I will enter the 4th district soon. When the time comes, I will definitely enter the Holy Spirit Academy before you. Luji pouted. That's impossible, I must be faster than you, sister. Okay, then let's see who enters the Holy Spirit Academy first. Luji watched her sister leave as she drifted away, until it completely blends with the setting sun and becomes an invisible black spot. He just returned to the 3rd district, after entering the Psionic Association in the 3rd district. Luji unexpectedly discovered that this woman, Chen Beexu, had become the vice president of the 3rd district Psychic Association again. Good guy, is this woman a professional vice president? Whichever district I go to, I will chase after it and become the vice president of that district. He couldn't help complaining. In addition, Luji was also allocated a luxurious single room. This is not a backdoor that Chen Beexu used his privilege to find for Luji. Rather, he is a genius who has been promoted across regions. For such characters, the Psionic Association generally gives top-notch treatment. Walk back to the room. All eyes are on Luji. Pay attention. Come here, Luji is here. Damn it, he's Luji, that fierce guy who came up from the 2nd district. It's him. So young, looks like he's just grown up. Nima is too scary. I have never seen such a way to enter the 3rd district. It is simply unprecedented. Isn't this nonsense? Has anyone seen a 4-star awakened person who can directly face the siege of 5 6-star awakened persons and kill 2 of them? More than that, the most ruthless thing is that he stayed in no man's land for 3 days and was safe and sound. I heard that it even alarmed the bosses of the Holy Spirit Institute. I wipe, so fierce. It's more than fierce, it's so fierce. This is a dragon crossing the river. All the 3rd district awakeners set their sights on Luji. Among them are shock, envy, curiosity, and awe. Luji, with his absolute record, conquered everyone in the 3rd district. After returning to the room, Luji is still in the old habit of locking the door. Then he took out the previous harvest, a psychic gem. 3 leaves of the world, also known as Sakyamuni, and 4.6 spirit crystals. These are all precious treasures which can greatly improve the overall strength of an awakened person. Without hesitation, Luji grabbed the purple psychic gem first. Close your eyes and absorb it. The dense purple light touched and jumped in his palm. The explosive brilliance shot out through the fingers and shone in the room, extremely alluring. And the activity of the hellfire in Luji's body was also mobilized accordingly. Various mysterious and grand Sanskrit sounds and chants echoed in Luji's mind. In a trance, it seems that the purple energy is rising to the east, and all dharmas return to the ancestors. Thousands of brilliance are gathered in one body. The psychic jade gradually lost its luster and shattered into jade powder with a click. Luji's familiarity and intimacy with hellfire have been greatly improved. After absorbing the psychic gem, Luji put 3 world leaves into his mouth again. Bang. A pure and vast spiritual force rushed straight to the back of Luji's head. That clear and cool sense of clarity made him feel as if he had stepped into some kind of mysterious state of God's perspective. Between exhalation and inhalation, he became more familiar with the circulation and burning of hellfire. Soon, the world leaves were consumed. Luji withdrew from this mysterious state. After digesting a few 6th-order strange spirit crystals, Luji let out a long sigh of relief. I feel that my strength has reached the level of a 5-star Awakener. His limit before was the 6th-order weirdness. Now, the 7th-order weirdness should be able to beat a dozen. But it's hard to say. After all, the higher the level of weirdness, the bigger the gap in strength. But in the 3rd district, Luji can definitely walk sideways. The strength is steadily improving. When I reach the 6-star realm, I will go directly to the 4th district. Luji is very satisfied with this harvest and at the same time silently set the next goal. Normally speaking, in the 3rd district, only those who have reached the level of 7-star awakened can enter the 4th district. But Luji couldn't wait. He is completely different from ordinary awakened ones. With my own strength, if I really reach 6 stars, only the resources of the 5th district can satisfy me. Further up and District 6 and Holy Spirit House. With the improvement of one's own strength, the cultivation resources needed must be more and more huge. While Luji is making great strides all the way, he is getting closer and closer to his goal. Especially the previous scene where Lin Peng pushed across the no man's land alone made him feel the horror of the heavenly powerhouse. At the same time, Chen Beexu was flipping through a thick file in the office. The name on the file is exactly Luji. She kept flipping through the papers of the file with her fingers, and her beautiful eyes flashed with splendor from time to time. This kid, every improvement is so amazing. I really look forward to your performance in the future. You are my sister, the person I fancy. You can't let me down. Chen Beexu muttered to himself, and he didn't know whether the words were spoken to the air or to himself. The next day, Luji went straight to the training area located in the third area. Pride and complacency is a taboo for the awakened. Luji will not let go of the slightest opportunity to improve himself. Race against time, seize the day and night. The training ground of the 3rd District is located on the 3rd floor of the Psychic Association building. His arrival caused a commotion. In the 3rd District, Lu seems to be already a guest. My God, this is the fierce man. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to be so diligent. Come to train early in the morning, you deserve to be so fierce. I heard that Luji has just been promoted to our district and there is no team yet. I don't know if I have a chance. K fat, are you saying that in front of your captain? What the hell, if I can be spotted by Luji, I'd be willing to be a 25-year-old boy. What the hell, I think you're tired of living. Oops, captain, please spare me, I'm just saying hello, I won't dare to do it again next time, hey. Luji ignored a group of people talking about him. Ignoring the commotion at the scene, he found a large steel body and trained alone. At this time, several 5-star awakened people walked over anxiously. Their face squeezed out good smile, good words around Luji. All kinds of flattery are endless. Luji concentrated on training and ignored them. Seeing Luji's aloofness, these people also patted their heads resentfully and went back in embarrassment. Gradually, no one disturbed Luji's training anymore. At last, Luji walked towards the simulated training ground in the 3rd area. He used this thing once when he was in the 1st District. At that time, it directly broke the record of the 1st District. In the 2nd area, it turns out that the simulated training ground is only open once a month. I haven't stayed in the 2nd District for such a long time, so I don't have a chance to use it. Now that he has been promoted to the 3rd District, he is still promoted in a cross-district way, so he naturally has more authority. The use of the simulated training ground is also within the authority. People around saw Luji walking towards the simulated training ground, and their curiosity was aroused. You must know that the simulated training ground is something created by the big shots of the Holy Spirit Institute, and the effect of simulating actual combat is almost 100%. In other words, aside from the influence of certain psychological factors, through the simulated training ground, you can see the real combat power of an awakened person. Luji stepped forward, and the staff who had already prepared looked at him and swallowed, and asked what level he wanted to simulate. Luji thought for a while and said lightly, let's start with the 3-headed and 6th-order weirdness. Okay. The staff was stunned for a moment, but they didn't expect Luji to be so brave, so they chose the 3-headed and 6th-level weird to go together. You must know that under normal circumstances, a 6th-level awakened person is quite disgusting to the previous 6th-level monster. Not to mention 3 heads. Otherwise, why do the awakened ones act in teams of 5? It is because at the same level, the strength of strange creatures far exceeds that of humans. Unless there are some powerful geniuses, no one has the courage to face even a monster of the same level alone. Hiss, did I hear you right? Luji actually challenged 3 heads and 6 levels of weirdness at once. K, do I have to be this perverted? Although I know he can single out 5 6-star awakeners, but a 6th-level weirdo is equivalent to 2 awakeners. Isn't Luji equivalent to single-handedly fighting 6 awakeners? Horrible. So this is the world of ruthless people. Kneel down. I can't help Sister Lee in the world of geniuses. Everyone gasped in amazement and gasped for disbelief. Luji calmly walked into the simulated training ground under everyone's shocked eyes. With the roar of the training ground, the sound effect was turned on. Luji found that the surrounding environment was completely dark, with only a little starlight mixed in the hazy moonlight faintly distinguishable outlines. He knew that this was a 100% simulated environment for fighting in a strange maze, for a realistic effect. Suddenly. Just when Luji was still adapting to the sudden dim environment, deafening roars came from the left, front, and rear directions respectively. 3 heads and 6 ranks are weird, roaring and rushing to kill. The one that rushed towards Luji head-on was a raging fire with 4 hooves. The one on the left is a rhinoceros with 1 horn full of dim black light. Behind him is the silver moon wolf king, which is half the size of a van. 3 heads and 6 ranks are weird, majestic, and the brutal aura is enough to overwhelm any weak-minded person. Luji's eyes looked in all directions, his ears listened to all directions, and he stood there motionless. When the 3 heads and 6th-level monsters all fell in front of him at close range. Boom! Fierce hellfire, outrageously brilliant, the ferocious flames swallowed extremely high temperatures, and the terrifying fire waves rolled one after another. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of 3 strange creatures were devoured. Next second, the flames receded, 3 white skeletons were scattered on the ground. The high temperature of the hell tiger actually melted and evaporated their flesh and blood in an instant. Drop. The horn sounded for a long time to simulate the training ground. The surrounding dim environment receded, revealing the real world. When everyone heard this long cry, their jaws dropped in shock, and they stared at Luji inside dumbfounded, mouth shut from ear to ear. After a long time, they just woke up from the dream, into unbelievable shock. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's the situation? The simulation training ground is malfunctioning. Impossible. This is the product of a heaven-level powerhouse in the Holy Spirit Academy, and there is absolutely no chance of something going wrong. That is to say, Luji took less than 30 seconds to kill the 3-headed and 6th-level weirdness in an instant. What the hell? My mentality has collapsed. Dig a hole. However, I am uneducated. Luji has broken the record if he said that he is popular in the world, right? It's more than just breaking records, it's simply creating records and then raising the records to a level that no one can imagine. I remember that the previous highest record was a certain S-level genius. It took half an hour to solve the 6th-level weirdness at both ends. And now Luji only took 30 seconds to defeat the 3-headed 6th-order strange. In the simulated training ground, Luji shook his head slightly. He felt that the intensity here was no longer able to bring him the pleasure of approaching the limit and then breaking through. After all, the simulated training ground in the 3rd area can only simulate the actual combat of the 6th-order strange creatures at the highest. As far as Luji is concerned, the 6th-order weirdness is basically a crushed existence, not challenging at all. He simply ended the training and returned to the room, and in the president's office on the 5th floor. The president listened to the reports of his subordinates and learned of the record that Luji had just broken. I didn't come back to my senses for a long time. After a long time, he smacked his lips and sighed faintly. These 2 siblings are really powerful genetically. Then he thought Luji hasn't formed a team yet, so the president of the 3rd district specifically dialed the phone in Luji's room. Hey. On the other end of the phone, Luji was curious why the president would call him. Luji, you are now an awakened person in our 3rd district. In the future, you need to form a team with your teammates when performing missions, entering the fog, and so on. No, I don't need teammates. President, you don't need to arrange for me. Before the president of the 3rd district could finish his words, Luji on the other end of the phone directly refused. In the words, there is no doubt about the self-confidence. The president of the 3rd district hung up the phone, smiled helplessly, and shook his head. For a genius like Luji who came up from across the region, it is partly due to this temper. As the old president, he was well informed, so he didn't say much. In a flash, 3 days passed. This day. In the 3rd district, a strange fog appeared in the urban area of FanFic. Luji ushered in his first crusade against weirdness after he was promoted to the 3rd district. Get in the helicopter. The driver took him all the way to the edge of the fog in FanFic. After landing, many awakened teams focused their attention on Luji. As if it has its own spotlight, wherever you go, you will be the focus of the crowd. Several teams even got together, whispering and glanced over at the same time. It really is a team of one person. It's too fierce if I don't dare to enter the fog alone. It's normal for this kind of super genius to form a team alone, right? If Luji forms a team with someone one day, it will be an accident. I really don't know who is better, Luji or Wu Dai. It's hard to say, after all, Wu Dai is also a genius from across regions, and his ability level is still S-level. Tusk, speaking of Wu Dai, I remembered what this ruthless man did back then. To prove that he didn't need to be promoted to the zone, he broke into the 3rd zone and killed the 5th level is weird. That's all in the past, now Wu Dai must be stronger. I heard that Wu Dai is also involved in this operation. I don't know if they will bump into each other. Who can say for sure? Luji checked the equipment silently. In fact, they are healing potions and source power replenishing potions distributed by some psionic associations for free. After the inspection, he stepped into the uncertain fog of Fanqinggang alone. Luji is gone, hurry up, at this time. The two teams who got together to discuss Luji found that he had already left and hurriedly beckoned to their teammates to follow. Their purpose is simple, to hug their thighs so they can lie flat. Following a fierce man like Luji, there is no need to worry about safety. Luji naturally also discovered the intentions of these two teams, but it didn't drive them away. As long as it doesn't hinder their own actions, let them go. Just entered the entrance of the weird fog in Fanqinggang. There were two low growls coming from afar. Not long after, the two fifth-order strange creatures opened their jaws wide and bit Luji's head. Luji's forward pace did not slow down at all, ignoring the 5-level weirdness at both ends. Just when Luji's head was about to be bitten off by the bloody mouthfuls of the 5th level at the two ends, tang. A ball of hellfire with a bright golden core enveloped Luji's whole body, instantly incinerating the two weirdos. From the beginning to the end, Luji didn't even change the rhythm of his steps. Such a casual instant kill. The two teams following Luji were deeply shocked. They stared wide-eyed, full of admiration in their eyes. As expected of him, no wonder he easily broke the record in the 3rd district. It's weird that he is delivering food in front of him. What the hell? It takes a lot of hard work for us to kill a weirdo, and we may even be seriously injured. It takes a few people to encircle and kill one or two. Lucky Luji, he was on fire, it lasted all seconds. Hey. People are more popular than others. Let's keep up or barbecue will disappear if the boss disappears. Yes, keep up. So Luji was in front, two unfamiliar teams are behind. Luji calmly killed all the strange things along the way, and the others just watched the show behind them. Certainly, all the spirit crystals that exploded went into Luji's own pocket. In terms of resources, he will not give up an inch soon. Luji went all the way to the fog in Fanqinggang, close to the core. Just turning across corner, I accidentally found a 5th-order monster attacking a private building. The residential building looks like an old dilapidated building from the last century, and the people who live here are basically old retired people. Really. Luji found that the floor was crowded with a group of shivering old men and old ladies. Their faces were pale and they looked downstairs nervously. There was a bloody young man, alone the body blocked a 5th-order weirdness with a brutal and bloody appearance. On the arm covered with wounds, the cold ice crystals turned into a shield, and the ice shield was also covered with his blood. A level ability, Suihan Ice Crystal. Weird is a ghost leopard, known for its speed, and it is listed as one of the high-risk species in the Weird Illustrated book with its astonishing bursts. For the classification of weird creatures in the Weird Illustrated book, the first thing to bear the brunt is naturally the level of strength. Second is how difficult they are at each level. The higher the ranking, the more difficult it is to deal with awakeners of the same level. Roar, roar, roar. The nether leopard bared its teeth, its pupils glowed red fiercely and uttered 3 warning growls at the young man viciously. Before that, this person experienced a great battle in a strange way. If it weren't for this young man, the nether leopard would have rushed to the building area long ago, eating up all these old, weak, and unarmed old humans. Be ****D, let the horse come here. As long as I'm here, it's impossible to let you in and hurt the civilians. The young man was badly wounded with blood dripping all over his body. But his eyes were firm, relying on a steel-like will, he insisted not to fall down. With the body of a mortal cast a steel city wall blocking the front of all civilians. Roar, the nether leopard finally got impatient. Its fangs and sharp teeth released thick body fluid, its limbs exploded with astonishing strength and speed, almost like a black lightning ejected to the start. In less than a frame, he raised his sharp claws and slid on the weak neck of the young awakened one. Life and death crisis. The young man's eyes were fierce, as if he had made some kind of determination to die. The source power of the whole body is disordered and violent, and he actually thinks that he would rather die than explode himself. Stop this 5th-order ghost wolf too. On the nick of time, whoosh, a small dark green arrow whizzed past wrapped in golden hellfire. Next second, the young Awakener was shocked to find that the ghost in front of him had disappeared. It was shot through and nailed to the ground by this small dark green arrow burning with golden flames, seems to be dead, immediately. Only the young awakened discovered Luji. He knew in his heart that this stranger had saved his life. So he dragged his seriously injured body to Luji's side. Thank you brother for your help. Otherwise, the civilians in this entire building will be eaten by this beast. Luji looked into his eyes, which contained relief after weakness. He was secretly startled. After the young man was saved, he was not thankful for saving his life, but for saving the lives of the entire civilian population. You're welcome, it's only right for the awakened to act out of righteousness. Luji said softly, and took out a bottle of healing potion and handed it to the young man. The young man took the potion, drank it all in one gulp, took a few mouthfuls of air, and then looked seriously into Luji's eyes and said, I still want to say thank you, brother. My name is Wu Zheyorong, just call me Zia Wu. Yeah. Luji patted Wu Zheyorong's shoulder, thought for a while, and asked curious Zhao, you worked so hard just now, aren't you afraid of death? Wu Zheyorong gave a wry smile, turned his head to look at the group of elderly people upstairs who were still in shock but showed gratitude, and said lightly, I'm afraid I have to go, otherwise, these more than 100 old people may all die. Luji was dumbfounded, so he had to pat him on the shoulder again and then helped him to rest. The two leaned against the corner and sat side by side. Luji was the first to speak. I forgot to introduce my name to you. My name is Luji and I just entered the 3rd district. Wu Zheyorong nodded but said, I know you crossed the river. Now in the entire 3rd district, who doesn't know your name? As he spoke, he took out a very old black wallet from his arms. In the middle of the wallet, there is a photo. In the photo is a cute little girl with a ballpoint pen written on the bottom, Nana, your daughter. Luji glanced at it and asked casually, yes, her nickname is Nana. 3 years ago, a strange fog appeared in my hometown. When I arrived, all my family members died in the strange mouth. I only rescued my daughter, and now she lives in the psychic association, living alone without the love of her mother. Aren't you curious why I stand in front of that ghost leopard even when I'm about to die? Because I have experienced the despair and remorse of family members dying in front of my eyes. So I understand better the responsibilities and obligations of being an awakened person. If we awakened people don't do some things, no one will do them. Wu Zheyorong held the photo and was very calm when he said these words to Luji, but Luji heard deep sadness from it. This sadness is like the sea, raging and overwhelming everything. He sighed softly in his heart, remembering that when he was still an ordinary person, facing the strange pursuit of the First Order at both ends, the awakened team who arrived in time. Their captain and a team member died at the hands of strange creatures precisely because they were protecting Luji. Without them, there would be no timely arrival of Sister Luqingi. Naturally, there will be no Luji's present and future. Then Luji stood up when he saw that he had recovered enough to move. Let's go together. Wu Zheyorong looked into his eyes and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Luji led Wu Zheyorong towards the center of the fog. In order to take care of Wu Zheyorong's injury in the middle, he walked unhappily. The few fifth-order monsters he encountered occasionally were also wiped out by him. Seeing Wu Zheyorong secretly startled, he felt that he was indeed a dragon crossing the river from across the region, much fiercer than he imagined. And the two teams that followed Luji before put away all their resources because they found that Luji killed strangely. One was not left for them, and after some tangling they also left. After all, wealth are in danger, and although following Luji can ensure safety, as an awakened person you have to find a way to obtain resources and gradually become stronger, right? Finally. Following the guidance of the compass, Luji led Wu Zheyorong to the central area of the strange fog in Fangqingang. Unexpectedly, just stepped in here. He unexpectedly found a figure in front of him who seemed to be waiting for his arrival. Luji stopped and saw this person's face clearly. He was about 20 years old with a stern expression and thin lips, especially a pair of 3 white eyes. The eyes are very intimidating. Luji, I have been waiting for you for a long time. My name is Wu Dai, just like you. I came across from the 2nd district. Luji looked at him and remembered that when a bunch of people were talking about him, he mentioned this famous official. Seemingly to prove himself, he entered the 3rd district single-handedly and beheaded a strange little genius of the 5th rank. But what is this person doing here waiting for him?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.